Yo, what is up, my cultured brothers? Today we're diving into a story that's pure cinema, and it kicks off with a massive explosion so loud it'd make Michael Bay cry. Because right as the final battle hits its climax, everything goes down in flames. Our MC isn't some cookie-cutter hero. He's a ghost with the demon lord's literal heart sitting right in his hand. Look at that ice-cold stare. He's holding back a silent riz, and the big bad is already basically cooked. The demon lord is down on his knees, hacking up blood as he finally realizes the end is near, because a real predator just ambushed him and tore him apart. Even the villain has to admit it. Our boy is a straight-up gigachad next to the real hero running this world. With one last breath, the demon lord glares into the shadows and finally tells the hero, "You're the only one who can finish this." Mission accomplished, boom, the heart's shattered. And our MC is already rage-refreshing his messages like he just clocked out of a late-night shift at McDonald's. His handlers bark at him to stay buried in the shadows. Because if the world learns the hero broke the rules, the kingdom's PR team is done for. Bro is stumbling away from the smoke, stunned, thinking, how am I even supposed to live a normal life now that I was raised as a literal weapon of war? Just as he's wrestling with the meaning of his own existence, the war finally ends, and he strolls off into the sunset like a total boss. Back in the capital, everyone's throwing a celebration and the shops are slashing prices, because they think the hero saved them, but it's all just people blindly worshipping a fraud. Our boy slips into the royal castle through the back door. He's too much of a ghost to risk the front entrance. Then we finally run into Chris, and Lord have mercy, the moment we see the secretary's whole vibe. The glasses, the uniform, and that step on me, confidence we all secretly crave. If she's out here lounging like royalty, bragging that the hero's victory is about to explode through the streets like wildfire. Our MC's just standing there, totally apathetic, like usual, while he's the one who dragged the entire raid on his back. Chris slams a mountain of documents onto the desk, and it hits hard. Sure, he's a god-tier assassin, but he's only 15 years old. She starts yapping about the hero and demon lord war, laying out how this same nightmare loop has been replaying for 30 straight years. Yeah, humanity won again, but it's a slick, staged cover-up built just to fool the NPCs out in the streets. Yeah, every 10 years a brand new hero shows up, and this fourth generation just burst onto the scene inside their very own kingdom. If the hero wins, the whole country fills its coffers, so the government is basically milking him like a cash cow. But the leaders were terrified the hero would be a total scrub, so they secretly formed an organization to pull him out of the shadows. Step into the Special Mission Army Organization, the crew that takes all the brutal hits while the hero's off taking selfies. They're the Shadows, an underground crew that sweeps legality aside as long as the mission gets nailed. 4 years ago, it turns out our hero was a total pushover. He couldn't even take down a mid-tier demon. The hero just kept swallowing L after L, even while the kingdom's finest knights stood shoulder to shoulder behind him. He was seconds from meeting his maker, ready to bail on humanity and let it get wiped out, because his stats weren't good enough. But just as everything hit rock bottom, our MC burst onto the scene, right on time, like the darkest night deciding to strike first. Chris snaps at him to quit playing humble and straight up confess that he's the one who carried all the weight. She calls it out right to his face, because he's the one who actually smashed the demon lord into the dirt. MC just stands there, hair falling over his eyes like a curtain, lost in thought, probably trying to figure out what to eat for lunch. Chris finally owns up. She's the one who ordered the organization to stop backing others and start running the main carries. Our boy starts bawling about how he does all the grind while the hero steals the spotlight, but Chris shuts him down fast, saying their salary is straight up cracked. Look at Chris in this frame. She's oozing pure boss lady confidence, standing there with this "I've seen everything" energy, and telling him he's been a member for 10 years. Then she slams down the bombshell. Her entire organization is getting shut down because the war's finally over. MC is stunned. Like, is this it? Are they about to shove him out for good just to keep those secrets locked down? So Chris swoops in like a career counselor, offering to help him sort out his whole life. Pure mom mode energy. She gives him a thumbs up and swears he'll be treated better than anyone else, so he won't go rogue. When she asked what he wanted to do, the poor guy just froze, totally clueless because he's got zero hobbies. He pushes for another gig just like this one, because as a full-on workaholic, he can't ever stop. Chris shut it down on the spot. No way, because she wants him to actually have a soul. She hits him with the truth. He was drafted at 5 years old, and he's been fighting non-stop for 10 years straight. And yeah, that's straight up messed up. She's pushing him to finally wake up, because he has no idea what he's been protecting all this time. MC stares at his hands, haunted by every comrade who died, and then admits the horrifying truth. When he killed the demon lord, it felt like nothing at all. He scans the commoners down there, wondering what sparks their smiles and lets them live so peacefully. Finally, he makes his move, choosing a normal life, chasing simple daily moments, and craving that one shot at real freedom. Chris shoots him a look so pure it practically shines. "I'm so proud of you, my boy." She leans in, smiles, and tells him, "Don't worry, I'm totally with you and I've got your back." Her brilliant plan: dump a 15-year-old killing machine into an academy so he'd be forced to mingle with kids his own age. Ever since they've labeled him like some kind of glitchy number, his whole life's been nothing but that. So they'd better hand him a real name that sounds like a normal NPC. She settles on Tweet, a sharp little pun that ties back to his old number, 28. Chris barrels out the door right away, ready to spin his whole life story and educational background in one go. And right before she walks out the door, MC actually stops to thank her for everything. An emotional moment so rare it feels like it practically shocks him into being human. Chris suddenly starts sobbing like a proud big sister, because Damie Mommy acts tough, but underneath it all, she's a total softie. She tells him to call the moment something goes wrong, and just like that, Tweet's brand new life kicks off for real. He bursts into the Royal Academy Builder's opening ceremony, and you can tell he's standing out like a sore thumb. But within 5 minutes, the legendary assassin is already totally wrecked, because he has absolutely zero sense of direction. He's standing in front of this giant mansion, convinced he took a wrong turn, when really the place is just so massive it's blowing his mind. Turns out the academy's massive, and our ridiculously overpowered MC is about to kick off his normal life at a school packed with NPCs. Suarez, yo homies, we're back with another banger. Our MC wants to play the normie so bad, but he's built different, no question. And check out that blonde wife on the cover. She's already serving top-tier energy. We're at Builder's Royal Academy, the legendary hero's training ground, so the standards are sky-high, way past your hopium levels. It's the greatest academy in the kingdom. And yeah, the walls are so massive the architecture alone feels like it's hiding secrets as deep as the plot we're about to crash into. Our boy Tweet is getting the full scoop on the new courses, because the hero saved the world, and now everyone's scrambling to become a commoner, chasing that peaceful life. That four-eyed girl is breaking down the gap between the hero course and the common course, and straight up radiating pure best girl energy while she does it. Basically, the hero course is for the chads, the common course is for the NPCs, people who just want an easy document screening and to coast. A huge gap is widening between the two courses, but he could care less about clout. He's locked in on one thing, getting his sleep. Tweet's basically like, sign me up for that NPC life, because he's sick of the soldier grind and just wants to slip into peace, living quiet, maybe with a wifey or two. And yeah, the school is massive, so our boy is already scrambling around lost, proving that even top-tier soldiers can't hunt down a bathroom without a map. He finds himself stuck in a line, thinking he finally cracked the code to normiedom, but the universe has way crazier plans for our boy. Out of nowhere, a wild redhead mommy bursts into the scene. Farnaz Evans, an instructor who totally looks like she enjoys stepping on people for fun. She scans the crowd like everyone's just boring noise, then she locks onto something she's into. And suddenly that dummy mommy energy riz crankaudibles to 11. Tweet just stands there, gripping his papers like a total nerd, convincing himself that this peaceful academy life is finally about to take off. He's literally trembling, fighting tooth and nail to smother those. How do I kill everyone in this room? Instincts. And yeah, it's weirdly relatable. But Farnaz has that. I'm about to blow up this man's entire career, just look at her face. And boom, she screams that the hero course entrance exam is starting right now, and Tweet is completely finished. His face says everything. Say who? The second he realizes he grabbed the wrong line, he knows he's about to get hit with the work and earn it the hard way. The rules are dead simple. It's a 1-hour battle royale inside that old building, and nobody pulls back, pure non-stop cinema. She's shouting that they don't need lowly commoners who just worship the hero. They need people who are ready to throw down. Everyone's screaming, "Yes, ma'am," at the top of their lungs, while our MC just stands there like a lost puppy in a shark tank. He tries to explain himself to an official, but that NPC vibe hits so hard he gets dragged into the crowd and swept away before he can even breathe. The official tells him to quit and take the heroic route, but yeah, it's really just code for, go on, kid, get your ass beat. Tweet snaps to the fact he's trapped, so he shrugs and goes full master plan. Take the exam, bomb it on purpose, then slide over to the common course like the ultimate beta. But Farnes drops the bomb. Everything's being watched through magic mirrors, so there's zero chance to hide your power levels here. Our boy's sweating like crazy, because proving his skills is the last thing he wants. But he somehow still has the audacity to sneak around and stay hidden. The exam kicks off, and before anyone even settles in, the whole building is blowing up with magic, like these students are pure menace wrapped in brains. Tweet's acting like a total pro, hiding in plain sight, panicking a little that retiring too early would look suspicious. So he's forcing himself to play it cool. Out of 1,000 people, only 100 make it through. So yeah, the odds scream that he has to survive the carnage. He decides to half-ass the whole thing, beat 5 people, bail, and he wastes no time, teleporting straight behind some helpless NPC. With one brutal chop to the neck, the dude's slipping into a grandma-filled dream. Meanwhile, Tweet is already hunting his next victim. He moves like a literal shadow, and the NPCs don't even realize what's happening before they're crumpling to the floor. This guy spots a shadow, and before his brain even catches up, he's already losing his mind, screaming for his life. He scans the room like a horror movie hero, totally clueless that a gigachat in a hoodie is hunting him. He tries to bolt, but Tweet's straight up toying with him like he's just dinner. That poor guy barrels straight into a bomb trap, and it screams the truth. Tweet's not just fast, he's got that high IQ riz. He looms over the crushed fodder and demands, "You finished yet?" because he's got a schedule to stick to. He just needs 2 more people to hit his quota, and he's pulling it off with zero effort, the ultimate Chad energy. Farnes suddenly drops in, lights up herself, and starts smoking the students. Like, why should the kids have all the fun? Tweet snickers that it's childish for an instructor to jump into a battle royale, but Farnes only laughs, because life sure as hell doesn't play fair, kiddo. That's when our blonde wife, Alicia, strides in and whips out her sword so fast your head spins with it. She collides with Farnes in a blur of ultra-fast sword slashes, so furious and rapid that even the sharpest eyes can't keep up. Alicia's hanging in there, but Farnes is an absolute monster, and that blonde beauty is starting to feel the crushing pressure. Tweet strolls up and casually drops that her skirt's rolled up, pure man of culture energy, right there in the middle of a war zone. She blushes, calls him a pervert, and swings in to slice him up, but he just stands there, totally calm, like he's waiting for the bus to arrive. He slings a fixation spell and pins her to the wall. Then she glares at him like he's the final boss ready to end the whole game. He's about to knock her out to slam his 5-person goal shut, until she screams, "Wait," and reveals she's got a plan. She fires back, proposing they team up to take down the instructor, and promises him the full 1 million gold prize, which means that sweet, massive stack of gotcha pulls. She flat out admits she wants to sock that smug instructor right in the face. Like, I get it, and I respect the hustle. And right then, Tweet clocks it. This isn't a bad deal at all. He gets paid, and he can finish the exam without looking like he's about to break a sweat. He takes the deal and releases her, but she clocks the real game. He's just buying time to slip past her defenses with that next-level tactical riz. She tells everyone her name's Alicia, and I'm telling you, look at that sweater because that's straight-up top-tier waifu material. Tweet blurts his name, and she grins. She's a close-quarters fighter, and her magic power boosts her own physical stats. He swears he can sling long-range magic, so they settle it. She'll be the tank, and he'll rain sniper support from the back. They're throwing a party, and the chemistry hits even harder than most rom-coms. They move in on Farnes. Then Alicia strides out alone like the main character has a mission just for her. Farnes is blown away by her code of conduct, but she still slaps it with a minus, saying that in a real fight you go all out and leave nothing unused. Alicia doesn't care about points. She's only here to see if she can knock a pro off their feet. She flashes Farnes a smug grin like, "You don't even know it yet," because the next second, she's about to swing first. Farnes promises she won't lose to anyone who can take her down, and the second Alicia snaps with fury, she barrels in like a beast. The sword fight goes absolutely berserk, sparks are blasting through the air, and Alicia is going all in. Farnes just keeps laughing, barking that they've got zero time to rest, while she hammers away with that massive blade like it weighs nothing. Alicia snaps up a magic shield to slam the attack out of the way, and you realize she's not just mashing buttons, she's got real skills. She finally clocks that Farnes is swinging a magic sword, and that's why every hit from him feels like a truck crashing through the door. Farnes doesn't deny it. Yeah, that sword's magic. But she insists the win isn't just her gear doing the heavy lifting, she's simply that much better. She roasts Alicia for ignoring the student documents. Classic teacher energy, like she's grading papers even in the middle of a death match. Farnes charges for the finish and tells Alicia, "It's your loss." And man, it looks like our waifu is about to get cooked. Then boom, Tweet yanks out a staff and hides in the shadows, lining up a deadly snipe on the instructor. Farnes is stunned. She never saw the sniper coming, and the snipe spell is blasting straight toward her. Tweet repositions like a pro, slipping Alicia in front of Farnes just to pull his attention, while he hunts down the perfect angle. He fires and Farnes snaps up to block the shot, but her reaction speed is straight up inhuman, like she's an absolute gigachad. Tweet spots the flaw in his cheap staff. Its power won't break her defense, but he still doesn't even flinch. He flashes that smug little grin, because the magic is finally starting to click in his head. Alicia barrels back in to slam the pressure harder, while Tweet unleashes his third shot straight into the mayhem. Farnes can barely keep pace with the duo, and Tweet snaps out the moment he lines up the fourth shot like it's a rhythm game. The blade slams into place with deadly precision, carving the exact opening they need to land the final blow. Just like that, it's done. She's got nowhere to run, cornered to the core, and the victory's basically secured. Absolute cinema, boys. Yo, what's up, my cultured brothers? Today we're jumping into a wild story where the MC's so unhinged he starts throwing matches on purpose just to keep the waifus from swarming him. And this edgy, gigachad, Twite. Dude, out here acting like he's not the strongest man alive. My boy Twite is out here battering high-grade swords with a plain wooden stick. Like, this is straight-up cinema. And the audacity of treating a knight's weapon like a joke is absolutely unhinged. Look at Farnes Sensei's face. She's fully wrecked, and her sword is still in peace. Mommy's staring like she's about to explode because, yeah, I'd be stressed too if some student shattered my pricey gear with a toy. The MC just stands there, cool as a Tuesday, while the teacher throws a full-on midlife crisis tantrum. And yeah, he's basically thinking, I'm just here so I don't get fined. Alicia clocks it instantly. The MC has been lining up the blade's exact same spot over and over with straight-up god-tier precision to grind it down. That's pure high-level Riz, using math like a weapon to crack a lady's defense. She clocked her opening and went straight for it, eyes blazing like she's the main character. And trust me, I'll give you $10 if you can predict whether that hit actually lands. Sensei finally clocks it. She's been baited into a trap by those two cocky teenagers, and the MC basically set her up on a silver platter so Alicia could snag the W like a true wingman. And just like that, the teacher gets wrecked in front of the whole class. Alicia's stepping out looking flawless as this battle ends, but we both know the real MVP is her. Sensei straight up admits she lost, and her defeated face is pure peak culture. I'm not even kidding, I'd let her wipe me out any day of the week. Hold up, how did he even score that magic staff? My boy straight up yoinked it off some random NPC exam guy he already smashed earlier, pure menace energy, like he's playing GTA in a fantasy world. He lays out his plan like it's no big deal, but the girl just keeps staring at him like he's a total weirdo. Honestly, bro's so smart it's almost scary. Look at that poor guy in the back, tears streaming, because the MC snatched his staff clean, stole his lunch money, and left him with nothing. Yeah, he's absolutely down bad. Alicia's over here trying to figure out who that mysterious boy even is. But I know exactly what you're all staring at. Those assets are ridiculously top tier, and the artist clearly knew how to nail that uniform. He totally tanks the hero exam on purpose because he craves that low-key NPC life. Boom, mission done. Now he's marching into the loser course while somehow being a literal god. He's thrown on that black commoner uniform while Alicia's enrolled in the white hero course. Yeah, the color clash screams plot armor, and you just know they're about to accidentally cross paths every 5 minutes. Hold up, who is this new girl? Sylphia Makina just burst in, and boom, another certified mommy rocking the glasses buff. Seriously, this school is stacked with high-tier waifus. She's basically telling everyone that the two courses will be taking classes together anyway. So yeah, that's the end of the MC's grand plan to hide. Now he's an active part of the whole herring homecoming chaos. Alicia won't let him slip away. She snatches him like he's already hers, and meanwhile that guy in the back is fuming, acting like a total beta. She's ready to storm in and file an official complaint because she's convinced he belongs in the hero course. At this point, she's basically praising him nonstop, and honestly, can you blame her? Farnes Sensei bursts out of nowhere and crashes the conversation. Two mommies in the same hallway, and trust me, we're eating good today, boys. Sensei finally spills the real reason he tanked it. There wasn't a single shred of footage on the magic surveillance mirrors. Bro is basically a phantom, so the cameras couldn't even lock onto his existence. The official record claims he beat nobody all exam long. Yet this absolute menace is out here hiding his real power like he's playing prop hunt. He claims it's just a leftover habit from his old crew to dodge cameras, but there's no mistaking it. He's a retired assassin, and that look on his face screams, "I've killed God." Alicia is out there fighting for his honor like a loyal waifu, because she knows he's a Chad, even if the whole school treats him like a scrub. She's pushing for him to join the hero course so they can level up together, but she keeps pretending it's not about him. Total Sundeer energy, and honestly, it's adorable. MC finally crashes into the dorms, itching to finally kick back, until a wild bro shows up and rips the piece right out of the air. Meet Glan, the gym bro with so much energy he's been bullying the treadmill, and now he's straight up collapsing like the grind finally caught up to him. And then they kick back for a little chat. No joke, check the map on my boy's chest, and it's covered in scars like he's survived some straight-up nightmares. He tells Glenn he's just a town janitor, and that these are workplace injuries. Yeah, right, because I'm a rocket scientist, and bro is capping so hard it's hilarious. Glenn actually thinks that cleanup job is seriously dangerous. And yeah, he's the kind of NPC who'd probably buy a bridge if you tried to sell it to him. Back in class, the teacher starts spilling dangerous lore about the great Hirodama War, and the MC just sits there, desperately trying to disappear like he's one of the background extras. This Sieg guy struts around like he owns the spotlight just because he knows a smidge of history. Look at that smug face. He's a mid-tier villain in the making, and it's only a matter of time. The teacher fires a follow-up question, and boom, Tweet slams down the whole military encyclopedia, leaving every single person in that room stunned by that commoner's brain. Sensei's blown away, because those noble students are totally getting reshaped by the moment, and they can't stand it that a janitor is outsmarting them. Watch Egg pop up looking like a total beta loser the second he gets upstaged. Meanwhile, he's just a commoner. All right, bro, keep whining while the MC sweeps in and steals your girl. He pushes to get Alicia to back him up, but she doesn't even spare him a second. Bro's utterly done for, and the Zero Riz alarm blares. Alicia yanks the MC aside and grills him. Are you hiding your real power? She clocks his act instantly because that secret is already slipping out. She straight up asked him to be her special training partner, and I swear I can already hear you guys thinking weird stuff. So knock it off, get your minds out of the gutter, or don't, because I'm definitely not your dad. But Tweed isn't built like the rest. He shuts the offer down cold, swearing strength means nothing in peaceful times, while Bro is tripping over the plan on purpose, like he wants the deal to fall apart. He just wants a normal life with normal friends. Like that, I only want to be a quiet farmer meme, except it's happening in high school. He lays down the ultimate friendzone speech like it's fate itself, then hits her with, can't we just be normal friends? And honestly, this man's mental fortitude might be the strongest in manga history. They seal it with a fierce handshake. Alicia's smile stays locked in, but you can feel it. She's still gonna be hunting that MC energy all the way through the series. Glan finally rockets into the friendship circle, and just like that, the squad is complete. Alicia's standing there in that last shot looking like an absolute queen. If you want more cultured recaps, hit like and subscribe, boys. Yo, what's good, my cultured kings? Welcome back. We're digging into the trashiest, most fire stories on the planet, and today, it's spicy. First, we're hitting you with a quick rundown of how magic works in this world, but honestly, who cares about the rules when the waifus are right there? The world's divided into close combat chads and long-range snipers, but you already know our MC. S about to shatter every single one of those rules. Magic range and usage. If it doesn't end with someone getting absolutely cooked or some new mommy popping up, I'm not even sticking around. I'm sliding right past it, and just like that, look who shows up. Our first best girl contender is here, Sylphius in C, and yes, she's a certified redhead mommy. She's up front teaching everyone target practice, and I'm already cooked, down bad for that smile. She's telling these NPCs to grab a wand that matches their vibe. And she has no clue our MC is about to wreak havoc without even needing a stick. She starts flexing her alchemy, turning a ring into a chirping little bird. Cute, sure. But I'm too busy staring at the assets on this sensei absolute cinema. She tells you alchemy isn't just some flashy spell. It's built for everyday life, the world's real support class. Like, seriously. Imagine mastering magic just to make life easier for everyone else, even the poor NPCs. Then she flexes real firepower. She snipes 5 targets at once with water balls, and with a straight face she tells the class this is the bare minimum. Mama Sylphia is not messing around today, boys. The whole class keeps staring, and she's still totally nailing it. Our MC Tweet is gobsmacked like, wait, Can I do that with my eyes closed while I'm eating a sandwich? Sensei shuts the room down and orders everyone to use D-rank magic or stronger. Straight out of the gate, she's sorting the chads from the simps. But look at our MC. He straight up asks if he can use Bullet, that bottom-tier E-rank spell, like he's testing the limits of audacity. And honestly, the way he's trying to play it, beta, is almost painful to watch. Since he shuts him down on the spot, ordering him to use something respectable like a fireball, Tweet storms off looking like a total loser. But we both know he's just masking his real power level. He's over here convinced that if he slings E-rank magic, nobody will notice him. Bro, you're the MC, you're gonna stand out no matter what, even if you just breathe. While he's busy playing the pro at hiding, the whole class is down bad for Alicia, the blonde goddess of the hero course, because she's a full-on celebrity and she can back up the hype with real skills. Now it's Tweet's time. He strides up and blasts a fireball, and it looks like a toddler cooked it up. It straight up disappears before it even reaches the target, and the entire class erupts into laughter. Look at Alicia's face. She's staring at him like he's trash, and honestly, this is peak comedy. Then comes the classic arrogant NOBRA NPC. He strolls up to Tweet and orders her to step aside like he owns the place, calling her a commoner. He's acting like some gigachad, but everybody knows he's just walking straight into becoming the next future victim. Tweet just eats the L like a champ, flat out admitting he's out of his depth. Yeah, the confidence is wild and the caps on him are unreal. I'll even spot you $10 if you honestly think he's actually that weak. After class, Twat's buddy Glenn is straight up fuming. Those hero course kids are acting way too cocky, and Glenn's basically the audience in human form. Just a bro who can't stand the rich kids. Glenn's mood has gone so sour that he decides the cure is simple. Hit the capital and snag some hot people. So come on, let's see if these two can actually pull off some real riz. Glenn kicks off a wild rant about how the capital is packed with hotties, and how you've got to fake confidence just to catch their eye, only for him to accidentally teach a full-on masterclass in how to get rejected. He's tweeting that in the capital, you've got to make them believe you've been doing it for 1,000 years. And he's running on pure fake it till you make it energy. Glenn bolts off to hunt a target, and suddenly our MC is left standing there, while Tweet stares into the past, craving the life he had before some secret organization ruined everything, like he just wants to be a normal 15-year-old kid, but nope, not for you, MC. He suddenly thinks, maybe I should chase new experiences, like just talking to a girl for real with zero mission briefing. Glenn goes for his move on a girl and gets smacked with the most satisfying bitch slap you'll ever see, his warped face after. Absolute comedy gold. Bro's got zero riz. Tweet just stares, watching Glenn get cooked, and he can't stop wondering if Glenn only ever wins in his own fantasies. Yeah, Tweet. That's exactly how it goes. Glenn's addicted to getting knocked down, so he barrels right back in for another round. Somehow his spirit won't break, even if his face looks like it's been through the blender. He tells Tweet it's his turn, right now. Tweet panics for a second, then remembers advice from an old colleague and decides to try it. Brace yourselves, boys, the Sherlock Riz is about to show up. Tweet locks onto a girl and starts reading her like it's a boss fight, then spots her ear piercings tied to a specific kingdom. So he grins and uses that as his perfect opening. He squints at her shoes, mud everywhere, even though it hasn't rained in town for 2 days, and snaps the truth. She just stepped in from beyond the castle walls. This isn't flirting, it's a full-blown criminal investigation. The girl is blown away and snaps at the bait, ready to trail him straight to a shoe shop. Then Glam slinks up behind them, looking like a full-on creep, and kills the vibe in 1 second. That girl spots Glan's creepy face and bolts like her life depends on it, because it does. I don't blame her one bit. Glan is a Rids killer. Tweet's legit shocked. Somehow he's got a knack for this, and he's convinced it's all because he used to be a janitor and had to deal with customers. Yeah, sure, buddy. Glan's breaking down in tears because he's never felt the urge to cut ties with a friend like he does right now. He's just fuming that Tweet is a natural-born Chad. At 12 o'clock, they spot another cute girl. Tweet's eyes narrow like, wait, I've seen you before. And oh boy, my gut says I know exactly where this is headed. He strides up to her, and boom, she's a total cutie, flower tucked in her hair, looking worn out and totally lost, like the universe just set the perfect stage for our MC to step in and become the hero. She flashes a top-tier smile, and Tweet suddenly offers to drive her to a shop. Everything is going way too perfectly, like there's definitely something fishy going on. Tweet jumps in and offers to buy her anything she wants, but he comes in way too forceful, and she looks totally overwhelmed. So he panics, realizing he might have yanked the line too hard. And then right behind him, someone says, "Sure, why not?" As that familiar silhouette steps into view and the boss music kicks in immediately. It's Alicia, and she's downright terrifying with that "I'm gonna murder you" grin. Like Mommy's fury just ignited the room and the boys are screwed. They finally land in a cafe, and Alicia absolutely roasts them. She's furious they're out here acting like playboys. Tweet starts trying to talk, but Alicia just won't hear a word of it. They both drop their heads in shame, and even OPMC can't stand the look of a disappointed blonde goddess. Turns out the other girl is Mize, and yep, she's in their class too, but Twade is so trained to ignore every NPC that he didn't even clock his own classmate. Glenn clocked it was her the entire time, then let Twate hit on his own classmate just to watch him crash and burn. Yeah, Glenn's a menace. Mize is apparently an idol with the regular students, and she's sweet, modest, and adorable. So Alicia gets even more protective of her. Alicia blasts Glanner as a lowlife, and honestly, she's dead on. Tweet's just getting caught in the fallout from Glenn's sheer stupidity. Then Alicia's whole vibe shifts. Serious mode snaps on. So she corners Tweet and demands to know why he held back in the magic lesson, because she already clocked him as a sleeper build. Tweet comes back swinging, trying to cap again, claiming he can only use snipe and bullet, yet he's still locked in on his plan like a total pro. He snaps into a flashback of his instructor. Those two spells are all he'll ever need, because when a master grips them, even a lowly pebble turns into a nuke. They bring up how Tweet crushed Farn's sensei during the entrance exam, and Mize and Glan go white with shock, because the secret is starting to slip out. Right before they can even talk again, a loud commotion erupts. Sieg is back, picking on a helpless shopkeeper like it's his favorite hobby, and yeah, this dude is a walking L. Sieg smashed that decorative sword to pieces, and now he's refusing to pay, snarling that it's trash. This beta, Noble's audacity is absolutely unreal. The shopkeeper is shaking in fear, because those decorative swords are actually pricey as hell, and Sieg just uses his status to be a total jerk. Tweet and the girls huddle on the sidelines, and Alicia's got this look like she's about to draw her sword and end that man's whole career right there. She flashes that ruthless cold stare again and spits out, "Nobles like you would kill without even blinking." Then, "Mommy, mommy." Just as Sieg is about to strike the shopkeeper, Alicia lunges in, shouting that what he's doing is murder. Sieg's stuck in rage mode, convinced he's untouchable and can't be harmed. Glan jumps in to tell Sieg he doesn't get to choose the punishment, but Sieg just cackles and shouts that they're all commoners, like he's sprinting straight into his own death. He stares at Tweet and goes, "You're a total failure. You can't even handle D-rank magic. Dude, you're talking to someone who could end you with a single finger snap." Sieg starts fawning over himself, bragging that he's the Baron's heir and swearing his judgment is always right. He nods at Alicia like she's a real fellow Hero Corps student, but the way he talks to her is pure condescending trash. Alicia slams him down with a brutal truth, ripping into him and saying his confidence is anything but solid. No soft words from her today. Then she drops the bomb, tweeted the truth so hard it hit like a knockout, and that sudden silence in the air must have been deafening. Sieg snaps completely, starts ramping up lightning magic like a knockoff Sasuke, and loses it because some girl makes him feel weaker than even a commoner. He charges in, screaming that he'll erase them, but Tweet is already gone, so fast the NPCs can't even spot him. The tweet pops right in Sieg's face, blaring, "Shut down the spell," and suddenly that cold aura rolls off him, absolute cinema. Sieg lunges to attack anyway, but Twate is already charging his bullet spell. He fires off one last warning before it's too late. The tweet fires, and boom, it's no ordinary bullet. This specialized piercing shot slams straight through Sieg's hand, blood exploding everywhere, and the MC finally stops messing around. But Sieg sprawled on the ground, shrieking like a pig, and Tweet just freezes there, telling him dead serious that he's got one thing to do before he walks away. Pay for the sword, savage. Sieg spits out a vow for revenge while his buddies drag him away, and you just know he'll creep back later to get cooked all over again. Alicia is left speechless. She blurts out, "What was that?" And Tweet only fires back that it was the E-rank spell bullet, while Bro is still scrambling to play it down like it wasn't insane. He leans in and says it's a custom speed machine built to punch through anything. Then Alicia snaps, "So who are you really?" And he drops the legendary line, "I'm an X-Town janitor." The cap's so high it's basically astronomical. See you guys in the next one. Yo homies, I'm back with another guaranteed banger for the men of culture. Today we're jumping straight back into our Shadow Pro's life, where he's begging for one normal day, but the NPCs keep poking his last nerve. Just look at these two cuties munching away like it's all peace and quiet. Yeah, That's the calm before the storm, and trust me, normal life in this genre is a total myth. His homie is freaking out over lunch like it's life or death, while our MC is busy clocking the fact that the local blonde, gone from class, and yeah, she's probably still off in some corner crying. MC's replaying yesterday in his head. Yeah, he literally put a hole in Sieg's hand. And honestly, Sieg's lucky he's still alive after picking a fight with a shadow professional who only cleans up trash for a living. All right, enter Alicia, the main waifu of the day, and yeah, that uniform has her looking absolutely lethal. She's freaking out because the blonde simp isn't showing up, not realizing her newest crush is the one who already packed him up. She starts ranting about the social hierarchy between the hero course and the common course, and the second I clock her boots and that skirt, I'm like, yeah, she's got that stand-down energy, and I'm eating it up. But our MC is an absolute savage and straight up asks her, so, got any friends in the hero course? And the look on her face is priceless, like she's a lone wolf trying to play it cool, and that's exactly why she's top tier. She calls it being independent, but let's be real, that's just major cope for having zero riz. Her reactions, absolute cinema, and she's the best girl this series could have asked for. She lays it out. The hero course kids are just toxic elitists who sneer at everyone else, and she's way too good to belong in this trash academy, but hey, at least she's sharp enough to see it. The hierarchy is the real deal, and that MC's collar is a total disaster because he couldn't care less about noble standards. While Alicia can't help herself, she's already moved in like a wife and started fixing him up. MC starts spilling his past as a shadow janitor before he even enrolls. Yeah, the real truth is he wasn't mopping hallways. He was cleaning up bodies, and he's just dressing it up as a cover story. He says his old boss would have literally taken his head off for a mess. No exaggeration, that's a death sentence in a work shirt. And that's exactly why this guy, built so wildly different. Alicia decides to fix his collar herself, sliding in way too close for comfort, and look at that distance, fellas. This is the exact kind of tension we live for because the stakes hit harder than my blood pressure. She's locking eyes with him, and you can tell she's freaking out. How is he still so calm when she's this close? Meanwhile, yeah, I'd be in trouble too, but our MC's locked in with that ultimate Sigma grind mindset. Then she slams him with the ultimate question, aren't you interested in the opposite gender? Straight up begging him to notice her. At this point, she's completely down bad. MC slides in and snatches the ultimate, then freezes. What if I activate this? No time to think, move. Bro's got hidden riz so dangerous it could stop world wars. Just look at her face. Her face twists into a literal tomato in just 3 seconds flat. She never stood a chance against that alpha energy, and she's fully cooked, no doubt about it. Then he blurts out, wow, your eyelashes are super long. And boom, he's totally playing her like a fiddle while she falls for it hook, line, and sinker. She's totally flustered, hiding her face like some shy NPC. Then you can't help but watch that dummy mommy get humbled fast by a real man of culture. She promises she'll dig up his real side no matter the cost. So yeah, good luck with that, sweetie, because he's the shadow hero for a reason, and you're just the side quest. She jabs a finger at him and barks, shady. And right on cue, the scene jumps to the next day. Yeah, she's not wrong, and that's exactly why he's a straight-up Chad. Next day in class, and who shows up? Sieg, straight out of the hospital, acting like some total beta with his little squad of lackeys trailing right behind him. That clown thinks he's really him and dares our boy to a duel right in front of everyone. Yeah, it's about to get ugly, so grab the popcorn, 'cause violence is coming. But he's sobbing over some noble bloodline and acting like his reputation is the end-all. Bro, nobody's losing sleep over your family name when you're about to get packed up in 4K. Alicia lunges in to talk him down because she can see what's coming. He's about to get completely demolished, and she's trying to save his life right now. But he's too oblivious to notice the red flags waving in his face. Sieg snaps at her to shut up, then launches into this arrogant rant about why commoners can't stand on the same level. This dude is a full-on walking L, and yeah, he needs to get humbled ASAP. And get this, he actually swings at her, raises a hand against his own waifu, and yeah, that's a massive no-no. You never lay a finger on your waifu, especially not one built like that. The MC's buddy shuts him down in an instant, and Sieg's lucky the MC didn't end him on the spot for that disrespect. Because wow, look at that punchable face, he's practically begging for a beatdown. MC tries to play it smooth, blurts an apology just to shut this down and protect his secret, but he's begging for a quiet exit. Too bad this blonde NPC refuses to let it go. Sieg shot back a hard no with that creepy grin, like he owns the whole damn story, and the audacity of it is straight up wild. He's trying to publicly humiliate the MC in front of the whole school just to make an example. Bro, you're basically begging to be the star of a viral fail video that'll haunt you forever. He's ranting about justified, revenge like a bargain bin anime villain, and the second he talks that big, he's getting mid-diffed by a janitor. Alicia finally snaps at the MC to just accept the duel. She's done listening to this guy's mouth, and she wants to watch him get folded like a lawn chair. She lays it out cold. Nobles don't quit once they're insulted, so you don't dodge, you punch through. And yeah, it means beating them so hard they forget who they even are. MC finally exhales, accepts the challenge, and locks in. Yeah, Sieg, it's game over for you. You're about to discover why they call him the Shadow Hero. Stare at Sieg's creepy grin. He's convinced he's got a secret weapon, but he's basically marching straight into his own funeral like it's nothing, smiling the whole way. The duel news spreads like wildfire, and Alicia's smirk says she knows exactly what's going on. She's just waiting for the MC to quit the act and finally bare his true colors. She's staring at him like he's a tempting secret she has to crack open, itching to find out what's hiding beneath that silly comic act. And I'm telling you, what she'll uncover is huge. I want to know everything about you, for real, and yeah, we can totally read what you're after, girl, and honestly, I don't blame you one bit. But the MC is seriously thinking, I'll just lose on purpose and dodge all this chaos. Nah, bro, don't play the sweet little simp to the status quo. Hit these nobles with a reality check and make them fear you. But he realizes, if he loses, those hero course brats will strut around even more arrogant, so he has to do it for the commoner homies and put this kid straight into the dirt. The showdown kicks off, and Sieg's acting way too confident for a dude who's got zero riz. He has no clue he's staring down a literal god of death. Alicia is reffin' the whole match, looking like a total snack like always in that uniform, and then Sieg whips out this cloth-wrapped thing. Tell me this isn't some pay-to-win cheat code. The duel kicks off in Sieg, and out comes a huge glowing wand. Alicia's expression screams, yeah, that's military-grade gear, and no way it's meant for school duels. It's the Erd Kaiser, the legendary wand from the Great War, and this blonde clown actually rolled up to a fistfight with a rocket launcher. What a pathetic beta move. He whips out a lightning spear and fires it instantly, like he can end this in a single blast. Because the power is absolutely unhinged, and he's basically trying to straight up kill our boy right in front of everyone. Sieg's laughing like a lunatic, but the MC keeps sliding and dodging those bolts like it's no big deal. Plus, you can't hit what you can't see, you blonde NPC. MC is tearing through the arena at full speed, while Sieg just mashes attacks non-stop like a button masher. This is what it looks like when a silver player tries to spar with a pro, and it's brutal. Sieg starts talking about the MC, and then goes straight on a rampage, wiping everyone else out. Yeah, this dude's officially snapped. And yeah, accidents pop up non-stop in duels, but look at that face. He's got crime written all over it, like he's already rehearsing how it was an accident will somehow save him. He shoots Alicia that unsettling, creepy stare, and you better not even think about touching the waifu, because if you do, that MC is gonna end you. He claims she's got the looks, swears he'll treat her gently, once he wins, then immediately gives off final boss-level creep vibes, like this dude needs to be erased from existence. He's running his mouth about his privilege while clutching a stolen wand, and he honestly thinks that gear makes the man, because a reality check is about to hit him hard. MC snaps into flashbacks of the war he survived firsthand, and he's furious, because he didn't risk his life against the Demon King just to have some spoiled brat come along and wreck the peace. We're shown the literal hell he clawed through, smoke choking the air, bodies stacked everywhere. And that's exactly why you don't mess with the quiet ones. They've survived horrors you can't even picture. The MC's eyes turned ice cold. Shadow Hero is back, and this isn't a duel anymore. It's an execution for a lowlife. Sieg charges up his final move, ready to end the whole show with a massive blast. Famous last words from a guy who's about to have his life privileges yanked. The entire arena erupts in a giant lightning blast. He's cackling like it's already over. But that plot armor is so thick it suffocates any chance this clown had. He's out here talking trash about the MC and claiming he can't use magic right, and the wild part. He's glazing so hard he's basically setting himself up to eat the biggest L of his life. But the MC already knows Sieg's biggest secret weakness. He's seen that wand tearing up the real battlefield, and he knows it's nowhere near invincible. He remembers every last detail like he learned it in the trenches. This is what a real veteran looks like, methodically studying the gear while the NPC is just losing it and screaming. That wand's got a cooling vent that pops open the instant it's fired in rapid-fire mode. And that's the ultimate press-to-win giveaway, showing Sieg's way too dumb to keep it hidden. The MC lands a perfect hit on the vent in one flawless strike, asterisk whoosh. The wand detonates, shattering it to pieces, and Seg's hands get totally wrecked. Sieg glares at his shattered toy like his whole world just caved in. Now he's totally helpless, and panic is making beads of sweat roll down his face. Boom, smoke explodes everywhere, and when it finally clears, the MC is right behind him, blade pressed to his throat. Absolute cinema, the turntables have flipped. He whispers Sieg's own words back at him while he's trembling, then smirks that accidents are everywhere in duels. Like the irony isn't just cold, it's delicious. Sieg's trembling like a leaf, a blade pressed to his neck. Then it hits him hard. He's not the hero, he's just the tutorial boss. The MC throws down the law. Stop bullying the commoners and keep your distance from Alicia. Our boy is finally standing up for the homies, and it's straight up glorious. Sieg tries to fire back, but the next thing he feels is his face smashing into the floor. Because apparently no talking means no talking, and yeah, I never gave you permission to speak, loser. The only word you're allowed to say is YS. This is pure gigachat energy, and he's about to rip that man's entire soul right out. He threatens to tear Sieg apart if he won't follow the new rules, and our boy doesn't mess around. When he's furious, he turns into pure menace. Think about it, bro is smashing his will to pieces, and I'm absolutely eating it up every second. Sieg's officially been traumatized for life. Yo, what is up, my cultured brothers? Back with another banger. Our MC is a literal god trying to blend in like some boring background NPC, but the universe refuses to let him chill. We kick it off with Tweet looking ice cold, standing over some pathetic loser and rattling off demands like he's the ultimate gigachad. He warns the guy to think hard before he answers, or risk losing his limbs. And honestly, that kind of reckless audacity is exactly why we're obsessed with him. But of course, the huge duel got wiped out when someone set off a real explosion, and the school admins slapped on the accident label just to keep the whole place from erupting into a riot. Our boy Tweet is practically jumping for joy because he thinks he's finally going back to his normal life. Too bad we all know that plot armor of his is so thick it won't even last 5 minutes without some chaos breaking loose. The gap between the hero track and the common course is widening fast, and just look at her assets. You can tell she's drowning in stress from all that brutal school politics. Tweet starts looking back at his old days in the Special Mission Army, basically a squad of shadow op chads, who took all the brutal, dirty work the hero just couldn't touch. When the hero failed, he ended the war himself. Now he's fighting to live in peace, but his old boss Chris keeps barging in looking like a total mom. She checks in on him to make sure he's truly enjoying school, and honestly, who wouldn't love life with a pink-haired goddess showing up to make sure you're doing okay? He tells her he's been making friends, then casually brags that he even went on an adventure to pick up girls, and that ridiculous riz is on full display, like bro is saying it with a straight face. Chris is so shocked she can't even speak. She can't believe her tiny shadow assassin is actually out here trying to charm everyone like a full-on playboy. He's out here flashing a thumbs up like it's second nature, but we all know that intensity of his is probably scaring everyone off. Chris is straight up spiraling, trying to process how Tweet turned into a total rizzler. She's starting to regret letting him enroll because if he's gonna turn into a total degenerate, what was she thinking? But if we're being real, she's just jealous she's not the one who gets picked up. Chris admits she's still working for the Bureau, and the second she strikes a pose, the culture level rockets through the roof. She tells them the Bureau is basically the parent of their old shadow crew. Now they keep the kingdom safe from human chaos that's gone wild that demon lords finally done for. She's grumbling that humans are worse to deal with than demons, and Tweet just sits there listening, quiet, loyal, and definitely a simp at heart. She whips out his legendary sniper wand and declares nobody else can touch it, because that weapon was forged to fit his soul, point for point. Tweet admits he only turned down that Bureau job because she told him to live for himself, and the way she's looking at him right here. Man, she's absolutely down bad. He even drops that killer, "I might have proposed to you if we were the same age," line, and bro, the riz is absolutely off the charts. But right when everything feels perfect, Chris gets that call and has to snap back into his role as the ultimate professional menace. She slips out a bombshell. Duke Turgon's second son, Robert, is about to roll into the academy under the Trumanist Order, those elite rule-makers who only worship one thing: raw ability. The Bureau has to keep a close eye on this Robert guy because the world's still on shaky ground, and Tweet can't stop asking why the regular knights aren't handling it. Chris clutches the real juicy details like contraband, presses that SHH finger to his lips, and leaves the viewers hanging, straight up bricked up right now. She tells him to keep his eyes on the big event. Then we cut to Alicia lurking in the shadows, looking way too ready to kick off a full-on villain arc. Tweet spots Alicia slumped on a bench, eyes dead with pure misery, like something inside her is gnawing at her nonstop. She lifts her eyes with that exhausted look, and I swear I can hear you thinking it too. She doesn't need advice, she needs a hug and a full 5-hour therapy session. A tweet asks if that loser Sieg did something to her, and she shuts it down. Turns out it's the reverse. Sieg's become a total beta after the explosion. Tweet tries to play therapist, just like his old mentor, but Alicia snaps, calling him out the second she realizes he's still into older girls. She's clutching her skirt like it's the only thing holding her together, clearly cracking emotionally, and blurts out to Twait, asking if revenge is really that ridiculous. The whole vibe slams into total darkness. And you just no asterisk, she's cooking up something that has absolutely zero business anywhere near the school curriculum. Tweet fires back with more than some NPC, revenge is bad line. He actually sits there and weighs it like a real Chad. He says revenge isn't ridiculous at all, because when you've lost everything, it can be the spark that keeps you breathing. Alicia is stunned. She thought he'd hit her with that cheesy power of friendship speech, but our MC is built different. Tweed lays it out. Chasing revenge is a one-way ticket to self-destruction because they don't care what happens next. We get thrown into a flashback. Alicia, drenched in blood, grinning like a total maniac. And yeah, this is straight-up cinematic gold. He says it's a heartbreaking way to end things. Just call it quits on life once the revenge is finally done. And then Alicia looks like someone just turned a light on and she's finally being seen. He admits Sieg's revenge actually hit something meaningful in his eyes. What a wild take, and that's exactly why he's the GOAT. He locks eyes with her and tells her, if you're gonna go for it, then make it count. As he yells her name, the air turns so razor-thick you could slice it with a blade. He straight-up demands, who are you? And bro, the camera zooms on her bow and the vibe turns downright ominous. Alicia slaps on a fake smile and swears she's not about to do anything crazy. But come on, we both know that's a lie. Tweet watches her disappear and realizes he should have grabbed her and stopped her the second she turned around. He finally gets it. Ordinary life is way more fragile than he ever imagined, especially when you've been raised in the middle of a war. He's starting to spot cracks spreading through the academy's peaceful facade. A few days later, the teacher, another top-tier waifu, rocks up and announces some huge news to the whole class. She spills the real luminous order and drops the bomb that the Royal Knights are charging in for joint drills, and the students completely lose their minds. Tweet finally clocks the big event Chris warned him about, and you can practically see the exhaustion settle in as he braces for the chaos ahead. The drills are set for 10 days from now, and the students might even get to chat with the legendary knights. In class, the girls are already drooling over the knights, most of them praying for a high-rank husband. Alicia rose to her feet with a stern look, then demanded, are the luminous order the only ones who are showing up? Tweet stalks her with razor focus, feeling that unmistakable final boss aura blasting off her like a warning flare. The teacher says Robert, Duke Turgon's son, will be there too, and the second Alicia hears it, the color drains from her face like she's already toast. She looks like one wrong move will make her either collapse or start swinging, and it's probably both. The teacher announces that the students they call out will be picked for the executive committee, right there to help run the drills. Every NPC around them is whispering about the Duke, and Tweet just wants to vanish before anyone notices. The teacher calls for volunteers, and you already know exactly who's shooting their hand up first. Alicia steps up like, I'll do it, and the whole class instantly breathes out because now they get to dodge the work. The teacher hands it to her and orders, meet me in the school building at lunch. Tweet watched her from his seat, knowing this moment was the spark that would ignite a massive disaster. Alicia's got that dreadful look again, and Tweet already knows he's about to get stuck carrying the whole school on his back. The very next day, Alicia flips completely, and it's not going to end well. She starts ditching class, and the other students quickly clock something's off about her, like she's acting straight up weird. Maze is freaking out, insisting Alicia's showing up to committee meetings while completely ditching everything else. Even if someone tries to talk to her, she shuts them down fast, right there with a cold fine, like she's seconds away from committing a crime. Tweet snaps. She stops studying cold and throws herself 100% into leveling up her combat skills. He's got that dread in his gut, because that look on her face can only mean one thing. She's gearing up to assassinate somebody at the event. We jump to a carriage tearing through the countryside at full speed, and the tension keeps climbing higher with every second. They finally reach the Turgan Datch, and wow, it's basically a colossal mansion like only the top nobles could afford. A knight bursts in and tells Robert Sama that the capital's guards have finally arrived. And would you look at that? There she is, slipping in like a cultured maid, or maybe even an agent, come to escort him. We catch Robert Turgan's silhouette, and yeah, you can already tell he's about to be a colossal jerk that Twitter's gonna have to shut down. But can Alicia finally get her revenge, or is she stepping straight into a trap? Find out next time. Yo, what's up, my cultured brothers? Today we're jumping back into the life of our secretly op main character, just trying to live low-key, until the waifists decide peace is illegal. We kick things off with Tweet and his sidekick Glan clocking that the resident top-tier Few Alicia has been straight-up ghosting class. And yeah, the school feels painfully mid without her. Suddenly, Alicia pops up behind them, eyes wide like she hasn't slept in a week. And I swear, even when she's stressed, she's still a straight-up certified baddie. She traps him in place, twists in clothes, and begs him to be her special training partner for the next 3 days, while the way she stares at him makes it feel like he's the last sip of water left in a desert. Tweet tries to play it cool like some total beta, but the second she snaps, she screams in his face that she needs to get stronger right now. No filter, full volume, pure audacity. She's acting like her life is on the line. Like if she doesn't level up in 72 hours, she's done, and she's practically buzzing with frantic desperation. Our boy tries to pry the real story out of her, like why is she tripping? But she's locking it down, gatekeeping her secrets like she was born to do it. That Tweet is pure menace. He tells her point-blank he's not risking his life stepping on landmines just for kicks, and she just freezes there, completely crushed. Alicia's so tilted she looks like she's ready to start a boss fight in the hallway, but Tweet just strolls off like he owns the place. Yeah, even the NPCs in the background can feel it's going bad for our girl, and Tweet finally gets it. He can't just shove this messy plot thread under the rug anymore. He decides it's time to cash in a favor from his boss, Chris, the absolute dummy, because he needs the 411 on Alicia's real identity. The day before the joint drills hits, and Tweet catches Alicia in the hallway and pulls her aside for a warning, before she goes and does something reckless. He drops a logic bomb, blurting her real name, Alicia Sparendo, and her smile instantly drains as her face turns ghost pale, like she just realized she lost everything in one wrong swipe. She's rattled that he knows her secret, but Tweet just shrugs off the threat, like his info broker contacts are nothing to worry about. We catch a quick shot of Mommy Chris in her office, looking straight up unstoppable, as she tells us Alicia isn't just anyone, she's the daughter of a legendary hero. Turns out her dad was Gali Esperando, basically a walking cheat code from the last Great War. This dude was the walking definition of a Chad, one of those legends where everyone in the room looks up like, yeah, that's the real hero. They swear he died a hero, laying down his life to cover the party's retreat. Yeah, sure. But these trashy stories always sneak in a twist. Chris points it out, something. S** way too sus, because the mercenaries who were supposed to back him up aren't anywhere near him. Their bodies were dumped in a totally different spot. It looks like some third party wiped them out, and now Tweet's nose is picking up the rot spreading through this kingdom. Worse than you can imagine. Gallia got stabbed in the back by the very people he trusted, and they even snatched a priceless pendant from his dead wife. The mastermind behind the hit was Duke Robert Turgand, an absolute cowardly villain, so he hired mercenaries to silence a hero, terrified he'd get caught for his corruption. Now Alicia's mission is crystal clear. She's hunting for blood, and she'll plow through anyone in her way to get it. Tweet grabs her and screams to shut down her revenge plan, because he knows she's walking straight into a suicide mission, and surviving is basically impossible. He tells her that revenge will only turn her life to dust, but Alicia is so deep in vengeance that she won't even hear a word. She knows she's nowhere near ready, but she's betting everything on this joint drill, her one shot to get close to the Duke and end him. Turns out the Duke is such a certified coward that he won't step outside his territory without a whole squadron of guards, and getting past him is a once-in-a-lifetime shot. She's ready to trash her whole life just to watch that man bleed, and the look in her eyes screams pure, chaotic, do you even know what you're doing energy. Tweet pulls out the power of friendship card, saying her friends would be crushed, then flips it and insists they'll just shrug and move on without her. Tweet is totally stunned she can think so low of herself, but Alicia just strides right up, smiles like she's daring fate, and tells him, I've got nothing left to lose, Riz. She steps straight into his personal space and asks, face to face, if he'll be her lover just to stop her. And if a wife I actually liked hit me with that, I'd be completely undone on the spot. Pain burns in her eyes, but she still forces herself to play along with him. Tweet locks eyes with her, and for one electrifying second, it feels like the whole world is about to explode into absolute cinema. Then bam, she plants a real kiss on him right in front of everyone. Tell me you saw that, boys. She's not playing around. But right after that lip lock, she clocks the truth. Tweet didn't so much as blink because his guard never dropped for a second, and that's when it hits. He's the ultimate gigachad. She strides into the light, begging him not to stop her. Then Tweet realizes she's already too far gone to even say a word. The joint drills day finally hits, and the entire academy is buzzing, like it's Super Bowl weekend. The Royal Knights are putting on a full-blown spectacle, and Glenn's losing it, acting like a complete fanboy for the true luminous order. We spot the top two royal guards shining like legends, but we both know the real muscle is lurking in the shadows. Then right on cue, Robert Turgand himself shows up, acting like a shameless, greedy NPC who's about to get hit with the harshest reality check. The executive committee calls for mock battles, students versus knights, and Tweet instantly clocks that Alicia is just biding her time, waiting to unleash her strike at the perfect moment. Every student is daydreaming about a scout spotting them, but our boy Tweet, he's out there studying the field like a total pro. Glenn is absolutely buzzing with energy, itching to flex his skills, probably so he can blow some wafus minds in the crowd. Tweet jumps in next, grabs an adult sword, and swings it like he's got nothing to prove, because he knows he doesn't need a real edge to ruin these guys. He ends up locked in a showdown with Lauren Delight, the captain of the order, and everyone's calling her an absolute beast. Tweet s out to test how powerful a surface hero really is, pitting him against the shadowy world he came from. The captain orders him to come at him, and you can practically see the regret crashing down the second that overconfidence hits. Tweet slams the trigger on rage, and then shoots forward so fast the captain can barely keep up. Pure, top-tier MC speed on full display. He's moving like a full-on blur, and the captain's smug I'm in charge face flips to, wait, what's happening? Their blades crash together, and the shockwaves roar so loud everyone realizes this isn't some normal student brawl. That Tweet is absolutely frying him, dropping moves he shouldn't be able to touch, like a regular student has no business doing that. The captain suddenly snaps into full focus, shifts into attack mode, and lays into him like he's got something to prove, though it's clear he's still just toying with him. Our boy S holding back so hard it almost feels disrespectful, and right now he's baiting the captain straight into a trap. He spots a tiny crack in the captain's guard, one split-second chance, and he wastes no time, ready to unleash the sauce. The captain snaps at the fact that some student is shoving him this hard, but the truth is, the mental battle is already over and he's lost. He drops the Tweet, and you realize the sword was bait all along. Then he starts lining up the next move that's gonna knock the captain clean off his feet. He locks his target down with ruthless fixation, then slams in a strike that hits like pure hype. The captain is completely rattled, realizing he's come face-to-face with someone who's on a whole different level. Tweet lands the hit, but he mutters to himself that it didn't land as hard as he'd hoped. The ref blows the whistle, and the captain just stands there, stunned, like how did a teenager almost smoke him? The whole crowd goes dead silent, like their brains are stalling, desperately trying to compute the pure, unstoppable cinema they just watched. Next, Tweet shrugs it off like a total pro, admits he forgot to hold back, and that's the ultimate flex. Even so, the captain was a great sport, admitting that sparring with someone that's skilled was an honor. He asks for Tweet's name, and our boy hands it over cool as ice, then strolls off like it's nothing. Tweet clocks that the captain is insanely strong, but the moment is already slipping away. His thoughts snap right back to the mission and the Duke. Chris talks to Mommy again, pressing her to tell him if the Bureau will finally crack down on that corrupt Duke. Chris points out that even with the guy clearly a criminal, the higher-ups still swear he's good for the kingdom, and it's the most classic NPC logic imaginable. Chris looks absolutely stunning in her uniform, and yeah, tonight Grim Alicia is absolutely making her move. Tweet finally realizes her hate won't quiet down until the Duke is dead, so he's made his move, and the decision is locked in. He's not backing off. He's letting the chaos explode, then swooping in to clean up the wreckage like the gigachat he is. Tweet s out here trading blows with the captain, while bro's moving like he's got a lag switch on. This mock battle is at full climax, and our boy is standing there like a straight-up Chad. The captain's sweating bullets because he finally realizes, too late, that Tweet is built different. One clean strike, and this old NPC is getting absolutely cooked. Spurring S done, and Tweet's suddenly acting all humble like he didn't just fold that man. Then they shake hands, but we all know who the real gigachad is. The captain demands his name, and our boy drops a tweet like an edgy MC. Yeah, you can practically hear the captain's brain locking in, ready to keep him living rent-free. And everybody's freaking out because Twade straight up landed a hit on a top-tier captain. Like, bro is praising him so hard it's almost embarrassing. But look at Alicia in the back. She's way too quiet, like something's off. Tweet clocks it instantly, realizes she's acting sus, and she still hasn't made her move. We cut to Robert Turgand, a pure beefy noble. Think Discord mod energy, but with a fancy title. And his security is so locked down it's unreal. Nobody's getting anywhere near him. Tonight, Alicia's finally sending this fat pig straight to the Shadow Realm, and she's doing it for one reason: revenge for her father. And the nerve of this man? That's about to get him straight up clipped. Start with those eyes, boys. She's fully snapped, straight up psycho mode. Seriously, don't mess with a waifu who's got nothing left to lose. Brace yourself for a heartbreaking backstory, because every villain's got to come from somewhere, and Gallia, her father, was basically her entire world. This legend of a captain, known as the Sword's Demon, was a total Chad and the absolute strongest in the order, the kind of top-tier girl dad that makes what comes next hit even harder. Little Alicia was out here swinging her sword, while the rest of the NPCs messed around with dolls, because she wanted nothing more than to be just like her old man. Papagalia leans in and asks if she wants to be a knight. She blurts, yes, instantly, because right after that, Papagalia is about to unload a piece of wisdom that's going to stick in her mind forever. He tells her to live a simple, straight-up life, until you realize how many people still get absolutely destroyed trying to be honest. And wow, look at that jawline. That's peak genetics, no question. He explains that a knight's sword has to stay clean and straight, just like their heart. And yeah, it's wholesome. But in this trashy world, that kind of purity is basically a disaster waiting to happen. Headpats are actually real, and little Alicia is out here being the cutest thing alive. Mess with that smile, and I'm throwing hands. Then the great human war erupts, and Dad has to haul ass to secure the bag. Stops coming home for good, and you already know exactly what that means. She's out here training alone in the snow, soloing her way through pure loneliness like it's just another fight. Her grind is unreal, the kind of dedication that makes her feel like a female shonen MC. Years fly by, the war finally starts to fade, and she's buzzing with one dream, seeing her dad again. Even better, she's got a letter all set and ready, like the sweetest kid alive. Look at that sweet, unstoppable smile. She's already picturing all the praise she'll rack up for her sword skills, and you can feel it. This calm won't last because the emotional damage is about to hit hard. Then the notice of death drops, and you're finally on top of the world, only to get blindsided with the ultimate L. They told her he died with honor, just to buy the hero's party a clean escape, and yeah, that's a total Chad move, but it still shattered our girl completely. She promises she'll live by his teachings even though he's gone, and the tears hit hard. She's crying, and yeah, we're all right there with her, down bad for the moment she finally finds her happiness. Then out of nowhere, one of Robert Turgan's servants barges in to drop off a memento. Boom, the plot starts thickening like oatmeal in a pot. The servant starts twitching and accidentally blurts out everything about her father and Robert. Turns out they weren't exactly best buds. He slipped in close and overheard their heated fight behind a locked door. Then it hit him. Robert was running shady business in there, and Dad was absolutely not standing for it. They tossed embezzlement and silence aside, and the servant starts thinking Robert straight up killed her dad just to shut him up, because this betrayal hits way too close to home. She heads to the other knights, and they're like, yeah, this whole thing reeks. They spilled every detail without holding back because they genuinely had a soft spot for her dad. Robert sent mercenaries to back him up, but they ditched him mid-battle and left him to die. Then Robert snapped and executed the knights who betrayed him. This guy's a true professional hater. The shock slams into her. Her father's death wasn't random at all. It was Fat Noble's cold, calculated move, and the moment that sinks in, the absolute cinema. The revenge arc officially gets her fully locked in. Her father lived by the rules. Then a twisted monster murdered him, and she's falling apart, just begging for blood, and honestly, I can't blame her one bit. She charges straight in and goes for Robert's throat. Cold, decisive logic, and yeah, that's the kind of plan I can 100% get behind. Boys, look at that face. She's not chasing peace, she's hunting Robert's death, and that right there is what a true waifu looks like, because you don't want a ghost after her. She snaps back to the present, watching Robert like a hawk, trying to crack his guards and slip right past them. Because honestly, that man is so huge he probably has his own gravity well. She spots Tweet sparring again, and her eyes widen because he's way faster than he was in the entrance test. Dude, S been hiding his real power this whole time. Now she can't stop worrying. If Tweet turns on her and sides with the enemy, her revenge plan is finished for good, because Tweet is a total wild card and she knows it. She tells herself to stay icy, miss the shot, and it's over for her. The pressure is so brutal it has me tense as hell. They're gonna slip into the castle by disguising their attack as equipment delivery. Pure classic Solid Snake stealth mission energy. Robert is making his way to a dinner party where he won't have his full squad of bodyguards, and that's the perfect setup for a straight-up, eat the rich attack. I'm ending it all today. She's locked in and you can feel it coming. Somebody's about to lose their head. She storms off and Tweet just stands there staring after her like he's frozen. Yeah, he knows something's wrong. You can feel that I read the script energy blasting off him. Look at those eyes. Tweet is basically the human version of wait for it. And he's not simping. He's just sitting there, calmly watching the chaos unfold. The moon's blazing overhead. The air feels heavy, and it's time to hunt an assassination with stakes so high they could crack the night. She's slipping through the crates like a full-blown ninja. Because one wrong move and she's toast at his game, yet that plot armor is silently blocking every hit. Brace yourself for the tactical skirt boy's max mobility. He's hunting for maximum murder, and she's closing in on Robert right now, with her heart probably pounding like crazy. She springs out of the wagon and lands like it's nothing, perfect. And honestly, the castle security feels like a joke if a student can waltz in this easily. There he is, the target himself. Robert strides into the castle solo like an NPC with a flashing sign that screams, "Come and gank me." Wait, he's not going inside at all. He's heading straight for the garden, and that twists the whole plan into something even she never dared to dream. Under the moonlight, that garden looks insanely gorgeous, like the perfect spot for a relaxing stroll, right up until you remember what's waiting there, because it could just as easily turn into a brutal execution. He's stranded there with 0 guards in sight, and Alicia's right behind him, stunned at how perfect this is. Because this man is basically walking straight into his own grave. She can actually kill him. The shock crashes into her, and now she's spiraling fast, losing control. That smile right there was the moment everything went wrong. It's terrifying as hell, and I can't get enough of it. She's chanting, "I can kill him," like it's a cursed spell. And yeah, we've officially hit peak psycho waifu levels. She's barreling in like it's the Dumb Ways to Die music video. Robert's about to get swallowed by absolute madness. Her thoughts are screaming, "Do it now." And as she yanks her sword free, there's no way back. She won't calm down. Her rage is the only fuel keeping her upright. Robert is seconds away from the surprise of a lifetime. Boom, one clean swing, Robert's head snaps free and sails through the air. This isn't just a kill, it's a work of art. Blood splatters everywhere as she gasps hard, panting like she just ran a marathon, because the deed is finally over. She bursts into maniacal laughter after she actually sends his head flying. This is straight-up Joker-level mental meltdown. I'm totally thrilled. She's blushing, and she's still drenched in blood, and now I can't tell if I should run for my life or slide in and ask for her number. She rewinds back to Tweet and realizes, somehow, she's still alive and kicking like she actually beat the odds and made it happen. The rush is fading fast, and the moment finally catches up to her. Every choice, every scream, every consequence. Because yeah, murder is one hell of a drug, boys. So what now? She just realized she poured her whole life into this one shot, and now she's got absolutely nothing left. She lived for revenge and never once worried about what came after. So how could she possibly live a normal, straightforward life now that she's an assassin? She shrugs off the fact she just decapitated a high-ranking noble and strolls back to the academy like it's no big deal. Casual. The very next day, she strolls back to school like nothing ever happened. Then bam, right there waiting for her is the man, the myth, the legend. He blurts out her name, and boom, the tension snaps tight in the air. He knows, no doubt about it. She tells him she wiped it all out, and he just shrugs. I figured. The tweet is so badass it doesn't even feel real. She finally confesses that something inside her feels hollow, and when the dust settles, she realizes revenge won't heal the trauma she's been carrying, because of course it wouldn't. But she feels like she's not even alive anymore. Then Tweet hits her with, "It's understandable," and it's the most bro response you'll ever hear. She realizes she only lived by sheer luck. One guard turning around even for a second, and she would have been toast. Tweet just stands there like a walking snack while she pours her heart out. She grabs him and asks, "So what am I supposed to do now that I've finished my whole life's goal?" Then the silence hits, because she's desperately hunting for something, anything to keep going for. They lock eyes and fall into a tense silence, and you can almost see the sparks fly, or maybe that's just the bloodlust still burning on their skin. The tweet tells her, just run to the infirmary and rest. Like, don't even stress. He's got her, no questions. Thank you, tweet. She just unlocked an entire future, and it looks like our boy is about to play a massive role in it. Absolute cinema. Yo, what's up, my cultured kings? Today we've got a spicy one. Alicia thinks she's finally finished her edgy revenge arc, but she's standing there looking all empty and broken, like reality just hit her. Turns out being a murder hobo doesn't exactly pay the bills. Look at those eyes, fam. She's completely drained. I'd let her lean on my shoulder and cry it out, but I'm locked in, watching this absolute cinema unfold. Back in class, our teacher pulled up looking absolutely unreal. Mommy, sorry. And meanwhile, Glenn was over there whispering like a snitch, because Alicia just keeps skipping class again. Tweet just sits there, playing the usual beta, while Alicia admits that wiping out her target didn't make her feel like a gigachat at all. It left her hollow, empty inside. She finally barges in late, looking straight up irresistible, and the teacher just shrugs like it's no big deal. Honestly, Tweet's probably rock hard the second she walks through the door. Glenn's out here playing the cool bro, but everybody knows the truth. He's down bad for the plot. The whole squad starts fawning over her, peppering her with "you okay?" and jumping in to help the second she needs it. Honestly, I wish I had a waifu squad that loyal. Alicia grins at them like it could erase depression, then thanks them for nodding along like total NPCs. Then Mize barges in, acting shady like she owns the place. Like, girl, we all know you're just out there buying more ribbons for that hair. Turns out she's begging to join the Adventurers Guild. And honestly, it's basically the I want to be the main character starter pack. She's acting all ah-wah-wah like she's helpless, but we know she's got that hidden riz underneath. Alicia's just sitting there watching it unfold, and you can practically hear her thinking about everything she missed. Alicia starts thinking about freedom, and you just know, things are about to get brutally messy. Suddenly the whole crew's buzzing to hit the guild, laughing, hyped, playing along, until someone loses an eye or, yeah, in this manga, their soul. Glan and Twait trail behind them like top-tier bodyguards, though honestly, they're still just hoping to land that juicy fan service moment. Tweet's got a face that says this is about to get real, but chill, you're not in an edit yet. Alicia finally lets out a relieved, "I'm alive." And that's the biggest death flag ever planted in a manga. Never say you're happy in these stories, because the next thing you know, someone is about to cook you. Right on cue, a hooded gigachat slips into that alleyway. And the second he shows up, he's got "I'm about to end this man's whole career" energy. Tweet's spider sense is screaming. He can feel everything about to crash hard, way faster than my crypto portfolio ever could. The hooded man charges in like a final boss, full of nerve, but Tweet doesn't freeze. He swats away a real assassination attempt, blade to blade with a tiny knife. Absolute riz. Bro, look at that speed. He's finally crushing the beta allegations. A casual tweet spills the truth. If he hadn't stepped in, Alicia would have been decapitated. Talk about a total vibe killer. The assassin yanks out a blade stolen straight from the royal castle, and Alicia freezes like she just realized her browser history got exposed. He demands to know if she recognizes the blade, and Alicia starts shaking for real. Because this isn't some random mob, this is personal. She's basically trembling out of pure fear. And yeah, I know some of you weirdos are into that, you absolute degenerates. Tweet realizes they're outmatched, tells her to bail, and finally, thankfully, a smart MC steps in instead of dragging the story with useless chatter for 3 whole chapters. They sprint ahead, leaving the gland and mice eating dust. Sorry, bros, the plot's got space for only the main couple right now. Gland charges in like he's the hero to stop the pursuers. Big mistake, man. You're an NPC, so don't expect plot armor to save you. Glenn swings to throw hands, but the assassin just shrugs it off like it's nothing, and Glenn is getting absolutely demolished. That assassin doesn't care about the side characters at all. He's locked in on one target only, our thick waifu, Alicia. Tweet yells at everyone to run while he takes on the heavy lifting. Finally, bro's acting like a straight-up Chad. And Mai's panic spikes, but she knows the truth. She's just dead weight right now. So she screams, "Run, save yourself, and keep those assets for the next volume." That tweet hits them like, "I believe in you." But you know it's really a secret way of saying, "I'm about to pull something awesome right when you're not watching." The assassin growls that he'll let it go if Tweet hands over the girl, and any other simp would have bylaid. But Tweet is all in, locked on his mission. The assassin snaps to it. He's frozen in place, and still lunges for the kill like it's now or never. This fight's got so much budget it looks like it doubled mid-scene. Tweet is ducking and weaving through the chaos, barely staying upright, until he snatches Alicia and bolts into the side alley, scrambling for any tactical edge he can get. They're tearing through the shadows, gasping and soaked in sweat. And yeah, I can hear you thinking, keep it in your pants. That assassin doesn't ever slow down. He's swinging his massive blade non-stop like he's dodging bosses in Elden Ring. The tweet gets slammed and bros leaking everywhere. Yeah, things are getting really bad for our boy. The assassin kicks things off by trash talking, snapping that he's basically amazing for just a student, and the disrespect is loud and clear. Oh shit, tweet gets absolutely skewered. A sword rams straight through his gut and his whole fate's sealed. He's finished, it's over. Blood pours from his mouth as he coughs, and Alicia just stands there in pure horror. Yeah, fam, this is some seriously dark shit. Even with a hole blown through his chest, he roars at her to run, pure, unbreakable willpower. Then Alicia bolts, sobbing like her world just shattered, because the only guy who ever cared got wiped out. She's sure he's never coming back, and the hopium's down to a flat 0%. And right there on the screen, it practically screams, "Der idea." This is the ultimate bait-and switch, no question. She slams into a dead end, and there he is, waiting like a shadow in a storm. That hooded menace just won't let up, and yeah, the riz is tragic. But wait, Tavio too? Annoying little insects shoved their way in, and he's saying it's just their fault. Please tell me they didn't do something. They dump Glan and Mice bodies right in front of her. No mercy, pure brutality, and yeah, they wiped out the entire support cast in a single chapter. Look at them, just sprawled in the dirt like they're finished, and this manga went from 0 to pure chaos in seconds. Alicia is spiraling into a full-on mental collapse. This is pure peak suffering. She's yelling at the sky, demanding answers for why they had to go and do something this brutal. Girl, welcome to a revenge manga. So what did you really think was coming? The assassin yanks off his armor and lets the truth glow. He's not some random thug, he's the entire Night Order. Alicia can't move. Then she realizes she's not the only one nursing a deadly grudge. We're the same, yeah, you and I. This is that we're not as different as you think, truth you're ignoring. She stumbles, hits the ground hard, and shatters inside, broken. The assassin leans in and demands why she ran, when she already knew this fate was waiting. Karma's a brutal debt collector, and she's here to collect in person. He starts spilling the lore. These kids were war orphans, and the person Alicia killed was the one who rescued them. And yeah, that is a total plot twist. They spent their entire lives chasing the chance to repay him, but the war shackled them so hard they couldn't lift a finger. Then she tore him down before he could even think about getting payback. Yep, she's the villain now in someone else's story. He tears into her for caring about her life now, when she already torched her future for revenge. And yeah, he's telling the truth straight to her face. 3 of her friends are dead because of her karma, and now she's crumbling, mentally wrecked and physically falling apart. She's collapsed on the ground, sobbing like her heart just broke, and she's finally admitting it's all on her, because that guilt is stabbing deeper than that sword ever could. She still remembers what Tweet said, that revenge is a zero-sum game. And honestly, we had no clue bro was out here dropping philosophy like that. But look at the way her tears spill. Those assets are unmistakable because even in her darkest moment, the artist still knows exactly what men of culture want to see. She finally cracks and admits her revenge was trash, then grins like she's about to kick open hell itself. Now that's a character arc you can't ignore. Her throat is pressed to the edge of a blade. This is the moment, and it looks like the fallen Santa's final line is about to end. The assassin leans in and orders her to cling to those words in the afterlife. Cold, so ice cold it chills the soul. He lifts the blade for the execution. Then I'll spot you $10 if you can guess who crashes the scene. She's kneeling there, begging for death's sweet touch, and the tension is so brutal you could slice it clean in two with that sword. But wait, right when you think it's over, a brand new hooded figure steps in, and that main character energy is practically blasting off him. Alicia looks up, and there he is, Tweet himself, rocking the Venging Night gear. So is this a GigaChat in disguise? Guess we're stuck waiting for the next one because this is absolute cinema. Yo, peep these wafers on the cover. Those silver-haired cutie and the thick redhead are right there, looking like they're about to go full throttle. These assets are straight-up cinema, but yeah, we're really here for the plot, or honestly, just the plot. We kick things off with our boy Twait looking like a full-on edgelord, stalking through the shadows like he owns the night. Look at those dead eyes, bro. He's fully locked in, and he's about to crash the party like a disaster. Alicia is over here spiraling out of control, convinced her revenge plan flopped and left all her homies cooked. She's getting hit with flashbacks of being backstabbed, And right now, she looks completely shattered. Tweet leans in and warns her. He's about to unleash massive spoilers, all for her own life. He lets it slip. This entire ambush was just a sham he cooked up to teach her a brutal lesson. She's staring at him like, bruh, are you serious right now? While her whole world view starts collapsing. Yeah, he actually used alchemy to churn out fake heads of her friends. Pure nerve from our MC, for real. He tells her the attacker was just his old coworker, and that the whole day was staged to prove how badly she's failing. She's totally stunned. This nobody guy just played her so hard it feels unreal. He confirms the guy she thought she killed is still alive, still breathing, and living his best life. She didn't lose it at all. She straight up stabbed the doll he'd prepared way in advance. And damn, Riz, this guy's got infinite prep time. He tells her to cool her jets, drop the simp energy, and chase revenge for real. Then the artist drops a top-tier shot that's all thighs. They both look like they got tossed through a blender. Now they've got to sprint to the dressing room and switch out of those clothes. We cut to a calm park scene, because even shadow assassins need a breather after a whole day of messing with people's minds. A fresh tweet drops in, and meanwhile Alicia just sits there, stunned. Like, wait, I'm still not a murderer. He finally admits he may have pushed the psychological warfare way too far, and for once, you see real self-awareness flash across his face. He tells them that even if it was just a play, it still shows how her self-destructive spiral would have ended in real life. She just stands there with her head bowed, and the moment hits. She realizes she almost tossed her whole life away for absolutely nothing. She breaks down in tears, admitting she still felt hollow, like revenge finally landed, and still didn't fill her heart. She never even dared to dream about a future for herself. And honestly, that's basically hardcore main character energy. She braced for only one fate, a brutal death, after her thoughts claimed her friends and ended them. Now all she can think is pure, crushing regret, because she was so stupid to fall right into the trap. Tweet finally thinks her revenge fever's broken, so she can stop spiraling and live a normal life with him. He tells her that amateurs always crash on revenge, because they hand the wheel to hatred and forget to grab a plan. He tells you, that's why you leave the killing to the pros, because the real ones come with after-sales service. He struts off like a total Chad, grinning as he tells her he's finally taking out the trash. No more talk, he means it. Alicia stands there in shock, asking herself what kind of monster she's really stuck with at school. Suddenly, Chris shows up. Look at those glasses and that outfit. She's got cultured dummy mommy energy written all over her. Tweet plays it cool while Chris sweeps him for bugs, because she knows he's up to something shady. She passes over a mysterious case packed with a huge ring, and Tweet shoots back that confident, "It's showtime," smirk like the fun just started. We cut to this fancy noble's mansion, where the villains are almost certainly busy plotting trouble and kissing their own reflections like they're kings. Inside the royal castle, everything's glittering and perfect. Fine plates, perfect silence, and not a single good vibe. Just sitting there, begging for disaster to hit. That fat noble, Robert, is being a total jerk. He makes his servant sip his wine first, checking for poison like some ugly beta stereotype. The servant trembles like a leaf, because Robert's a certified scumbag who has zero respect for the NPCs. Robert is strutting, bragging that his security is so tight no one can touch him inside the royal walls, because he genuinely thinks he's untouchable. His knight, Lauren, is grilling him, asking what he's terrified of, because they're right now in the safest spot in the whole kingdom. Robert's skin breaks into cold sweat, and the terrifying truth hits. Someone's on the way from the other side to come collect his soul. He brings up the Special Mission Army, the kingdom's dreaded secret boogeyman, the one everyone prays they'll never run into. These guys are basically living nightmares, ghost-like, unstoppable, and using techniques that no human should ever be able to pull off. They even say one of those guys straight up soloed Imagine when the hero couldn't. Pure gigachad energy. Lauren's convinced it's all just cap, and she can't wrap her head around how these guys could possibly be that strong. Robert is over here acting suspicious as hell, fully aware he vanished without a trace, so the normal law won't find a single shred of evidence of his crimes. He's convinced he's untouchable, because every soul that knew about his betrayal is already gone for good. He literally calls the knights loyal dogs, and he's so easy to use that it feels like he's practically begging to get sniped. They dive into the whole recruitment plan, and Lauren drops a wild detail. There's a student named Tweet who actually scratched his armor. Suddenly, a servant rushes in with a gift from a student who wouldn't stop, especially after those joint drills. Lawrence sighs and lets it slide for his sweet little students, not realizing he's already cooked. The moment he cracks open the box, the room explodes in a blinding flash, and smoke rushes in like a wave. Robert is losing it, screaming that he can't see a damn thing, fully panicking like the trash-tier villain he is. That's how the other side plays, pulling out every nasty trick in the book to steal the win. Lauren throws herself in front of the fat man, but he's far too slow for what's about to come charging at them. The tweet locks on its target and fires a round straight through Robert's head. Then it absolutely wrecks him, loser. We catch a glimpse of the real monster behind the mask, the shadow hero quietly slaughtering kings from the dark. He's strapped in with full sniper gear, blazing as the Terraria Kingdom's dark side, ready to make sure peace stays under their control. His code name is Ace number 28, and he's not here to play around with these nobles. He confirms the kill to his partner, striding off looking absolutely drenched in that black assassin gear. He's swinging the BF-28 sniper wand, an insane weapon that only a top-tier sniper with his exact skills can actually use. He squints through the scope one last time, then lays Robert out, the L he's earned for all his crimes. Tweet realizes the Intelligence Bureau was playing him, bending over backward just to lure Robert and snatch his secret books. Chris leans in and asks if the kill ever gave him any satisfaction, and she's looking straight up gorgeous in those frames. Yeah, I'm down bad. He sits there thinking about it. Killing the Demon King didn't even stir his heart. It felt exactly like knocking out some awful, mindless chore. But today felt totally different. This wasn't for the country, and it wasn't just some mission done for Alicia. The first time in his life, he took a life on a whim, and it didn't even hit his conscience. Then he shuts the whole chaos down and storms back to his peaceful life, looking like an absolute boss right after a flawless 9 to 5. The next day, everything's back to normal at the academy, like the place just snapped back to full power, shining majestically. Alicia slams a newspaper onto the desk and straight up demands that Tweet tell her, was it him behind the assassination? Tweet acts clueless as Alicia leans on her womanly instincts to unmask who he really is. She still remembers her dad telling her some people defend the country with ways that have nothing to do with knights. She locks eyes with him, those down-bad stare and all, and hits him with a heartfelt, from the heart, thank you for everything. Their bro barges in at the worst possible time, like an absolute wingman disaster right when class is about to start. Alicia just bluntly asks, so, are we gonna be lovers since we already kissed? And I swear, right now you two are losing your minds like full-on screaming-level energy. In the background, the homie is straight up losing his mind, yelling for a full breakdown of this sudden riz. Tweet finally gets it. This calm life is worth fighting for, even if it's chaotic, messy, and packed with simps. He glances back at his younger self, the one who fought like tomorrow was guaranteed, and whispers to his past self, it's okay now. They all stride into the academy side by side, and trust me, this ending is pure cinema. Yo boys, welcome back. Here we chow down only on the finest cultured trash. And damn, our edgy MC looks like he's about to jump on the beat and solo the whole verse straight from the cover. We kick things off out in the fields, where dark void energy crawls through the air. And there's this girl who looks like she desperately needs a hug with a hero rushing in to save her. Reaching for freedom like I'm grabbing the last slice of pizza after a brutal 12-hour bender. Jolting awake in a cold sweat because the nightmare was real life. No top-tier waifu cuddling up beside you. Our girl Maze is looking absolutely precious, and she's crying, like that should be illegal in at least 12 different kingdoms. Back to school, and this NPC-looking gland is getting absolutely wrecked trying to grind herbs, while our boy Tweet is out here chilling like a total boss. My swoops in to rescue this loser's grade. Yeah, she's basically an angel with a heart made of pure gold. Gland's potion looks like straight-up radioactive sludge, but Mize is about to show these peasants what a real one actually looks like. She's out here making the recipe up on the spot, full-on rebel mode, and she does not care about any rules. Boom, out of nowhere, a level 2 potion bursts into existence, and when you check Sylphia Sensei's stats, yeah, she's an absolute damey mommy in training. Mize is acting like it's pure coincidence, but come on, she's hiding that riz and we all see it. Sensei pitches a taste test, and if this woman hands it to me, I'm downing it instantly, no second thoughts. That potion is straight up legendary, and now Glan is scrambling to butter up anyone he can just to score a sip. Look at that silky, refined pouring technique. This girl is nothing like the average street commoner. She gets all flustered and starts acting wild, while Glenn just downs the whole thing like a total frat boy. Everyone's busy raving about the potion's flavor, but the MC's over there grimacing like, why do battlefield meds always taste like straight-up dirt? Glenn was setting his sights on a level 5 potion, fully convinced it would level him up into a total jagachad. Sensei just drops mind-blowing lore on the elixir, this ultimate miracle potion that can even drag the dead back to life. Turns out only 5 of them were made in 10 years, because the ingredients are rarer than a loyal waifu in the wildest hairy anime. While everyone else is preaching healing and peace, our boy Tweet is out here cooking up sleep gas like a full-blown menace. Alicia rolls up, tells him, "See, don't you ever change," and the way she's head over heels for him is so painfully obvious, we can't look away. Flashback when the MC finally yanked the plug on her revenge arc, and only then did she show her real, raw nature to him. MC's a certified genius, and the moment he clocks it, he realizes Mize is playing the exact same hidden identity game. Mize is moving like she owns the place. She doesn't just sit on that bench, she lounges there like a legend way above any normal student. She tries to play it off like a total glutton to blend in, but she straight up chokes, like full-on beta, and it's ridiculously funny. MC's like, "Whoa, there you are, I see what you're doing, and I know you're hiding something huge, girl." The transmission card summons duty, and the MC has to dash off to pull some secret shadow missions for the Bureau. Mai's gut is screaming, because she knows her calm little daily life is about to get absolutely wrecked. It's Chris on the line, and he's telling MC the moment is here, time to finally settle that old favor. The Intelligence Bureau is calling him 2-8, officially, and I'm about to end your whole career just for even using that name. Mission, guard the princess who slipped into school like it was a love trap. Seriously, this sounds exactly like the start of a peak rom-com anime. The princess has bolted from the palace. She's probably sick to death of those dull royal meetings and those stiff dresses. The MC is freaking out, wondering why her country's guards are so lazy it's like they're standing there as full-on NPCs. Yeah, it's all politics, boys. This crew's trying to keep it quiet so it doesn't blow up into a full-blown global disaster. The MC clocks the client as a total big shot, someone who refuses to owe a single thing to another country. Rule 1, the princess must never learn he's her secret bodyguard, so he cranks the stealth to total stealth mode and vanishes from sight. Some criminal crews are plotting a ransom kidnapping, so the MC is about to smash skulls tonight. And the princess's home, Michelier's Arcadia, sounds so fancy it practically screams. This is about to get messy. At school, she goes by Mies Howens, and just like Sensei's thighs in the afternoon sun, the plot thickens fast. MC is completely stunned, because Mies isn't just some random person, she's his real friend, and tell me that isn't absolute cinema. Chris is losing her mind, because MC somehow rizzed the princess without even lifting a finger. MC finally gets the green light to use his beloved partner. And no, I'm not talking about some waifu, I mean the monstrous sniper rifle he's been waiting to bring out. Chris fires off a good luck, and MC is already geared up, about to snatch some souls and do it with style. The next morning, and boom, some hooded NPC is already crouched in the shadows, creeping around like a straight-up menace. MC clocks him lacking on the spot, and you can literally watch that pro-level skill fire in real time. You love to see it. He blasts him with a bullet spell, and the moment it lands, that guy is cooked before he even realizes he's in trouble. One shot, one kill, our boy is built different, and these villains, they're nothing but speed bumps. MC leans in and asks straight up if it's okay to just kill the guy. Pure, ice-cold GigaChat energy, no hesitation. Back to full student mode. But right after all this time, that old assassin itch claws at the MC again. Mai spots him, and just like that they stride to school side by side. Pure, wholesome energy after all that violence. She's playing it humble like she's got no talent, but the MC knows the truth. She's literally a princess, and her power is absolutely unreal. He decides he'll be her personal escort every single morning, until all this drama finally starts to cool off. One lunch hits and Mai's gone again, totally vanished like she's off doing secret princess stuff. She's not doing anything suspicious at all. She's just grinding away with Sensei, and honestly, seeing her laser-focused over those books is downright adorable. A glasses-wearing NPC strides up to the MC like he's got the whole secret in his pocket, then starts acting like he knows exactly what's going on. He swears he can spot the real MC instantly, and I'm sitting here like, wait, is this some next-level agent talking right now? And nah, he basically thinks MC's staring at Mai like a doting father. Like, that's a brutal roast to his riz. Turns out it's a whole fan club of simps, and Glenn's not just in it. He's already one of the top members. Mai's can't handle the hype. She's getting downright flustered for having idol-level stuff, and her blushing face screams that 10-10 culture energy. MC is staring around, baffled. Why does nobody recognize her face? She's the ultimate hidden gem in this academy, and it's driving her crazy. He tails her to find out what she's plotting, then catches her humming that little tune to herself. She's straight up rehearsing her idle intro in secret, dessous dessous, and I swear my heart can't survive all this pure, radiant culture. MC blinks and loses her for a heartbeat, but he stays locked onto the trail like a trained bloodhound. She's out at the training grounds, burning through practice with her magic because she refuses to stay weak. Now we've got to respect that dedicated queen. She's putting in the grind, training hard to master self-defense spells so she can stand on her own. The MC looks genuinely blown away by her own grind. She's walking her path like a hero, even with royal blood still running through her veins. But the rats are still swarming the school gates, biding their time, hunting for the exact moment to strike. MC snatches one assassin by the collar and snarls, "Do F *******ing ruin this." And yeah, that's straight-up peak edgy MC energy. He stumbles on poison and top-tier gear, and right then it hits. These aren't random thugs, they're pro-killers. MC runs into Mize again, and somehow he's acting like everything's perfectly fine. Like he didn't just choke some guy out moments ago. He's escorting her back while quietly casing the dorm layout. Yeah, that's my high IQ king. Mize beams with a smile, thanking him for dropping her off. And man, she's so pure it feels like this dangerous world could never touch her. MC clocks her exact room from the street like it's nothing. And yeah, he's basically a professional stalker, but he's doing it for the right reason. Now the lights cut out, the princess slips into bedtime, and MC is only just getting into his night shift. He's not chasing this mission anymore. He's doing it now because he genuinely cares about his homie. He's protecting her out of his own free will, and nobody, not a single soul, is breaking that promise while he's standing guard. This time he's doing it as a full-on tweet moment. No more hiding behind being just an agent, and trust me, the character growth is absolutely massive. We finish with some absolute top-tier colored art of a silver-haired waifu. Mommy, sorry, mommy. Look at those stockings and the library vibes. Then the text hits you with not the same girl. And holy hell, that's a brutal tease for what comes next. Look at this edgy dude right here, scarf game on point like he's about to unleash the coldest mixtape of the fantasy era. He's clearly trying way too hard to look like some side character. But trust me, we all know he's the secret GOAT. So Tweet is playing the long game, secretly bodyguarding Mize, and yeah, she's a runaway princess. Picture this, a top-tier royal deciding to blow her life hanging out with a bunch of losers at an academy. The boss basically tells the MC to keep his riz turned way down. Because if anyone clocks who he really is, the whole mission gets cooked instantly, like the story, S over. It's that classic I'm secretly a god, but I gotta act like an NPC trope, and I'm honestly obsessed with how wildly audacious it is. The squad pulls up to the academy. Yeah, it's just another cookie-cutter fantasy school on the outside, but at least the architecture doesn't look as mid as the MC's social skills. Bro, check out the squad today. Mize the cute princess is here and Alicia. Absolute mommy tier. Mize wants to roll up to the Adventurers Guild, and if she tells me to go anywhere, I'd be down bad in seconds. The crew's buzzing to go register, but the MC's stuck back there, replaying the messy farce he had to pull earlier. Meanwhile, he's playing 4D chess while his friends are just thrilled they got invited. They finally crash into the Adventurers Guild, the fantasy version of a temp agency, where you get paid in shiny copper coins to go kill rats, and somehow it's still supposed to feel glamorous. Mize is shaking with nerves, probably praying her plot armor is thick enough to survive a rank F quest, while Alicia just chills in the back like she's already the main character of a better, cleaner manga. Inside this place, it's way louder than a Discord server after you drop a new wife. Like a proper old tavern, all warm booze stench, sweet rot, cheap ale, and broken dreams hanging in the air. Suddenly, the whole vibe dies when this blonde-haired NPC pops up, and just by the look on his face you know he's a total beta, because he's about to get absolutely roasted. This is Sieg Falchion, a hero course brat who struts around like a gigachat just because his dad's a baron, while Rosglaze is roasting him so hard it's downright embarrassing to watch. Sieg starts flinging toxic trash at the commoners like he's untouchable, but he has no idea our MC already shut him down in a duel, and now he's just stumbling around, salty and humiliated. The bully clocks that he's outmatched and scrambles away like he just got kicked, while Glenn looks genuinely let down because he came for a real scrap and somehow didn't get one. Pure bro energy. Right. Hold up, look at this receptionist. Sorry, she's about to break down the difference between Type 1 and Type 2 licenses, but I bet half of you aren't even reading the speech bubbles. To earn that sweet license, you gotta crush a combat test and ace a magic test. Basically the SATs, except instead of bubbles, you're dodging fireballs and swinging swords. Mai's eyes light up like she's seen the gods, sparkle dazzling, because she's itching to explore dungeons, and that "I'm the female lead" swagger feels weirdly wholesome. She's rambling about the mysteries of the deep, and honestly, her pure excitement is the only thing stopping this whole group from feeling totally average. Look at that smile. If you don't want to guard it, congratulations, you're officially a monster. And even the MC can't help feeling that tiny spark stir in his cold, assassin heart. The receptionist ushers them to the back, and I swear every guy in that guild is locked on their backs as they disappear. Pure main character energy. All right, hold up, this is where they test real skill, magic aptitude, and combat ability. Let's find out who's truly cracked and who's just standing there like an NPC. Power, speed, stamina, and control. Those are the only rules, and honestly, how much of a chat do you think you've got with the 4 horsemen coming at you? Rank A is for the absolute beasts, like the knight captains, while the rest of the world gets trapped in rank B and below, living right where the average players hang out. First up, the power test. These glowing crystal balls light up, and we're about to find out just how strong he really is with a carnival-style fantasy strength machine. Alicia strides up and totally detonates the crystal, pure high firepower mayhem. Yeah, she's got that thick thighs, high magic stats, kind of energy, and trust me, she's a keeper. Next comes speed. Alicia's feeling herself, grinning like she's got it in the bag because she knows she's the whole group's carry. Glenn is getting slammed by the mana flow patterns, and Bro is sweating bullets. Like if he messes up even once, he's doomed. Now it's stamina time. You've got to keep that crystal glowing for as long as you can, and that's how you find out who's got that dog in him, staying power. Glenn's stamina is an absolute monster. He's not even breaking a sweat while the receptionist stares at him like he's some kind of freak of nature. And yeah, stamina Chad just got confirmed. And right here, this is where we finally get control. For an assassin, this step is everything, because if your spell slips, you don't just get noticed. You torch your cover and might as well light your own head off. It's a mana maze. Brush the walls and you're instantly done for, like that old Scary's game from the 2000s. Except here, you don't even get the jump scare at the end. Glenn is straight up losing his mind. He's got the raw strength of a truck, but his aim is pure toddler chaos, and the way he keeps messing up is so brutal it's almost painful to witness. The MC just stands there, bored out of his mind, while Glenn roars in the background. Like seriously, I'm too old for this vibe. Glance at the scoreboard, Mize is getting cooked, but the MC's racking straight B's and C's, so don't count him out. And yeah, Bro's sandbagging so hard it's basically a crime. While Glenn's stamina's an A, his control's an E, pure glass cannon energy. Mize is drowning in depression because she's stuck at the very bottom, so somebody grab her for a hug and throw her a buff, because she's already getting left in the dust by the power creep. The whole crew is roasting Gland for his busted, weird stats. Picture infinite stamina but zero aim, and he still can't land a single spell. Bro's basically a walking human battery. Alicia straight up calls the MC out for being mid. She's sharp enough to sense something's off, because you really can't pretend your Riz is real when a woman of culture is watching. Tweet drops a mid-level explanation on compressing his mana, and somehow he's basically gaslighting his friends into believing he's just some nerd who reads way too many books. He drags Mai aside for a quick pep talk, acting all simply, yet we all know it's just him trying to stop the princess from snapping into a mental meltdown. And yeah, the NPC nobles are back at it, talking trash like they own the world. How in the hell did a commoner get a B? They're seething, sobbing, and literally throwing up right this second. These hero corset guys are straight up throwing a tantrum because they can't stand someone else being good at the game. Like, the audacity of these losers has no limits. Step into the guild master's presence, Roseburn, and tell me that dude isn't a straight-up gigachad. That chin is lethal, that open shirt is bold, and you can practically see him clocking how rare the MC's score is, like he's already smelled the cap. The guildmaster demands, "Did you cheat?" And the MC just stares him down. "Nope," he says with the deadest, blankest look ever. Cold. The boss slams the brakes on everything. He's coming himself to watch the combat test, claws on the details, making sure Tweet isn't cheating with hacks, because this is about to turn real fast. The guild master admits it straight up. He's only bending over for those annoying nobles. And even he's got to admit it, those kids are a bunch of deadweight. They storm toward the separate exam halls, because right now it's about to be a brutal 1v1 showdown with a robot. The GM lays it out. These combat tests are anonymous, so nobody has to spill their secret trump cards. Honestly, it's the kind of common sense you only see in manga. Woe behold the Golem. An ancient relic of that brutal war, and it looks ready to smash some careers the second it moves. And for once, the MC is actually impressed. Mise is still trembling, asking if she's allowed to surrender. Girl, trust your plot armor and stand your ground. The MC keeps his eyes on her, clocking her panic, and you can tell he's already scrambling for a clean way to get her out. No Chad bragging, just a slick escape. He keeps posting these dramatic tweets about how his magic is way too insane for some basic test. He's an assassin built for one-hit kills, not for sparring a harmless toaster. He realizes the enemy's already got eyes on him, so he has to pull off a victory without flashing his real power, because being too op turns your whole fight into a constant struggle. He straight up asks the GM what the wind's doing, like, just knock it down while you're in the room. Say less, boss. The timer slams down, 10 seconds left, and just like that, tweet rips off a pro-level move telling the GM, someone calling you from outside. The guild master gets hit with the oldest con in the world. He just turns his eyes away for one single second, and that's all our boy needs to strike. This is straight-up absolute cinema. MC whips out the flash blade and blitzes so hard the golem doesn't even realize it's dead yet, and that hidden power energy is peak. The GM whirls around, and there's the golem, face down in the dirt already, while Tweet just stands there, done and dusted, and the look of pure confusion on the GM's face is priceless. Mise is bawling up with happy tears because she made it. Then she clings to her adventurer card like it's that sweet SSR pull from a gotcha game. She leans in and says the golem feels familiar. Wait, is there secret lore about our princess? The plot tightens its grip. Those noble losers are raging through their bones because that tweet landed, and they're demanding an investigation, until the GM snaps, shut it, because he already saw the results with his own eyes. The GM basically roasts them as straight-up trash and tells them to stop dumping their failures on everyone else. Pure gigachad energy. The squad strides through town like they own the place, and Mise is riding pure happiness, because for the simps in the audience, that's the only thing that matters. Maze is feeling untouchable, living the adventurer life. Then the MC catches something off and snaps the whole crew to split up, because bro's right back on his non-stop Batman grind. The friends are jaw-dropped, grilling why Tweet is so mysterious. Because seriously, the dude just one-shotted an ancient relic while everyone else was staring into the void. Mise can't help but wonder if she should just corner him and ask what his deal is, because she's already betting she'll get another half-baked excuse about being busy reading books. Alicia throws down some heavy wisdom. It doesn't matter what he's hiding, as long as his heart is in the right place and he actually cares about them. Mommy Alicia really clocks in with that emotional intelligence. They all nod along and bask in this sweet little wholesome moment. Yeah, this is the calm before the storm, and I swear I can feel the chaos coming in my bones. The MC stalks forward through the pitch black, with shadowy figures creeping behind him. Then, at last, something finally kicks off for our boy. Tweet catches his enemies hesitating because he looks like some random NPC, and he grins. Then he turns that doubt into his weapon. The noble bullies come roaring back to torment him, and Tweet grins because these clowns are handing him the perfect cover story. We hear the scuffle crackling in the alley, and you can feel it. Something ugly is about to go down, and it's not the beatdown you're expecting. Tweet literally lets these scrubs beat him up just to seem weak, taking a full-on dive like a pro wrestler to trick the real enemies. Pure dedication to the hustle. He's sprawled on the floor looking completely broken, and the nobles are laughing. Because wow, this dude is such a master of acting that even Hollywood would get humbled. The real enemies lurk in the shadows, and when the trap springs, they bite hook, line, and sinker. He's too weak to even stand as the bodyguard, so the mission is officially done. The villains are back to square one, completely lost, while this guy, acting like a pathetic loser, is pulling their strings and humiliating them like it's a joke. The MC watches them walk out, smirking like it's going exactly according to plan, because the whole world is already obeying his hand, and that's straight-up absolute cinema. All right, boys, the squad's back at the guild, because our main guy and his crew just scored their adventurer licenses, and now they're hunting for their first big win. Just look at the hype blazing in their faces, especially the waifus in Alicia, because today they look absolutely unreal. Mise is hunting for a request that won't get them instantly wrecked, but I can't even focus. She's just so cute when she's thinking. They're thinking about taking that dull herb gathering quest for safety. But come on, nobody's here to watch people pick flowers. Grant steps up like a real bro and pitches they go hunt some sharp rabbits. Easy XP, fast cash, and no time to think. Grant starts working himself up, bragging that he used to hunt these things for breakfast, and telling the girls to step back while he takes care of the hard part. The squad settles on heading for Dovecote Forest, a quick 30-minute walk, and somehow they use the whole trip to throw in awkward party banter like it's the main event. They finally land in the forest, itching to prove to those rabbits who the real gigachads are. Tweet starts laying out how these rabbits vanish in the bushes, but Mize is already freaking out, like she's one bunny away from losing her mind. She's scared she'll drag the whole team down. And man, those sad girl faces are so heartbreaking it makes me want to reach through the screen and give her a big, gentle head pat. Grant tries to lift her spirits, but Tweet just stands there like that, granting a cold, secret god stare, while the crew spots their very first target. There it is, a sharp little rabbit just chilling, completely unaware it's about to get cooked. Grant decides to show off and sneaks up on the little guy like he's in Metal Gear Solid. He snaps on the rage skill and rockets a flying kick straight into the rabbit. Like, come on, it's just a bunny, you didn't need to go that hard. Grant's acting like he just slayed a dragon, but Alicia is roasting him non-stop for being a total tryhard. Tweet spots Maze still trembling like a leaf, and that's when he decides it's time to step in with some real one-on-one coaching for our shy princess. He orders her to hit it with long-range magic, while he drives the rabbit out, setting her up with the perfect moment to finally build some real confidence. Tweet slips into the bushes like a ghost, vanishing without a trace, and yeah, it's proof his stealth stats are totally broken. The rabbit scrambles to run, but Mies clamps down, then snaps a water ball into existence, poised to blast that bunny straight into the shadow realm. Direct hit, Riz's throw splashes the rabbit, and then Tweet clocks her with that good job, Riz moment to make her feel like a true adventurer. Look at that smile. Mies is officially back in the game, and she's absolutely feeling herself. Then Tweet hits you with a total mystery move, and tells the crew he's gotta slip away for a bit to handle something else. Alicia locks him in that, I know you're lying stare, but Tweet stays way too smooth, just flashes a wave and brushes it off. He bolts off like he's late for a date, but we all know the real action is seconds from exploding. He's on the phone with his handler, Chris, and Chris warns him. 10 assassins are closing in on Maze's exact location. Tweet realizes his normal life can't be crushed, so he literally pulls out the big guns. He unveils the colossal sniper rifle, *Blackfeather 28*, flips into full gigachad mode, and drills the enemy targets from the shadows like a hunter. The assassins strut around like they're the heroes of their own story, clueless that a professional is tailing their every move. One of them finds it suspicious that there's no escort anywhere nearby, and that's exactly the kind of famous last words that gets you instantly wrecked. Boom, Tweet unleashes it and drops one before they even realize what hit them. Absolute cinema. The bandits' panic spikes, no cover anywhere, and each one is getting picked off by that ghost like clockwork. They scramble to pinpoint the sniper's location, but Tweet's already 10 steps ahead of those NPCs. He's up on that hill, just standing there, ticking off the survivors one by one like he's living inside a Warzone match. Assassins barreling toward his position sprint right into a trap. He detonates this massive explosion and blasts them flying. So yeah, you never, ever bring a knife to a magic bomb fight. There are only 2 left, and Tweet decides it's time to end this before the smoke fully clears. One guy tries to play tough, but Tweet snatches his weapon out of his hand with a savage snipe like it's nothing. The last assassin thinks he's being clever because he knows Mies is a princess, but Tweet's icy stare cuts through him, like he's already dead. The guy goes for a hidden blade, but our MC snaps it aside and keeps crushing the attack. Another explosion tears through the forest, and the bandits are done for. Tweet has to clean up that mess fast. He knows that blast sound will send his party sprinting straight to the scene. He slips behind the last guy like a literal demon, hisses in his ear a beat too late, and then wipes out his whole career. The bandit lunges for a swing, but Tweet just toys with him like it's already over. The guy gets snared by a trap and panics when he can't feel a single drop of magic. Then it clicks. Tweet's running old-school physics, baby. He grins and says it's just a string, showing off that wild, high IQ combat brain, while the bandit straight up loses his mind. Mission accomplished, princess is safe, and nobody even realized our boy was out here doing God's work. He sprints back to the group the second they pull up, gasping like he didn't just tear through everything on his own. The whole group hangs their heads because the explosion forces them to quit the quest. Then Tweet dives into his bag and pulls out the souvenirs he snagged. He shoves over a pile of rabbit claws and basically finishes the quest for them while they're still standing there, utterly baffled. Maze is genuinely impressed, but Tweed can't stop berating himself inside, because he's acting normal while hypocrite flames still roast him alive. He realizes that if things keep spiraling like this, Guarding Maze by himself is going to turn into a total nightmare. Back at the tavern, the whole squad is partying hard after their first successful mission, drinks in hand, while Mice keeps stealing the spotlight, looking absolutely adorable, sipping her juice like it's the cutest victory ever. Gran is tearing into food like a wild beast, and everyone's freaking out, trying to figure out what caused that huge explosion earlier. Tweet slips into the hallway and calls Chris again, because he's got a bad feeling and he knows he needs real backup. Chris snaps that she already sent in a heavy-hitting crew, and the next second, someone slips up behind Tweet, clamps a hand over his eyes. There's a brand new girl in town, Oz, and with that sly little grin, she's radiating full-on short-stack trouble. She's got endless energy and she starts calling him Tweet, and that's when it hits him. His peaceful school life is about to go down. The Tweet's already done with her, so she asks Chris to swap her out for someone less annoying. But Chris is stuck babysitting the ultimate problem child. Chris tells him to deal with it, slams the call shut, and leaves Tweet to wrestle this absolute storm of chaos. He decides to bring her straight into the group, even though he can already feel the disaster coming. They stomp back into the pub, and the rest of the crew is getting absolutely obliterated. Drunk Mize is stumbling around claiming she's an idol, and I'm not gonna lie. This is exactly the kind of chaos I signed up for. A new tweet pops up and calls Oz a former co-worker. Because yeah, technically they were co-workers, both working as government killers. Oz flashes a dazzling smile and begs to tag along with their adventuring party. And yeah, you already know the guys are completely down bad. She tweets that she's all muscle and promises she'll be an amazing asset, and let's be real, he's not exactly talking about something harmless. The whole group shrugs and goes along because she seems so sweet, like one cute face can waltz you straight into any party. Drunk Mize is getting all emotional over forging new connections, and it's so painfully wholesome it practically crashes the trashy recap party. Oz and Mai clicked instantly, and just like that, a brand new duo was born, one that's about to make Tweet's life miserable. But first, Oz has to grab her own adventurer license, and she's practically vibrating with excitement to prove off her ridiculously awesome magic. The very next day, they rush back to the guild to find out what this new girl can asterisk really do. And yeah, holy plot armor. Oz basically goes supernova, racking up A ranks in both magic and combat skills, and the whole Tweet's platform starts freaking out because the new teammate is a certified monster. Yo, what's good, my cultured kings? Today we're jumping back into our secret MC's messy life, trying to live normal, but getting dragged into banger-level wafers non-stop. It all kicks off with Tweet and his squad rolling out for a fresh new commission. They're bouncing along in a carriage, laughing with pure excitement, because they just got their licenses. But wait, check this out. Oz just slid onto the team, and somehow she's been all re-ranked as an all-purpose adventurer even though she's basically a fresh rookie. Short hair, non-stop energy, a little bratty attitude. And yeah, she's absolutely that certified man of culture picture. Bro, he's losing his mind. She's got rank-level magic stats, and she's basically a walking nuke in a sundress. She's out here begging for head pats, and honestly, I'd be right there with her. Because if she's carrying my party, you bet I'm glazing. But Tweet already knows the truth. Oz isn't some random talent at all. She's a former co-worker from the Shadow Realm. She's straight-up Kingdom Special Ops, basically a professional hater and assassin, just like our boy. Our MC is low-key, playing bodyguard for Mai, the second princess. But he has to keep it super low-key so he doesn't blow his cover and wreck Riz's life as the normal student. He demanded backup, and the Bureau sent Oz, the organization's absolute #1 problem child, so you just know she's about to blow everything up. They finally reach the spot, and Oz is already messing with the MC, and the audacity of this girl is unreal. Get a load of the Deep King's Tomb. Seriously, it sounds like the perfect first date spot, right up until you realize you're about to get chomped by a skeleton. The squad storms inside, and the air turns thick with dread fast. Oz says she's been here before just to kill time. Bro, who walks into a death trap because she's bored. She's built different. She's facepalming so hard because her cover story is straight-up garbage. Somebody get this girl acting lessons ASAP. The other two finally clock it. They're trapped with experts who can't even remember the map, and they're officially finished. As they drop deeper, shadowy hooded figures creep into view, watching their every move from the darkness. Plot twist is right around the corner. The dungeon's surprisingly bright, all thanks to those magic lamps the earlier adventurers left behind. Seriously, big shout out to the NPCs for the assist. Mize is spilling lore like it's a lifesaver, and Tweet is on threat detect mode, scanning the room for danger. And just when everything felt fine, like a cruel punchline, those goblins showed up out of nowhere and wrecked the whole mood. But these aren't your ordinary trash mobs. There's a hub-goblin in the mix, and that's way too much muscle for a first-floor fight. Tweet spots a perfect opening, so he's baiting the bandits to come after them, and he orders Oz to take care of the green guys. Oz is absolutely buzzing. She's asking, like, how hard she should flex, and she's dripping pure main character energy. The MC told her to keep it simple. No crafting spells, no outbursts, because they had to stay undercover. Oz barrels into the chaos like an absolute Chad. "Leave this to me," she declares, and damn, that confidence hits hard. She dual casts like it's nothing. 2 fists up, 2 magic circles spinning, and the whole thing hits like absolute cinema. Boom, she nails them with the double whammy, and those goblins don't even get a shot. She's out there living her best life, while the monsters get erased into nothingness. She throws up a peace sign and declares, "It's over." And if you're not absolutely down bad for her yet, then I honestly don't know what to tell you. The party's totally rocked. This dude dual casts 2 C-rank spells at once, like, that's peak level aura. They instantly start nerding out over her parallel activation technique, because this move demands wild stamina and lightning-fast speed. They hit the 4th layer, and suddenly the floor just vanishes. 1 second they're standing there, the next they're plunging straight into the abyss. During the earthquake, the bridge got ripped apart, and that gap's impossible to cross. There's no escape, just stuck. A tweet screams detour, but then it hits, something's off, and his spider sense starts screaming too. He roars at everyone to stop, because something is slithering through the walls. It's a chimera, lion head, goat head, and a snake slithering for a tail. And trust me, this is the ultimate nope, not today. Then the party erupts into panic. There's no way they can survive a boss-level monster crammed into that tight hallway. Right then, another hobgoblin lunges up from behind them, and the pinciers start landing hard. The home team is in serious trouble. They're officially trapped, monsters crowding the front, monsters creeping up behind, and a nasty pit yawning right off to the side. Oz thinks they should leap right now, but she grits her teeth and needs a moment to power up those massive guns. But then Mize spots a hidden foothold, somehow, like she read the next move off the wall, and honestly, that's pure plot armor at work. She leads the charge and drops down like an absolute boss, and now the whole squad is just falling in behind her. That tweet feels shady because he's staring at it like, how does she know about a path that isn't even on the map? They touch down safely on the 5th layer, and Mize blurts that it feels exactly like she's been here before. Dude, this is screaming Major Higurashi vibes. She swears she felt it in her bones, like she'd already memorized every move the golems made during that test. Is this déjà vu? Or is she quietly a gigachat, masking her real power under the surface? Or they scramble to justify it, like maybe she picked it up from some book. Yeah, sure, keep coping, guys. Tweet suddenly clocks it. Those bandits must be in full panic since the party pulled off something they never saw coming. He orders Oz to guard the others while he slips in and makes his move. He goes for the oldest move in the book, I gotta use the bathroom. And yeah, it's classic, but the girls are just like, okay, weirdo. Cut to the bandits. Panic is spiraling as they tear the place apart, desperate to catch those brats. They're sprinting through the halls with zero clue, while a predator closes in for the kill. Suddenly, lights out. These NPCs are finished, and Twitter's crawling right into the building. He drops 2 of them before they even clock what's happening. Riz's stealth is straight up unreal. 1 bandit stalks for him in the dark, but Tweet is already right behind him. Stealth isn't your thing. He tosses the guy some advice right before he wipes out his career. Cold, brutal, and absolutely ruthless. Tweet spots them as mere scouts, and before he can blink, reinforcements are already on the way. So he grabs the magic radio and calls Oz. He blurts out that the enemies are everywhere, and he needs her help, because only teamwork can turn the dream into reality. He lures the bandits straight into a trap inside a huge room, and Oz is already standing there like he's about to strike. The bandits think they've finally caught him, then they march straight into their own funeral. They spot Oz standing there and think she's just some helpless kid. Oh, sweet summer children. She's grinning like she already knows the end is coming, and you're seconds away from meeting your creator. She yanks out these gigantic magic guns, and trust me, THATS what I call true culture. Goodbye, she snaps, then they unleash it. The firepower is straight up insane. The bandits are getting obliterated. Like, they don't even stand a chance because they have zero clue what kind of magic is tearing into them. She jumps in with a fast explanation. She's using synthesis, basically smashing different elements together to forge one massive, exploding blast. Because her control isn't precise, she unleashes a wild burst of magic. Then everything detonates and blasts off in one direction. Turns out it's all thanks to her special wands, the TD-02. And these aren't ordinary sticks, they're magic lock 40s. They call her a battlefield tyrant, and when it's her against a crowd, nobody can keep up. Check out this panel. She looks like a full-on dragon of destruction, and this is absolute peak. After the slaughter, they slip back to the group like it never even happened. Fresh smiles, clean hands, total silence. Mize is grinning ear to ear, swearing she had the time of her life, while she totally misses the fact that bodies are piling up in the basement. The party breaks apart for the day. Gran and the girls head straight home, while Tweet stays behind. He finally crosses paths with Oz again, and during the chaos of the fight, he clocks something that changes everything. He's dying to talk about the bandits in the bureau, and yeah, this is getting seriously out of hand. They're still in the city, but the vibe has flipped completely from before. Oz is blown away that Tweet's capture didn't end with the guy dead, so when she sees him choose mercy, she's shocked. The Tweet's side-eyeing the bureau's info, and he's convinced they're setting him up. He's itching to interrogate the survivor, but Oz hesitates like something inside him is screaming, "Don't." MC can't shake the feeling. This enemy team is way too well-equipped to be some random gang. Someone's bankrolling them. Oz finally cracks and admits she lied a little. Now she's torn in two, stuck between obeying her orders and protecting her friendship with the MC. Tweet just dropped a bombshell. I'm I's friend, and he's ready to go toe-to-toe with the whole organization to keep her safe. Absolute Chad. He brings up Maze's Degevu, and you can feel it, something is seriously wrong with her memories. He can't shake the feeling she's hiding something even she doesn't fully understand. And just like that, the whole plot twists tighter. Tweet dials up her former boss, Chris, and demands permission to interrogate the prisoner. The reply said permission denied, and honestly, that's definitely not suspicious at all. Chris snaps, ordering them to kill the prisoner, and she's as cold as ice. Oz spots the tweet has been altered, and for the first time, he's not that cold, emotionless tool he used to be. She tells him straight up, "If I spot you on the battlefield like this, I'll have to shoot you. That's some next-level toxic work culture." Tweet just laughs it off, and you can still see his reflexes are razor-sharp, even if he's starting to get a little soft. Oz flashes a cheeky grin and says, "If you're too gutless, I'll hand you a beating, because I love this girl." She stalks away, cutting him off and telling him to stop spiraling on things that don't matter. But Tweet knows he's not the same anymore. Now he's got people to protect, and that changes everything. All right, that's where we're stopping for today. Smash the like button if you want more of these thick mages and sneaky shadow agents. Yo, what's up, boys? Your favorite man of culture is back. Today we're diving into some peak fiction where Tweet's out here juggling a secret identity and a whole harem of absolute top-tier waifus. Just look at this squad's insane lineup. We've got Mommy Chris with the pink hair and glasses, plus Oz, the high-energy little powerhouse, former comrades, and trust me, the tension between them is so thick it feels like you could slice it clean with a blade. Oz is out here stirring trouble, pushing to get Tweet yanked off the mission, and you can tell she's seething because he's the one stealing all the close-up moments with the princess. But Chris shuts it down instantly. She knows Tweet is the literal gigachat of their crew, and there's no way some random NPC is ever going to replace him. Oz is absolutely fuming, bearing those fangs like a warning flare, basically telling the new guy, "If you try to steal Tweet's spot, I'll end your whole career." We love a toxic queen. Next day rolls in, and Tweet's linking up with Mize. Man, look at her, the ultimate must-protect waifu, glowing like she's got a permanent, heavenly filter on. They're diving into the deep king's tomb to snatch flowers, and honestly, imagine being a legendary assassin while your Sunday plans turn into epic dungeon flower-picking with a cute girl. Pure peak life. Oz yanks the classic, "I gotta hit the bathroom" line to slip off and do some secret agent scouting, because we all know she's really checking that no other girls are trying to slide into Tweet's DMs. While Tweet's just sitting there, he suddenly gets a report. Some hero course kids are getting absolutely destroyed nearby. These students are supposed to be the school's elite, but right now they're getting clowned by low-level mobs. Big talk, zero game. That pure-hearted saintess Mize can't just watch them die. She's hit with that "I'll regret it forever" energy, so Tweet has to step in. They spot the students cowering in some cave like total cowards. These same dudes were jawing off at the guild the other day, and now they're so terrified they can't even move. Tweet's sizing up the chaos while those NPCs tremble in fear. Imagine being an elf and still getting outmatched by a commoner like our guy. These students are so useless they can't even brew their own potions. While Tweet's out there doing the hard manual work, they just sit back, watch, and sob. Suddenly the ground starts trembling. ORCS are coming. Not one, not two, three of them. And right now, these students are seconds away from losing control. Tweet just stands there like a total beast, and he walks right up to the elf leader, Saig, saying he'll take care of the monsters, pure audacity, and that's exactly why we can't get enough of him. Saig is straight up unraveling, spiraling over how a D-rank loser even plans to fight the orcs. Like, bro, just chill and watch a pro cook. Saig finally chokes down his pride and drops to a bow, because without Tweet, he just figured out they're all officially done for. Tweet snaps at the other losers, shut up, like his don't talk to me attitude is cranked to 11, straight up NPC energy. Saig is starting to get it. Tweet isn't some random kid after all, because that aura hits like a storm heavy enough to crush the room. That smirk, yeah, that's over Spigs. He's about to flip this dungeon into full-blown cinema with one tweet. He tells Mai to stay back. He refuses to let a single drop of blood ruin her dress while he's out here racking up the bodies. The orcs come barreling in like they own the world, clueless that they're just lining up to become Tweet's highlight reel. The students are freaking out behind the scenes, full-on screaming, and it's honestly cringy as hell. The Tweet locks onto a target, and he rockets forward so fast the camera can barely follow. No magic at all, just raw, perfect skill. He's out here shredding on rocks, then jamming knives straight into orc skulls like he's built his own Tony Hawk mode. Absolute legend. He crushes them with a compressed bullet. Those orcs never even get the chance to scream. One of the pigs tries to sneak up on Mai, but she refuses to budge. Feet planted, eyes sharp, and that main love interest bravery blazing through her. Tweet spots the danger and his eyes turn ice cold. Yeah, you don't touch the waifu. Before the orc can even blink, Tweet is already there. His speed is so illegal it feels like cheating. He rips out the flash blade and slashes the beast in midair. Pure, peak bodyguard riz, and we're all watching it go down, boys. Mai stares at him like she just spotted her soulmate. Yeah, the down bad levels are hitting full-blown critical mass. On the ride back, Mai's instincts kick in and suspicion crawls up fast. Because she's not just a pretty face, she's got a full-on detective brain. She snaps the question right at him, so have you ever worked as an escort? Because the way he moves screams professional killer, not some student. Tweet catches her off guard with that classic, I'm just a normal guy. And suddenly the gaslighting hits like a truck, because bro's basically a masterclass in hiding his secrets. She plays along like she buys his act, but the moment you look at her eyes, you can tell she's already figured him out. The next day at school, Mize is still in full detective mode. She's clocking the dirt on his shoes, mapping his lunch breaks, and basically turning into a straight-up high-tier stalker. She clocks it immediately. Tweet is definitely hiding something, and she refuses to let it go until she drags the truth out of her mysterious friend. She darts into a shadowy alley and sets a trap, daring Tweet to follow her, because that's exactly the kind of save-yourself plan every damsel in distress pulls off. And just like that, it all backfires. She thinks she's alone, but real kidnappers are lurking in the dark, ready to strike. She gets yanked by a bunch of hooded thugs. Yeah, this is what happens when you try to outsmart a gigachat, you end up getting caught by the NPCs. Tweet snaps, Oz won't respond on comms, and Mai's just gone. The protector mode kicks in for real. He bursts in and catches the kidnappers mid-scheme, sneaking her away like they won't get noticed. Too bad the deadliest man alive has already got eyes on them. Tweet traps them in the alley, and when he steps out, he looks like the kind of villain who was summoned straight from the shadows. Mize is pinned with a knife at his throat. These goons think they've got leverage, like a sliver of metal is really going to stop him from tweeting. They're screaming threats, and Tweet just stands there like, how many seconds until I delete all of this? He's sick of taking orders and playing shadow escort. Now he's about to go full John Wick and wipe these fools out. He fires and drops the lead goon with a bullet straight to the head. No speech, no mercy, just instant consequences. Maze tilts her head up and spots her savior, finally seeing the man behind that mask, and she's absolutely not disappointed. Tweet rips his hood off now the talk starts. No more lies, no more gaslighting. Mize drops a bombshell. She's clocked that he's special ops, and she's been piecing it together the whole time. She snaps at his fighting style, because she knows his whole kit is built for one cold purpose, ending people. Then she drops the biggest bomb of all. She's the second princess of the Holy Kingdom of Arcadia. The royal reveal is here, boys. Mai's tweet hits and he drops to one knee, instant respect, no question. But Mai snaps him back to normal like, don't make this weird. She wants him as a friend, not some servant. Maze tells him she's a runaway princess who couldn't stand the royal birdcage. She just wanted one thing, a normal life surrounded by her friends. Tweet is completely stunned. He was sure this was some huge political play, but it turns out she just wanted to be free. She tells him, plain and fearless, that she'd trust her life to him, and the chemistry between them hits like lightning. She blurts out that she's been a burden, but Tweet stops her cold and says protecting her is exactly what he does, because he's all in on the waifu life now. Mize demanded that he keep treating her exactly the same, because she didn't want just a knight. She wanted her sweet Twait sand. Tway nods in agreement, and just like that, the mission surges forward, because now they're closer to their goal than they've ever been. Look at that smile. She's finally found her freedom, and now her GigaChat protector is right there by her side. She's done being trapped in that icy stone tower. Tweet is the key that can unlock her cage, and that's the deal in Absolute Cinema, boys. Don't forget to like and sub for more cultured recaps. Yo homies, we're back with another full-on banger, watching our boy Tweet dive into the wild, with the high-tier waifu of the week, Princess Mize, right there standing tall. She's straight-up top-tier culture gold. She tells our boy, clear as day, that she actually trusts him and wants him to treat her like a normal person, not some pedestal queen he's supposed to glaze. She's straight-up craving a real, normal squad life with Tweet, because he's an absolute chat, and he just hits her with it. That's the plan. Yeah, I see what you're all staring at, but drop it for a sec and lock onto the plot, because thinks Tweet is a total weirdo move, and it's somehow chilling at the same time. She tells everyone that, in this kingdom, every NPC usually just showers her in praise because she's royalty. But Twait is the first one who actually keeps it real. She finally cracks and admits she'd been stuck alone in the palace the whole time. Talk about a major sage moment. Tweet finally clicks. No one ever truly knew the real mice. They only chased the crown they thought they saw. He even calls her out for that random singing habit. Straight-up main character energy, no joke. Look at her, she's blushing so hard over her singing, and she's honestly way too precious for this trashy world. Then slams down the hammer and spits out, foolhardy tomboy. Mize is utterly stunned by how wildly audacious this guy is. But Tweet's playing 4D chess, and he can't shake the feeling. Why has Oz gone silent and stopped replying to the group chat transmissions? Mize is over here spiraling, terrified that Oz might think she's just a tomboy too. The Tweet turns deadly serious, and she fires back, asking how he somehow knows every filthy secret the royal family has ever buried. Mize starts to feel it. Something's been cooked up inside her own head, because she's been alone for so long that no one else could have planted it in her. Suddenly, a brutal migraine crashes into her, so terrifying it looks ripped straight from a horror manga. She's sweating like crazy, gasping for air, and plunging down faster than the stock market ever dives. She starts getting visions of herself locked inside a cage, and Tweet can't stop spiraling, wondering if someone slipped poison into her lunch. It's pure cinema. Right there, she lunges toward freedom, clawing at the bars of her own mental prison. She suddenly slumps and passes out right on the floor. The next morning, she jolts awake in the base, and to her surprise, she feels totally fine. She realizes Tweet and Oz have been tag-teaming guard duty over her like absolute legends. Oz, that short-haired tomboy, is bouncing around way too cheerful, and trust me, that's a giant red flag right out of every manga playbook. Mize is desperate to get to class, and Tweet instantly knows something's off. Oz is searching like his life depends on it, so damn focused it's scary. Tweet orders Mize to rush to school first, because he's gotta have a talk with Oz. The second Mize vanishes, Tweet snaps, demanding to know what's going on. Oz drops the bombshell. There's no more escort mission. And turns out she's been playing innocent while hiding those transmissions the whole damn time. Tweet demands why she ghosted the transmissions, and she dodges that question like it's a guided missile with perfect timing. They rush to the castle because their boss, Chris, is demanding them right now. They're just hanging around in the lobby, like two overworked interns with nowhere to be. Tweet senses something rotten. Those nobles and royals are definitely cooking up shady business behind the scenes. He suddenly gets it. Everyone else got the information, but he didn't, which can only mean one thing. Someone's setting him up, and the whole thing is a scheme aimed at him. Oz grills him about what it felt like when their comrades died. Dude, asking that while you're just chilling on a couch is downright brutal. Chris just barges in out of nowhere. Yo, check out these assets, Commander Mommy. She leans in and admits the king is the client himself, and the whole mystery spins around one wild power, the magic called the Wisdom Road. This magic is tangled up in the whole case, and it's been passed down for generations. It's a look, it all comes down to inheritance, and Mize just got picked as the current lucky winner. This magic straight up hands down the memories of everyone who ever had it before, like some unfair cheat code level brokenness. That's why my somehow knew the layout of secret tombs and ancient golems, like the whole map was preloaded straight into her brain. Everything she knew got pulled straight out of the dead people haunting her mind. Chris tells you this power is a double-edged sword. Royals wield it to stay on top, but it cuts them just as deep. Bloodshed civil wars erupted over this brain juice. Now a third civil war is brewing, because the second prince is plotting to kidnap Maze, all to seize the power for himself. The king tried to stash her away in the academy, but the secret slipped out anyway. But the bandits' tweet was smashing. They weren't just random thugs, they were elite mercenaries the prince hired. Tweet thinks she has to keep shielding her, but Chris shuts that down fast. He says the protection isn't needed anymore. Tweet instantly realizes something terribly wrong and fires off a furious demand. Where in the world is Mize? Chris slams the truth. He's under custody and snaps out the magic circles, and the betrayal hits like a punch. Chris tells them a civil war would tear the kingdom apart, so they ditch the chaos and choose the simpler route. When they finally realize what's coming, they panic, because they're going to wipe out Maze so the second prince can never seize the power. Chris is out here picking benefits over emotions like he's speedrunning, being a villain. But Tweet's a gigachat. He crashes straight through the window and picks the coolest exit like it's nothing. He's sprinting for his life as the guards completely lose control. Oz just watches him vanish, probably thinking, why didn't I jump onto the winning side? He's parkouring across the rooftops like he's living inside Assassin's Creed. Then he spots Mize in a filthy alley. Only she's got company, and she's definitely not alone. A deadly assassin comes charging in, and then boom, Tweet drops right into the scene like a total boss. He shouts for her to drop instantly, and throws himself in front of the blow to shield her from the strike. He hauls the trash out and then immediately checks on her, making sure she's okay. Mize explains that the moment a supposed comrade showed up, they baited her right into this trap. Tweet drops the TL, doctor straight on the Wisdom Road mess. Maze suddenly realizes her own father and the kingdom are hunting her for death, so she locks eyes with him and demands, "Tell me, are you really on my side?" And Tweet hits her with the ultimate Riz response, boom, that's the whole plan. Maze pleads with him to get her out of this nightmare, and if he doesn't, yeah, we're rioting. Absolute cinema. Yo, what is up, my cultured brothers? Hang on, because we're diving straight into some absolute cinema where our MC finally drops his royal lapdog act. Check out this glasses-wearing commander. She's fuming because her favorite agent just snapped the leash, and with those assets, yeah, I'd let her leash me up too. That tiny lolly sidekick is strutting around like she's about to pull off something huge. But come on. She's basically an NPC next to our boy, barking out orders like she's the main character, while the real Chad is already off in the distance. Glass's mom is freaking out, because she knows our MC, number 28, isn't normal. He didn't just leave, he disappeared cold like my dad vanishing to grab milk. The lowly's catching feelings or whatever, moping like 28 ghosted him. Bro, he was basically a slave to the system, so of course he'd bail the second a top-tier wife rolled in. She's out here hyping his past self like, he'd never break orders. But here's the truth, sweetie. He'd been saving that swagger for the perfect moment to flip the script and prove his real game. Now she's stepping up to take responsibility, because in Manga, that's basically a death wish, and I'm betting she's gonna get absolutely wrecked later. $10 says she can't even manage to touch a single hair on his head. And look at that edgelord face. She's telling him she'll make him regret it, but let's be real. She's just chasing attention like it's oxygen. Meanwhile, we teleport straight to a bustling port town where the real story is kicking off. Pretty sights and all, but we're not here to admire the buildings. We're here for the plot armor and those wafers. Our boy Twait is slipping through the shadows, hood up like he's straight out of Assassin's Creed. Then he pulls off a total gigachat move by smuggling the princess out of the capital right under the royal bureau's noses. He's checking in on Princess Mize, making sure she's still fully ready to bolt, and she's sitting there looking as elegant as ever, like the kind of high-tier waifu this season can't afford to ignore. Mize starts spilling a brutal backstory. Turns out her parents were basically NPCs, treating her like nothing more than a tool. And yep, her dad is the king of Arcadia, but the way he plays it. He's a full-on beta who traded his own daughter for a quick buck. She's got Wisdom Road, basically a cheat code for memories. So she's hauling the weight of generations on her shoulders, but deep down all she wants is freedom, and maybe, just maybe, to find a boyfriend. The king didn't just fear her. He actually ordered her assassination because he thought she was too dangerous to let sit on the throne. Imagine being so terrified of your own daughter's power that you hire hitmen for her. Father of the Year, right? She's got this guilty ache for ditching her friends, but Tweet's always one step ahead. He's already fired off letters that break down everything, flexing that crazy high IQ riz. Seeing her smile like that, it's enough to knock any man off his feet. She's protected, and she knows it, so the regret gets tossed out, and all that's left is pure vibes in a fugitive life. They're sprinting to catch that boat, but the water looks freezing, colder than my ex's heart, and we have to flip the plan fast because the port's crawling with feds. The guards are way too on their game, and Tweet instantly clocks it. The stowaway tale is just a trap meant to snare them. So she decides, forget this, and they'll ditch the plan and hike it straight to the Republic, even if it sounds like absolute mountain walking for a princess. He spread the map out and told her they had to sneak across the border of the very kingdom that's hunting her down for death. Pure survival mode. And Tweet is the only guide you trust when the stakes are this brutal. It's a full-on race against the clock, and they're absolutely not ready for some long camping trip. Still, if they stay together, the fans will eat it up right. Tweet can feel it. There's no hiding anymore with the Bureau's top investigators crawling all over the place, and the cold seriousness in his eyes screams, I'm about to wreck someone's whole career. Mize is all in. She trusts her man with her whole heart. Let's hit the Republic and pray the room service is legendary. Suddenly everything flips, because they're boxed in by a pack of pathetic cloak losers. Tweet snaps hide, and you can practically feel the chaos charging up. He's hovering like a guard dog, begging her to stay put while he takes care of the trash. If that's not peak boyfriend material, I honestly don't know what is. The assassins swagger like they own the field, riding on sheer numbers. Then they realize they picked the one guy who's about to turn them into nothing but XP fodder. They try to bargain, swearing they'll go easy if he hands over the girl, like he won't notice the trap. But come on, have you seen her? He's never giving up those assets. Back at the kingdom, the lead assassin starts rambling about punishment like he owns the place, acting like he's the main character. His nerve is absolutely insane. Tweet only wants one thing, Maz's safety. He's throwing them a last chance to walk away, but we both know villains never pick the easy exit. Then the negotiations slam to a stop. Straight-up chills crawl up their spines, because he's about to prove face-to-face why you never mess with a man's waifu. Blink and it's already over. He's moving so fast the guy's head probably hasn't even caught up with the fact that it's gone yet. Pure absolute cinema in these panels, boys. He's roasting them mid-attack, basically telling them to fend for themselves, while he whips out dodges and sticks every strike, blade after blade, like it's a rehearsed dance. They try to back off, but Tweed is basically a heat-seeking missile. He swoops in, sends everyone into a panic, and watching it unfold is straight-up hilarious. He fires off some fixation magic to pin them in place. Then it's instant game over, because he's not just fighting, he's directing the chaos like a creative mastermind. He decides to spare one guy on purpose, just so he can fire a message back to the Bureau and make it crystal clear. The negotiation phase is officially dead and buried. Maze creeps out of hiding, stares at the wreckage, and the truth hits her hard. Once Tweet goes full serious, people suddenly start calling in their ancestors at lightning speed. He tries to apologize for the mess, terrified she'll freak out when she sees his monster side. Then Mai smiles like it's no big deal because she's got a basic girl vibe and she already knows what's coming. She sinks into the weight of every sacrifice it took to claw her freedom back, and then it hits her. Her life is straight up paved with the bodies of her enemies, like the whole world is pure metal. Back at the royal castle, everything gleams like a fortune. While inside, people are panicking and unraveling because, yeah, it's a terrible day to be a captain. Glass's mommy is back, and she's chewing out the captain for letting 28 slip away, talking down to him like he's nothing more than gum stuck to her shoe, and I cannot get enough of it. She blasts Tweet as a runaway dog and snaps a warning that this could ignite an international war, and the captain breaks into a cold sweat because deep down, he knows she's dead on. She's up there preaching that his God-sent powers are real, straight up calling him the GOAT, and it's clearly got her fuming, because they just lost their best weapon, and now he's glaring right back at them. She keeps ripping into the captain's incompetence, and the dude's face twists like he wants to vanish into the floor and die right there. Honestly, watching a badass woman shut down useless NPCs like that is the best. A soldier tears back with Tweet's message. He won't fold as long as that assassination order is still standing, so yeah, he's basically declaring war on the entire Bureau. Absolute Chad. The captain freaks out and barks orders to double the soldiers and drag out the magic tools. Tripling them still won't be close to enough to stop our boy. The glasses girl unleashes the ultimate high bomb, and the guy we're staring down is the one who killed the Demon King. In that room, every single person's soul straight up vanished. Meanwhile, deep in the woods, Yet another assassin walks in and gets brutally dismantled. Tweet's just collecting souls now, and nobody's safe. He strides back to the carriage like he just took a casual jog. Maze is waiting there. But he's soaked in blood and somehow shrugs it off like it's nothing at all. They're running dangerously low on food and supplies, so they slam in a pit stop. Because even legendary heroes can't fight on an empty stomach, right? They've been dodging assassins for days, and you can feel the exhaustion creeping in. Still, they snatched a carriage right off one of the killers, a totally top-tier score. Tweet dashes into town to grab medicine and supplies, acting all responsible, while Mai stays behind and just looks stunning. The innkeeper fires the golden question, 1 room or 2, and Tweet, the absolute legend, picks just one to save some cash. Respect, bro, nice move. Mize is totally freaking out, convinced he's finally about to make his move on her. She's blushing like crazy, and that one-bed situation is officially kicking in. She keeps telling herself it's pure luck, but her heart is doing backflips. She's supposed to rest her body and soul, yet we both know she's just way too thrilled. The tension in the room is so thick you could slice it, and there they lie, both of them, while the silence roars louder than any words. Mize can't fall asleep because those inherited memories are back. She's getting flooded with every past Wisdom Road holder's life, and trust me, it's nowhere near a bedtime story. She admits her power was supposed to back the hero, but the royal family grabbed it and twisted it for politics, turning the women of her line into living bookshelves, then chaining them behind locked doors. She can still hear their voices screaming for freedom even with her eyes shut. And yeah, it gets brutal fast, which is exactly why she just wanted to bolt and disappear. Freedom isn't just a dream. It's a scream tearing through her mind, and it's crushing her under the weight, especially for a princess with so much talent. She starts wondering if her feelings are even real, or just ghosts from the past clawing their way back, and it turns into a full-blown existential meltdown, the kind only Tweet can talk her out of. Tweet reminds her of every brutal hour she bled into becoming an adventurer, and he's watched her fall and laugh through it all, so he refuses to let her sink into self-doubt. He tells her loud and clear that her feelings are hers alone. No one gets to claim them but her, and yeah, this is peak emotional riz, boys. She's still sobbing, convinced she's just a vent for someone else's deep, years-long longing, and honestly, it's brutal to watch her go through it. But Tweet drops the truth in her lap. She didn't fold when danger surged. She chose to press on, and that stubborn decision becomes her whole journey. She finally exhales in peace and thanks him for being her rock. Then she turns to him and asks about his past, and boom, it's time for the MC lore. Turns out Tweet wasn't just some random kid. He was an orphan the army snatched up, and he's been a soldier since he was 5, which is why he's so brutally cracked in combat. He spent his whole life chasing targets and taking lives until his emotions finally burned out. Basically a walking weapon, and now he's starting to claw his humanity back. Mize gets so overwhelmed she literally crawls over and wraps her arms around him from behind. And yeah, this is the kind of content we came for, boys. Absolute culture. She leans in and straight up asks if he hates the idea of licking each other's wounds. Like, come on, that's top-tier dialogue. And yeah, she's down bad in the best possible way. They finally crash into sleep in each other's arms, and it's honestly the sweetest thing we've seen yet. No more brawling, just 2 shattered hearts finding a little peace at last. Of course, this thing can't last, because the trap's bait set is exploding off. He jolts her awake because the enemies are already standing right on their doorstep. They yank the carriage off the road and bolt straight into the woods. Vacation's dead, and the grind snaps back on. Tweet's feeling wiped out because she didn't get enough rest, but Mize is a real trooper. She's ready to keep grinding as long as he's right there with her. She blurts the ultimate question, will you still come with me? Because she's chasing that forever kind of love even as they sprint to outrun death. Tweet doesn't even pause. He blurts it out like it's the most obvious truth in the universe. He's her guardian angel all the way to the very end. And Mize is beaming right now, even with the feds breathing down her neck, because she's already decided she'll die with him if that's what it takes. Seriously, if this isn't the greatest romance subplot in a shounen, then I don't know what is. We kick things off with a bang. Our twit is out here wiping NPCs off the map like it's Sunday morning, because this man moves like a ghost and ends some poor fool's whole career before they even realize they're in a manga. Mize, our main girl, looks totally rattled, but she's safe for now because a top-tier bodyguard is on watch and holding the line. They've been sprinting so hard they already tore through the border and left all those losers eating their dust. They finally reach the kingdom of Arcadia, and Tweet immediately clocks it. This border security feels weirdly paper-thin, like the story just forgot to protect a side character's survival. All right, lorehounds, quick lore bomb. Maze's own father is a total deadbeat who tried to get her assassinated, and now they're racing to the Republic like it's the only place they can breathe. Full-on getaway mode, no return ticket. They finally catch sight of a village in the distance, and thank every god, because slogging through the night any longer was a terrible idea. Maze looks completely fried from that journey, but she's pushing through anyway, because she's got to stay strong for her man. Tweets like, all right, this is stable, time to commit fantasy grand theft auto. Because ever since they lost their carriage, their travel speed got absolutely crushed. But Maze is way too pure for this world, so she smacks him with a pretty please don't rob the NPCs request. Yeah, it's a totally beta move, but she's so cute we'll let it slide. And she tells him, as long as I'm by your side, none of this counts as an emergency. This is just us living our best life. Look at that face. She's basically snatching him up like he's her new daily routine. And if that's not pure, top-tier waifu energy, I don't know what is. This tweet realizes he can't keep running around as a common thief if he wants to keep his Riz levels sky-high. They spot adventurers cashing in after every monster kill, and Tweet's eyes light up. Wait, I can speedrun this town's economy. He barrels into town and comes back rocking a straight-up eye patch like he's auditioning for Metal Gear Solid. Because bro really thinks some leather over his eye makes him invisible. He didn't just register. He speedruns straight to C rank in no time, and Maze is straight up losing her mind, because normally you'd have to grind like a peasant for that kind of rank. She's staring at him like, how'd you cheat the system? But he's built different, no explanation. He basically tells her, yeah, I actually tried this time. And when you look at those stats, the guy is a straight-up monster, Knight Commander level. He's out here polishing his own ego like it's gold, and honestly, I'm loving it. But their job is to track down some ogres lurking near a labyrinth, and honestly, that's basically a totally normal Monday for a gigachad. And then Maze starts spilling ancient magic secrets and the wisdom road, like she's hitting you with one massive brain upgrade. She can't tap into the big boy magic yet. Her body is still stuck on that loading screen. To prove she's not just a damsel, she whips out alchemy and bam, summons a real literal bird out of thin air. I mean that straight-up high-level skill, mommy, sorry, mommy. She's blushing hard, because this is her first time using the Wisdom Road's power, and this time, Tweet can't help but look genuinely impressed. Turns out this power lets her borrow the memories of every generation before her. She's basically a walking encyclopedia, packed with combat moves and magic knowledge. And yeah, it feels totally off, like her body, being driven by a crew of restless ghosts, which is honestly terrifying when you really think about it. Maze wants to jump in and help, but Tweet shuts that down, telling her to sit back, stay gorgeous, and watch him do all the heavy lifting. She's pouting like crazy because she's convinced she's a burden, and yeah, that whole damsel in distress thing is seriously messing with her head right now. But Tweet's about to unveil his original fighting style, and trust me, you'd better be ready for some straight-up cinema. He's not just swinging a sword or tossing cheap fireballs. This guy's bringing the full arsenal. My man yanks out a full-on sniper rifle, right there in this fantasy world, and the sheer nerve of this MC is absolutely unreal. He raises his weapon, then boom. The magic circles light up, glowing with the power of divine intervention. He starts popping ogre heads from a mile away like he's in a Call of Duty montage. Just watch the headshots. Pure aimbot. He just stands there like the job is already done. And while Maze looms in the back with her jaw dropped, bro's Riz starts hitting critical levels. He admits he's better at killing things that look like humans, and yeah, that's a low-key horrifying sentence to drop to your girlfriend. He's out here doing a full-on lecture on how to wipe someone out, crushing their hearts or heads like it's efficiency, and the tweet is straight-up savage. Then he stares at Maze and asks if she wants to go for it, because picture your first date turning into a full-blown shooting lesson on how to kill ogres. He lays it out plain. Snipe magic is pure control, and with that Wisdom Road buff already locked in, she's basically carrying a built-in aim assist. He's hyping her up, insisting that her knowledge and experience are greater than anyone else. She's already packing the firepower to become a legendary marksman. He shoves the sniper wand into her hands, and it's huge. Maze is wobbling like she'll tip over, but she clenches her teeth and fights to stay upright. Next up, we've got the BF-28, Aka Blackfeather 28, and Miles is like, oh, it's cute, but Tweet shuts that down fast. Nah, I didn't name it, I'm just too cool for emotions. She's buzzing over the weapon's name, but Tweet is only locked in on the next step, when the whole thing finally goes boom. At home, we're finally hitting the best part, training. He orders her to get into a prone position, and yeah, I already know what you culture weirdos are staring at. Mize is sprawled on the grass, and the view, let's just say it's a perfect 10-10. He's laying out the technical breakdown to steady her line of fire, but honestly, he's just loving the view from behind. And as she peers through that far-sighted crystal, her magic power snaps into focus. Everything is finally falling into place. Tweet can't believe her own eyes. She's got the gift right out the gate. Most NPCs would have crumpled by now, but Mize. She's a natural-born killer, sharpening herself in real time. He tells her to aim for a tree, and she's sweating like her whole future depends on it. He leans in so close their breaths mingle, whispering, "Open both eyes," and the tension hits like a wave. Seriously, boys, feel it. Take a deep breath, hold it tight, because out here in the woods, things are about to get brutally intense. She's locked on that perfect pause between two heartbeats, pure razor-sharp focus at its peak. Tweet snaps at her, yanks the trigger, and she blasts it wide open. That magic blast is massive. She's not just sniping, she's dropping orbital strikes like it's nothing. She totally missed the tree on her first shot. Yeah, that tracks for a newbie. But you can still feel the fire in her, and it's not going anywhere. She won't stop, driving every bit of local wildlife running for their lives. By her fifth shot, she's landing every single hit. No misses, no mercy. She's officially cracked. But now it's time for the real test. Tweet messages her that there's one ogre left, and he's begging her to take the shot. Talk about getting thrown straight into the deep end. Mize is shaking with terror, but Tweed barrels right beside her, shoving her forward like, "Be the Chad I know you can be." She snaps into action, determination blazing in her eyes, and she's done sitting around waiting to be saved. She flips on visual enhancement, and rage floods in like a switch. Wait, did she just snap into berserker mode? And that ogre is just standing there, clueless that he's moments away from being slammed into a top 10 fails video. Mize spots her opening. She's got him right in her sights. She yanks the trigger with zero hesitation this time. THATS, my girl. Direct hit, bam. The ogre's head gets erased clean off, and honestly, rest in peace, you absolute bozo. She's still shaking, but she hits it, because Tweet's like double tap just to be sure. Says he's a pro, and pros don't miss. He tells her she smashed his expectations. And trust me, that's the sweetest, highest praise a cold, stoic king like him could ever drop. Mize is so over the moon she might as well be wagging an invisible tail. She's finally in the fight, and the guilt that's been eating her up is vanishing fast. But then Tweet's danger sense prickles. He snaps around, realizing someone else been watching them the entire time. He tells Mize to meet at 3 o'clock. There's a stalker lurking in the woods, and this isn't some creepy fan. Mize panicking, scanning for signs they've been spotted, while Tweet stays ice calm, like they're already mapping out 10 brutal ways to end this person. Mize fires off the biggest question of her life. Should I pull the trigger? Because she's ready to step into becoming a true cold-blooded assassin for him. But Tweet slams the brakes. He tells her the weight is his to carry, never hers, and then he grabs the Edler protector and cranks the roll to the max. He locks eyes with her and snaps that right now isn't the time. Absolute gigachat energy. Mize totally gets it, and she trusts her man with zero doubt. Even though she didn't fire, her grit showed she's ready for this brand new reday life. And they talked it all through. They can't turn back. The enemy is sealing the path, so it's time to move out now. Tweet stared into the distance, like he was already plotting tomorrow's meal after all that brutal murdering. They're staring up at this gigantic, ancient tree like it straight up spawned out of an Elden Ring DLC. They've got one last move left. Dive into the labyrinth now, because it's about to go off the rails in the craziest way possible, so don't miss the next recap. What's up, my fellow men of culture? Today we're jumping right back into the life of our secret MC and his top-tier wife, trying to survive while they're dripping so hard it's criminal. They're on the run right now, sprinting straight into a labyrinth to lose some annoying pursuers, because if those idiots follow them in there, they're done for. This place is the roots of the divine tree, and the vibe is pure perfection, yet it still feels just a little terrifying. Just look at she's an absolute cutie while they hunt down rare plants, and the way she moves. It screams that she knows something we don't. Turns out, tucked inside her head, ancient cheat code memories are stacked, detailing this whole dungeon layout, because her Wisdom Road skill basically unlocked the blueprint. She's stepping up as the guide, and having a smart mommy call the shots is a straight-up win for our boy. While she's out there grinding, our MC just chills with those medicinal herbs, eyes drifting like, can I turn this into cash? The MC is hunting down a very specific mix of plants for insurance, while his bro is cooking up something shady for anyone foolish enough to snoop around. Mize yells at him that a whole mob of demonic beasts is waiting up ahead, then tells him to play it smart and take the long way around, like a total PC. But our MC's a certified gigachat. He smirks and goes, "Nah, we're walking straight through the front door. No beta tactics needed." He's using the herbs he grabbed earlier to pull off a move straight from his old job. And this time, those medicinal plants are finally about to pay off. All those monsters are crammed into the cave, totally clueless that the most disrespectful nap of their lives is about to slam into them. Mize jerks at the sudden burst of smoke, totally convinced the MC just dropped the hottest mixtape of the year. It's actually sleeping gas. He's telling me to forge gas masks with alchemy, and I'm like, wow, what a power couple with absolutely unhinged riz. Gas mask or not, Mize still looks downright snack-worthy. Bet you $10 you can't find a more aesthetic duo anywhere in a dungeon. MC starts blasting facts about why gas is the ultimate meta for dungeon crawling, especially when you're stuck in tight, underground spaces. But the beasts keep clogging the road, so the MC finally snaps, stops messing around, and wipes them out of existence. Maze says her memories are ancient, so she can't just whip up a perfect 4K live map showing every single rock. They decide to dive even deeper into the labyrinth, banking on the outside heat cooling down for at least one more hour. They trip over a giant stone monument, and its ancient carvings look like a nightmare to decipher. These relics are straight-up artifacts from a vanished ancient civilization, way back before the big hero, Demon War, like the author just dumped the biggest lore treasure for the fans. My drops the bomb. She can actually read that ancient script, and just like that, her already legendary status spikes through the roof. The inscription claims a hidden treasure lies ahead, straight-up bait, but we're marching forward anyway because we're built different. MC feels a weird presence up ahead, something that's neither person nor beast, and the tension snaps to full absolute cinema mode right this second. It's a golem, standing there like it's been frozen in time for eons, just waiting to throw down with our MC. It's floating around like it's straight out of the Adventurers Guild, like one of those super high-level test golems, the exact same type. The buckethead starts powering up for a charge, and the MC snaps at Mize to get back, because he's taking down that mechanical NPC himself. The golem snaps into a Beyblade of Death spin, but the MC shields Mize and rockets forward at insane speed. This hunk of metal's got a wider view than any normal person, but our boy is sprinting so hard the sensors can't track him in time. The MC finally clocks it. The golem isn't moving toward him at all. It's just posted up and guarding one exact spot like the ultimate gatekeeper. Mize suddenly gets hit with a lightning bolt idea, grabs the MC, and orders him to pin the golem down so she can dive in and hack the system. Our MC channels that rage like it's pure power, then lines up to manhandle the machine, because he's trying to blow his girl's mind. Bro, look at the absolute audacity of that jump. He's basically airborne, blasting through the air just to shove that smoke straight into the golem's face. He crashes into the golem and pins it there with straight-up Chad's strength, while Mize barrels in right behind him to do her thing. Mize strides right beside the main character, fueled by pure determination, and honestly, it's awesome watching her take charge. She shoots her hand out and slaps the machine, like she's pulling off secret hacker magic straight from ancient memories. And just like that, the golem dies out completely. She straight up turned him off, like a broken PC after the blue screen hits. She realized the golem was built by the same person who once crafted her wisdom road and unleashed that old-school magic. Turns out these things come with emergency shut-off switches. One's only a high IQ person like her, armed with her memories, would have spotted. This proves her magic isn't just special. It's tied to the ancient world's tech in a way we never even imagined. She's packed with 200 years of knowledge in her head, like she's got a built-in cheat code for life. She's convinced she's cheating, but the MC rips that fear away and tells her she can use that power any way she wants. Look at her, she's blushing hard. She's totally down bad for the MC's support, and her face is turning cherry red in real time. They finally spot what that golem's been guarding, the divine herb axa, and it's about to turn into the biggest payday of their lives. This is the holy grail of medicinal plants, exactly what you need to brew the legendary divine medicine elixir. Mize just stands there, locked on those flowers like they're the prettiest things on earth. And yeah, seriously, look at the way the whole field shows off its beauty. They can't move it yet because they're missing the tools, and Mize looks so crushed that she can't even haul the whole garden home. Just knowing where this colony sits makes them richer than most kings ever dreamt of. This is the kind of money that can change lives overnight. This discovery is insanely valuable, and the MC can already tell they just struck absolute gold in this dungeon. They set up camp right there, because the hunters outside must have circled back and quit by now. Mize can barely contain herself. She's so hyped to finally sleep beside the divine herb exa that her joy hits full blast. They crash the night in the most breathtaking place on earth, just vibing side by side and soaking in the view like it's the best moment ever. The very next day, they're back in the village, smelling like they just rolled in expensive flowers, and hunting for a way out before the place swallows them whole. They snagged a carriage for dirt cheap, and now they're about to bolt before the heat catches them again. MC clocks my staring at the shops and fires off. "Hey, are you looking for something you want to buy?" She's all shy and shut down like always, but you can tell her eyes keep snagging on something in that display case, like she's spotting her next obsession. Our boy refuses to take no for an answer. He closes in and practically demands she spill which one she's staring at. He tells her they've got more than enough money to go wild with, because they both busted their butts, so she better spoil herself. Mize is replaying the way she described their elopement, and you can tell she's loving every second of this new everyday life. She finally grabs a simple bracelet, choosing something meaningful over flashy, overcomplicated ornaments. MC blurts, "Are you sure? We could grab the expensive ones," but she's absolutely locked on that exact item. Wait, she snatched matching sets too. Look at that smile, she's got that secret riz, and she's begging Asterisk to wear them together. The MC grabs it on the spot, and even he looks momentarily stunned by just how cute she's being right now. The shopkeeper leans in and warns them, "If you're heading into the western wastelands, tread carefully, because things are getting downright weird." Then people looked up and spotted a strange, glowing pattern in the sky, right as a roar tore through the air, sounding like the world was about to end. MC swallows the intel like a seasoned pro, already clocking it. When the sky starts glowing, a colossal boss fight is coming for you. They dash through the crags toward the Republic of Carnabin, slipping onward in the shadows so no one can track their moves. Mize can't stop giggling because she knows the MC's plan is rock solid, and as long as she's by his side, she feels completely safe. She's fully addicted to the adventure now, roaming lost villages, then raking in guild cash like a total pro. This is the life she's been craving for ages, the kind she started missing the moment her daily routine got ripped away. The MC nods and admits that their totally accidental dungeon raid turned into an insanely epic adventure for their very first time out. But the look in the MC's eyes tells me he's already caught sight of something far more dangerous, stalking just out of view. And holy crap, look at that crater. Something insanely massive slammed into the ground here, and the world is about to get absolutely cooked. Yo, what's good, my cultured kings? Your boy's back with another banger because the MC's fully a ghost and the wafus are straight up top tier. We're jumping right into it. Tweet and the royal princess hit the road for a trip from hell. Right now they're just chilling in a carriage somewhere in the holy kingdom of Arcadia. But don't be fooled by the pretty scenery, because trouble is about to explode. Tweet spots the terrain and goes, "Oh no." It's so cooked it looks like someone took a giant spoon and yanked the whole landscape right out of the world. Our boy is a straight-up genius, and the second he checks that guild map, he realizes it's basically worthless because the whole world got totally remade overnight. Just look at this magic, pure audacity, because they call it extremism, and it straight-up carved the earth hollow like it was nothing more than a quick snack. Chris, the absolute glasses mommy of our dreams, gives us a quick glimpse of himself as he casually rolls out the kingdom's ultimate weapons like a total boss. The tweet basically calls this magic a massive flex, but it can't actually murder anyone straight up, which is the ultimate no-kill terrain buff. Out of nowhere, my spots the ops rolling in fast. Then Tweet whips out the sniper wand, because he's done messing around with these NPCs. Inside the enemy carriage, Chris is still looking as thick as ever, but she's got her eyes locked on 28, because that's the agent name for our boy Twait. This knight from Arcadia just sits there, staring off like he's some kind of total gigachat, convinced that being an old man in armor makes him unbeatable. This knight struts around like he owns the whole story, completely clueless that the next hit will boot him straight out and into the lobby first. Oz, all tomboy swagger and short stack energy, tells everyone that Tweet is the assassination specialist, but she's the one who handles the straight-up assault. This knight actually has the nerve to call assassinations measures of the week, and bro is so desperate, he's basically begging the universe to humble him. Oz orders him to stay put inside the carriage, but this beta ignores him and pays the ultimate price for his refusal to respect Riz. Boom, absolute cinema. The knight's head gets wiped clean in a single Tweet shot, screaming that words mean nothing, while a sniper's bullet never misses. That first shot was only meant to clear the trash. Now Tweet has Oz, the real threat, crawling out to play. Oz bursts out like a full-on menace, shouting a yahoo at our boy like they're old buddies, not actual enemies. She's staring at you like a loaded weapon, eyes screaming, "I'm ready!" And you can tell she's craving a fight to the death with her former comrade. Oz doesn't hold back. She starts blasting magic like an actual aimbot, and she obliterates Twait's carriage, sending it straight into the Smithurians. She tells him, "Don't you dare blame me if you die," and Tweet's a stone-cold Chad. He fires back, same back at you. That fight is pure chaos. Oz cackles like a lunatic, and Tweet keeps juking those beams like he's straight out of the Matrix. She's calling his attacks pea-shooters, but come on, he's not even cashing in yet. He's setting up the board while she's stuck playing checkers. Oz keeps blasting magic into the sky, smugly thinking she's got the high ground. Then Tweet is about to prove why she's the true strongest. She thinks she's got the head advantage, but every Chad knows those brutal attackers always have a crack in their armor. The Tweet keeps getting delayed, and for a split second it looks like our boy is about to get absolutely cooked by this pint-sized powerhouse. Oz snaps, calling him naive, and that's a giant red flag, because the MC doesn't ever say things like that unless he's got a trick ready to unleash. She won't let up, pinning Tweet down until the only way he survives this magic storm is by busting out his bomb traps. Oz decides he's done for good, grabs the meteor cannon, and fires up a move that screams absolute cinema. The whole area gets obliterated by a blast of condensed magic, and you can practically feel the heat crawling over Tweet as it hits. Oz struts like she's already won, bragging that Tweet's gotten way weaker ever since he left the bureau. What a total hater. Our boy gets all choked up over his new friends, then leans in and tells her, "Don't worry, I haven't even played my best move yet." He yanks out a plain stone and Oz blurts, "A rock," like she hasn't realized she's staring down a total genius. Tweet snaps the stone with a flick bam. It detonates straight in her face, and honestly, that is peak pro gamer madness. He figured out how to slam his bomb magic onto a moving target. Pure, unbelievable audacity wrapped in insane skill. Oz is freaking out because if his timing slips by even a millisecond, he'll blow himself up, like a total simp. She fires off a furious barrage of shots, but Tweet is already slipping through the smoke like a full-on ghost, vanishing between breaths. He realizes he can't slug it out head-on with her specialty, so he throws caution to the wind and bets everything on one last, single move. Oz slams him to the ground and crushes his leg. Like asterisk finally asterisk, she's got him pinned and the legend is finished for good. And she looms over him like a damey mommy, declaring the mismatch is done, and slamming him with one question, "Where's the princess?" That Tweet flashes a bloody smirk and promises she'll find out soon, and you can feel the plot twist stomping closer with every second. Oz stares down at his wrist and realizes that bracelet is a fake, used him as the ultimate lure, and he just got played. While Oz was busy gloating, Oz didn't even clock that she was standing right in the middle of an actual kill zone. Look at me, this princess is locked in with the sniper wand, looking like a total baddie, ready to fire. Tweet broke down every move with his gear, and now she's been counting down to this exact moment to pull her man out of danger. She follows the sniper's code. Exhale, lock it in, and wait until the heartbeats sync up for the perfect shot. The princess yanks the trigger with zero hesitation, and suddenly it's crystal clear. She's not just a waifu, she's a certified shooter. Oz's eyes go wide the moment the beam tears across the air toward her. She's utterly blindsided, because she truly believed she was the only one trading blows with Riz. That shot landed dead on. Mize just saved the day with a cross-map snipe, the kind that would make any gamer lose their mind. That's how you deal with the ops. Maze snatches back her freedom and proves she can rule like a princess, and still take her chance to be the one with that dog. Yo fam, we're diving straight into the chaos. This dude's literally bleeding out, but check that hair, he's still radiating full-blown main character energy. This poor NPC got smoked by a sniper from a whole mile out. Pure target practice, no mercy. Speaking of snipers, look at the way this girl zeroes in. I'd seriously let her line up on me any day if you know what I mean. Our boy Tweet isn't even breaking a sweat while that loser coughs up blood. Tweet's staring like he's already yesterday's trash. Bro really asked if he's not dead yet. Pure disrespect, and it's absolute cinema. Yeah, even Mize can't believe it. Our MC is ice cold, and she's just standing there, stuck like a lost puppy with no clue what to do. That villain is really out here screaming, "Why?" after a superior specimen just ended his life. That Tweet's built different for real, no cap, and he's not here to hear your sob story. He's locked in that 1,000-yard stare, like he's warning, "I'm the danger." pure ice gold, homie. Tweet out here screens his notifications mid-battle like an absolute unit. He's talking to Chris right now, and the absolute nerve of this man trying to negotiate while he's still soaked in blood is unreal. Chris is trying to play it cool like she's tough, but come on. We all know she's totally blown away by the Riz. Look at my gripping that staff. She's going all in on being a mommy, but she's still a total klutz. They're tossing around Wisdom Road magic like it's a cheat code for the whole plot. Glaze just slots right into the magic system like always. Tweet's picking up the vibes. He's itching to move out and stand between the world and his wife. They're realizing there's no way out. Then Tweet's got plot armor so thick it could stop a tank cold. Time to march through the desert. These guys only train by grinding their bodies, so if they go, they're going to rip their feet up. All right, look at that sky. This place is pure vibes, and they're starving their guts out in the middle of nowhere. Tweet is busy roasting mystery meat. Bet it tastes like chicken or straight-up despair. Bon appetit. Mai's out here chewing like a polished queen, even while the ground's literally underneath her. Respect the culture because she's the real deal. Bro's just roaming the horizon like it's a K-drama, so dramatic for absolutely no reason. He stares at the carcass like it's a nightmare, thinking about maggots squirming because it's nasty, but when you're fighting to live, survival eats first. And yeah, he's cooking it, literally. Mai's can't shake the crushing weight of what's happening. She's way too pure for this world, and those teary eyes say it all. She's promising she won't let Tweet carry all the weight. Yeah, that's my girl showing real spine. But come on, she looks like she's 1 second away from face-planting from pure snack withdrawal. So someone, please, grab her a burger. Monologue time. Mai suddenly remembers why they bolted in the first place. Turns out this kingdom is packed with nothing but losers and haters. They had to dip fast. There's no staying where the vibes turn rancid. And even when hope dies, they don't slow down. This grind hits harder every step for our two unstoppable heroes. This moment, pure peak romance. He pulls her in, comforts her through the tears, while wild vibes swirl across the wasteland. W eras. And just look at that smile. She's completely gone for him, and honestly, I can't blame her. Then she just crumples to the ground. GG, her stamina bar is bone dry and the mission fails hard. Yeah, successfully. Tweet strides up to the fortress alone, all business and zero distractions. He's on a mission, and he's definitely not asking anyone to come with him. The guards are baffled. Who in their right mind just strolls into a prison like they're the owner? Tweet just throws his hands up like, take me to your leader. And the Gigachat energy is absolutely through the roof. He's stuck in the dungeon right now, getting put through that brutal enhanced interrogation. Just another Tuesday. They're pounding him, and he's probably just zoning out, thinking about what he's gonna eat for dinner. Zero FS given. He locks eyes with them and orders, call the king, daring fear to hit him even while those chains are still latched on. The king storms in, and then you see him. This old man who looks like he hasn't seen daylight since the prequel. Tweet just smirks. He's cooked up a plan, and it's screaming massive property damage from the rooftops. The king is totally shocked. There's no way that Tweet is still alive. Sorry, Pops, in this recap, the main characters don't just drop that easily. Tweet just clocked that this dude is Mize's dad, and wow, this is one toxic family mess with screaming red flags everywhere. This trash of a father straight up insults his own daughter like she's nothing. Cancel this man right now, he's done for. He wanted her to be the country's weapon, so he told her, go to therapy and quit acting like the villain. He straight up tells her he wants her corpse, and this has to be the ultimate beta villain. That's why Mai booked it. He bursts into laughter, already certain he's won the mental battle, absolute cinema. The king smugly thinks he's in charge, but a superior mind quietly has him getting glazed. A tweet drops the news, no negotiations, no mercy, and suddenly this old man's whole world flips on its head. Dude just casually pops up and stretches like he's warming up at the gym. Boom, he rips through those chains with brute force, and the main character's power surges toward a full-on overload. Back to Chris, he's staring at Tweet like, did you really surrender? Girl, you know that's not happening, he's a menace. She hears the princess is gone, and that Tweet's locked in the dungeon with the king. Panic hits like a tidal wave. But her face basically screams it. She knows the chaos is about to ignite, and she's sure as hell not on the guest list. The guards are trying to calm her down, but she knows Tweet is a certified walking disaster. She's literally trembling, because she knows the king is seconds away from getting folded like a damn lawn chair. She dashes to the dungeons fast, and now she's talking like a real mommy for real. Love seeing it. They're sprinting like they're racing a countdown clock to the waifu store. Scram, NPCs, get out of the way. They finally crash in right on time, right as Twait keeps the king pinned with a knife to his throat. Man, Chris, you're seriously late to the party. Stare at Tweet's face, pure, I'm done with games, energy, and remember he came to negotiate, or land those hands. Tweet's just remembering how drained Maze was. Yet he keeps pushing for his girl, because that's love, and he's earned every bit of respect. He realizes sprinting away won't cut it. True freedom demands a fight, even if it costs him everything. Freedom means nothing if you don't seize it in the open, so the Chad says it straight, no tricks, just facts. He demanded she wait, and he meant it, no excuses, because this man never broke his word. The king's sweating like crazy right now, check that raw terror on his face. Honestly, it's so satisfying to watch. He's scrambling to talk his way out, but Tweet isn't hearing a single word. Chris goes to step in, but she immediately shuts it down. She knows she's fighting from a brutal disadvantage. Sit down, sis. Tweet orders her to freeze in place, because now he's the captain, and everyone else is just along for the ride. Chris snaps, calling Tweet a dog that bites the very hand that fed it, but Tweet fires back, "Nah, I'm the alpha." His one demand is Maze's safety, king of Riz and loyal to the very last breath. He drops a jaw-shattering secret about the divine Urbigza. This is the ultimate bargaining chip, pure gold. Look at these flowers, straight up a plot device that prints money like it's nothing. The king and Chris are absolutely losing it. They never saw this mind-bending 4D chess move coming. With that money in hand, the kingdom could finally crawl out of the ruins of war, while Tweet's out here charming, conning, and playing everyone like a fiddle. The king refuses to believe it, but pure terror locks him in place. He won't dare take the risk, fully petrified with fear. Chris tries to get her point across, fighting to stay logical while Tweet struts around like an absolute Chad. She warns that Tweet might be lying, but the doubt is already planted and it's starting to grow. And if these negotiations blow up, they walk away with nothing, no herbs, no princess. The king just took a brutal L. The king is losing it. Don't say you can't, Pops, because it's already over, you're finished. Chris realizes arguing is pointless. This Tweet has them by the throat, and he refuses to let it go. And he even boasts that he planted bombs. This dude is a full-on pro menace, and honestly, I'm living for it. Now the king has a damn good reason to put his life first, and Tweet even handed him away to save face. Stare at the king's face. He's suddenly second-guessing everything about who he is right this second. 1 minute on the clock, Tweet's a savage, and the timer's screaming. No time to talk. The king has to blast the announcement so the whole kingdom can hear it, because this is a public L for the crown, no doubt. Negotiations are done, the king is practically sobbing, and honestly, that sound is pure music to my ears. Tweet is grinning as he orders Chris to put the contract in writing, then forces her to walk him there too, pure savage. Thanks for the hospitality, but wow, the disrespect is on a whole other level. Bro shows up like the ultimate guest and immediately turns it into a legend. But Chris is absolutely fuming. He just pulled off the heist of the century and she can't even process it. Tweet leans on her because the dude is totally drained. So go ahead, crash on her shoulder and take that nap, you earned it. Chris realizes the deal was a slam dunk for the Bureau too. Everybody wins, and the only one left in the dust is the Trash King. Mize finally gets to stay in the kingdom in peace, like plot armor just locked in and made sure nothing could touch him. Tweet's promising he'll be the one to shield her, and meanwhile Chris is absolutely catching feelings out of the blue. In that fancy room, the king's still seething, throwing a tantrum like a kid who can't stand losing. He's pounding the wall with his fist, furious because a teenager just outplayed him. He's already plotting to assassinate Tweet. This guy's got a death wish, no joke. He wants to use those herbs to crank the war up even higher, total NPC villain energy. And yeah, it's painfully boring. His subordinates try to warn him, but he's too drunk on his own ego to listen. Don't panic, he blurts out, though he's probably trembling in his boots, then insults the guy like, what a loser. Suddenly a hole tears open in the wall. Like a bird, like a plane, but nope, it's a message blasting through. Nope, turns out the king just clocked it. He's still stuck inside Tweet's absolute dominance range. He's slumped in his chair like a defeated king, then he hears it. Sit down, old man. Tweet spots my passed out in the dirt. Yeah, she really dragged herself all the way after him, pure, dedicated waifu energy. She's still kicking and very much alive, thank the plot gods. Look at her, just sprawled out like she hit the floor mid-war, because this week of being a princess in distress absolutely wrecked her. Tweet meets his gaze with those gentle, soft eyes, and suddenly she wonders, could this be the Ice King's real feelings stirring? She's out cold, sleeping like a stone right in the middle of this blasted wasteland, and you can tell she just leveled up her toughness for real. She jolts awake, spots him, and blurts, "Let's go home, because my heart can't survive another second of this summoning mess." They finally tear their way back toward civilization. Desert Ark's story is at a true end. A few days later, they're back at the capital. Check out those buildings, they're ridiculously fancy. They're back at the Builders Academy for the back-to-school arc. All right, let's roll. Now it's time for some slice-of-life fun. They look insanely good in those uniforms, and Mize is straight up glowing like the whole world can't ignore her. Hold up, did she just say that? We could have a child right now. She's dead serious about locking in the future. Tweet's face said everything. The moment Erichwaiter 4 hit, he just wasn't ready for that level of straight-up riz. She's talking about slipping away as a whole family, and you can tell she's already mapped out the wedding in her head like it's done. Tweet is trying to act like he's got this, but inside, he's spiraling and begging for help. He tells her to breathe easy, everything. S going to heal up smooth as silk, bro. Out of nowhere, the squad spots them, and that secret vacation is instantly over. Gran and Alicia are best friends. Alicia looks so high-class she could pass for a top-tier wife, so don't underestimate her. She's furious they vanished and left only that vacation note. Honestly, she's got every right to be. Tweet just tosses her a souvenir like it's no big deal. Meanwhile, we're standing there like, "Bro, you almost died." And Mize is over the moon to finally have a home, so protect that smile at any cost. That bird has burst out of its cage and won't be coming back. Dark, brutal, and weirdly perfect for a trashy recap. She's finally unleashed, free to soar anywhere she wants with those wings, and this chapter just ends on pure absolute cinema. Hepford, yo, what's up, my cultured kings? Today we're jumping back into the life of our undercover legend, just trying to live normal while top-tier wafers keep surrounding him. And it all kicks off with a brutal flashback to a war-torn country where people are starving right there in the streets. It's a full-blown disaster, and Gran just stares at the ruins like his fate's already sealed. Then this total legend with a legendary beard barges in and straight up tells Gran, "Your country's done for. Now choose which empire gets to swallow you next." He quizzes Gran on which one he likes more, and the poor kid just freezes there, like he got turned into a stunned NPC. Gran chose the kingdom of Terraria because they didn't just talk. They actually rebuilt, no sneaky games, no hidden backstabs. Bearded Daddy stares him down, impressed to the core, then declares that he's taking off for Terraria right away. The mission's simple: roll in, scope the place, and figure out if they're truly laid back, or if they're just acting cool for the cameras. Gran tried to pull the "I'm just a dummy" card line, but the old man didn't even hear a word. He's basically shoving the kingdom's entire future onto this kid's shoulders, while the rain hammers down like the universe wants maximum drama. Yeah, it's a brutal burden on our kid, but you can feel that hidden MC power burning deep inside him. Fast forward to today. We're back at the academy, and a brand new mommy-tier teacher is ripping open the announcement for the Magical Games Festival. This event is basically the Olympics for mages, your chance to unleash real magic and impress the high society nobles and knights. This is a 3-day banger, 9 wild games, and every single person gets dragged into the action. There's a massive 100K gold cash prize waiting for them. But nah, turns out it's some tradition to donate it right back to the school like total simps. The hero course students are already way too fired up, dreaming about showing off to the outside world. Mommy tells everyone this festival is the big, war's finally over message, so they can finally stop drowning in depression. Then she slams the real lore bomb. This festival is happening at the very same time as a huge diplomatic conference. The leaders of the Kingdom of Valabhar and Terraria are rolling up there, ready to watch those kids play like it's a live reality TV showdown. So yeah, this year's got the school's attention absolutely going nuclear. With that grin on her face, she basically summons everyone to meet their teams after school. And yeah, I'd follow her straight into a dungeon without even blinking. At lunch, our main crew suddenly realizes they've been ripped into 2 teams, Hawks on one side, Lions on the other. Mize and our boy Tweet are locked on the Hawk team, while Alicia, the red-haired waifu, and Sieg roll with the Lions. Alicia stares at Tweet like it's breakfast, because this battle maniac would literally eat him alive if she could. Sieg starts geeking out non-stop about the team names, history like he's a walking encyclopedia with a battery-powered brain. Everyone's stunned. Sieg actually studied for once, and Maze. She's just silently rocking the background, looking like the cutest distraction ever. As they head back to class, Alicia slides right up to Tweet and traps her there, because she's still craving a rematch like crazy. She pokes at him, asks if he's running away, but our boy is so unbothered he doesn't even flinch. He tells her, "Your father's already been avenged, so let go of him before you drown in your grief. She drops the bombshell that the Knights of the Orthodox Order invited her to join, and right now, her confidence is in pieces. Getting an invite as a first year is pure chat energy, but she's convinced it's only because her dad's famous name is pulling strings. She's over the moon about the offer, but imposter syndrome is clawing at her confidence every step of the way. She tilts her head up a tweet, sending that please notice me vibe and eyes left wondering, does she really deserve to be seen? Our boy tries to play dumb like he has zero clue what she's talking about, until she brings up the whole incident with Robert. She decides that winning the festival from him is the only move that'll pump her ego to the max. She jabs a finger right in his face and dares him, go all out, or it's gonna get ugly fast. Tweet snaps back into the real world, dead serious, and I swear I'm obsessed with a woman who can absolutely kick my butt. After school, the Hawk team scrambles together, and we finally meet their fearless leader, Mita Obstein. She's a first-year student council officer, and the way she carries herself says she won't tolerate anyone's nonsense. She passes around those performance records, hunting for the perfect match for every single game. Tweet turns out to be a racing god. He gets thrown straight into the physical race and then the drive race. Mize is practically buzzing out of her skin about these shooting star games in Exodus, despite having zero clue what they even are. Meetup tosses out an apology because that other student council member is missing, and you can practically see the stress crawling all over her. Then a random hero in the NPC starts mouthing off, claiming there's this massive gap between them and the commoners. He's convinced they shouldn't even train together, because those common folk will just pull them down with their weight. That dude's acting like a total doormat, basically begging for everyone to roast him. They're just sitting back, watching the chaos explode, while the hero course kids start hyping themselves up like they're the stars of the show. Mira strides in, fires back, and tells him to shut his mouth, because she's the one running the show. She tells you straight up, overall combat power isn't the only thing that decides this festival's fate. She lives for teamwork, because that's the one thing that actually wins games. She shoots the NPC a terrifying stare and warns him, don't let yourself become a burden. Absolute cinema, she cuts him off on the spot, then snaps at everyone to start practicing right now. The first game kicks off as a full-on physical relay race, and you're allowed to sling close-range magic to trip up your rivals and ruin their momentum. Then there's the sledgehammer game, where you smash the tool as hard as you can, pushing magic power to the absolute limit. Finally, Shooting Star turns into this insane magical sniper showdown, built for long-range specialists to flex their skills. Mize hones her shooting skills, while Myra is losing it on her phone, screaming at some guy named Valen. She's totally losing it because he overslept, and the moment she looks at him, you can practically see her about to blow sky-high. Tweet just stands there, awkward as can be, while she gets yanked into it, and then her body starts shaking with pure rage. She clocks that Tweet caught her losing her cool, and instantly her face burns redder than a tomato. She blurts out an apology for the ugly mess she made, then bolts off to hide her shame. Then Mies storms in and calls Tweet out for sandbagging his speed during race practice. She clocks that he's way faster than he claims, then she wraps his shin with a quick kick like, nice try, liar. The very next day, the squad crowds into lunch together, spilling everything about how the practices are really going. Tweet says Myra is a powerhouse leader. Everything's running perfectly, like gears clicking into place without a single hiccup. Sieg points out that the Lion team is basically just tagging along behind the student council, for now. Mize spills that Myra totally roasted that hero course guy, and somehow it ends up lifting everyone's spirits through the roof. They pause mid-tweet and suddenly go, wait a minute, because something about it smells seriously fishy. He slams down the truth bomb that the whole argument with the hero course student was likely nothing but a staged act. The student council is running a full 4D chess match, trying to weld the classes together and keep any big ego from getting too comfortable. They're basically throwing reverse psychology into the mix, using it like a secret weapon to keep the peace. On the second day of practice, things turn up so hard they start getting wildly more intense. They're giving the drive race a test run. Basically, they're blasting through the course on magical surfboards called wingboards. Tweet is basically a natural at this, because he's the MC and when you're the host, that's exactly what you do. He decides to stay in the physical race for now, because he doesn't want to draw too much attention to himself. He swears he's scared of messing up because he's too inexperienced. But come on, we both know he's just hiding his real power level. He's sweating because those top-tier spectators might sniff out his normal student disguise in an instant. He just wants to live a peaceful, quiet life, But that plot armor won't let him breathe in peace for even a second. Next up, Exodus practice, and trust me, it sounds like a full-on nightmare waiting to happen. They cobbled together outdoor training grounds into one massive living maze. It's tag on steroids. One team lays traps, and the other team has to burst out and escape before they get caught. Each team rolls with 5 fighters, and it's pure survival math. How many bodies can actually crawl out alive? Tweet starts dropping Mai's pro tips for dodging traps like he's been surviving dungeons for years. Mai stares at him with pure awe because our boy's got that natural riz. He leans in and demands, "Are you sure you want to join a game that deadly?" She blurts out that she wants to be an adventurer, and that means this is exactly the training she's been waiting for. She's dead set on getting stronger, and Tweet can totally see the fire burning in her eyes. He tells her, "Do your best," and she answers with the most wholesome smile you'll ever lay eyes on. Tweet is doing everything to blend in as a normal student, but he can already feel the chaos creeping in. With the final game's practice wrapped up, it's time to bolt out and head home. Just as they're about to leave, T-White's spidey senses snap to life, and he spots someone lurking in the shadows. He decides to walk her all the way to her dorm, and Mai's cheeks are blazing, blushing like crazy. He shrugs it off like it was nothing, but the truth is he's out here protecting people like a full-on total Chad. He realizes that mysterious figure isn't just some random student, because deep down, he knows his peaceful days are done for, and chaos is about to kick down the door. Yo homies, we're back at Royal Builders Academy, where the Magical Games Festival is about to explode, and you already know the vibes are absolutely immaculate. The entire world is glued to this post-war festival. But come on, we're really here for the story, and trust me, the plot is the main event. Our boy Tweet is going all in on the physical race while Mai's pulls off her Exodus move. Man, I'd watch her sprint all day, no cap. But wait, Myra Abstain is over here looking like a whole feast, while Sieg Falchion decides he's too cool for the game he was assigned and pushes to switch. Tweet drops and calls out that Sig's no longer in full beta mode. Looks like he just unlocked some real RIS. He finally chilled and stopped roasting the commoners. And honestly, that's weird, because usually that's my asterisk job. Sieg's just standing there like an absolute Chad, while Myra tries to keep it professional. Then we spot those blushes, girl. He's gunning to get into the wargame. A savage 5-on-5 magic brawl, and this isn't for the timid, it's for the ones who truly have the talent. Myra presses him for answers, since he's a long-range specialist, and war games are basically a wild mosh pit where destructive magic gets unleashed. Sieg locks eyes with her and straight up says their odds of winning skyrocket if he hops in. This man's audacity is absolutely unhinged. Those NPC side characters start running their mouths, telling Sieg he's getting ahead of himself and straight up isn't cut out for the job. Sieg's not letting that slide. He challenges them to a 2-on-1 mock battle to prove his point, and bro's basically begging to 1-2 these scrubs. Tweet and Mai's are posted on the sidelines, watching closely. Mai's is all nerves, but Tweet's got that sharp gut feeling that something's about to go down. Yeah, these two clowns actually think they're him, and you've got a real talent for grinding people down. What, you're mad because you're short. And they start unleashing fire bullets non-stop like it's a Call of Duty lobby. Meanwhile, Sieg's just chilling, weaving through every blast like he owns the place. They go for an earth beer combo, but Sieg is moving like he's tapped into ultra instinct. These dudes are getting absolutely cooked. Tweet clocked it instantly, and Sieg's already gearing up for a brutal counter. Blink and you'll miss the pure cinematic magic. Bro slams a wind cannon out of nowhere. One NPC drops instantly, and there's still one left standing. Then he cranks up a lightning spear straight out of an endgame raid. What, you thought you stood a chance? Yeah, you're done, kid. Tweet suddenly realizes this spell isn't normal at all. It's C-rank magic, and the power scaling is completely messed up. The sheer size of this attack is on a whole other level. Sieg's out here straight up wrecking the game's balance. Tweet remembers how Sieg once needed a military-grade tool for this, but now bro's pulling it off with pure skill. Look at that face. He just clocked it, and now he's officially a gigachat. Myra has to jump in right now and stop this fight before those two NPCs get erased from existence. The two scrubs are practically trembling in their boots, while just stands there, like this is a casual Tuesday morning workout. Myra throws him the green light for the wargame, and Tweet finally realizes that the grind Sieg put in wasn't some joke. It was war-level work. Mira drops a hint that another student council officer could be coming, and just the thought has her sweating bullets. Valen Senpai's the name, and apparently nobody wants to lay eyes on him. because the dude is basically a red flag with legs. And then Alicia, our resident top-tier waifu, leans in and tells us the truth. Valen is a veteran from the legendary Hero versus Demon War. This dude is basically a war hero trapped in school. Imagine surviving battles like a vet, then getting handed homework like it's no big deal. Alicia swears he's strong, but the way he acts screams trouble. Where I'm from, we don't call that attitude. We call it being a menace. Even after the war ended, he kept stirring chaos. Like, bro's the kind of guy who probably eats glass for breakfast. He's the kind of guy who'd beat you half dead just for giving him the wrong look. Pure total Black Air Force energy. Everyone claims he's the strongest in the academy, but Alicia refuses to believe it and has her own plans. Because she stares at Tweet, I can already tell, your secrets are out, and that smile, it's about to tip into total chaos. My jumps right in. Yeah, I'm with you. And our boy Tweet's got two absolute top-tier girls duking it out over who gets to simp harder. Check out this mood. Tweet's just trying to shove down his lunch, while the harem starts popping up right in front of him, live and loud. Valen beat the stuffing out of a noble's heir and got forced to repeat a whole year. Now he's the senpai who just refuses to vanish, a certified legend. And they shoved him onto the student council just to keep him on a leash? Yeah, good luck, because he's 100% about to blow past those rules. Mize's buzzing with pure excitement to train her magic. Look at that grin, like it's begging her to protect everyone at all costs, fellas. Alicia starts needling her about what game she's in, and Maze immediately panics, like her world is crashing. And honestly, the chemistry between them is off the charts. Seeing them this hyped, Tweet snaps to attention and realizes he's been way too low-key. Now he wants to jump into something new too. He's been burying his past as a secret agent, but real freedom means he finally stops hiding and lets it all out. It's time to ditch the background extra, roll, and step up as the MC you were born to be. He rushes over to see Chris, the glasses waifu. Yeah, I know what you're thinking, and trust me, she's definitely cultured. Tweet's freaking out because he thinks he's useless at magic. He learns too slow, bro. But you literally delete people, so what do you mean? Chris blurts out that his body is totally weird, all because of the brutal training he endured inside a secret organization. It's not a mistake, it's a feature. His constitution is forged for exact top-tier techniques. He didn't pick the weird life. Body mods dragged that eccentric chaos onto him. He's a compression specialist. He can take a baby-tier E-rank spell and blast it into something that hits like a railgun. But here's the catch. Being wildly eccentric also means you're terrible at everything else, and that's why it's a high-stakes game. Big risk, big payoff. He crushes normal magic with trouble, because his body is literally forged only for the most brutal, hardest techniques. He's still B-rank even with this insane handicap. Now picture what happens if he actually learns the basics. Every single person is getting wiped. Christ tells him his power is priceless, because it saved his life again and again, so don't act like an ungrateful kid. She tells him not to get disappointed, because everyone would kill for that kind of wild, off-the-wall eccentricity, Riz. But Tweet refuses to back down. He's dead set on mastering brand new magic so he can finally compete fairly in the festival. Chris stares at him like, seriously, how dense can one person be? She swears she'll send him to someone solid from the front. No doubt it's just another waifu in disguise. Yep, called it. He strolls into the room and boom, there's that other mommy type waiting right for him. Next, Tweet stomps back into class, but the air turns cold because Gran is hiding in the shadows watching her. Gran leans in and asks if they can chat after class, and Bro's face goes full, about to beg for a loan or about to ask for a date. They hook up outside, and Gran's so jittery you can practically see it, like he just realized he's been a simp this whole time. Bro drops to his knees, begs to be Tweet's disciple, and the character development hits like a freight train. Tweet's just standing there like, bro, I heard you the first time, so why won't you stop? Gran burns with one goal, get the power to join the war game on the final day, and the fire in his eyes says he'll stop at nothing. Every seat in the slots got hogged by those hero course elitists, and now he's ready to kick them out. Pure, absolute Chad energy to slam the chapter shut. Yo boys, we're back with another banger. Straight out the gate, Gran drops to his knees and bows like he's about to marry the guy. But nah, he's begging our MC Tweet to take him as a master. Tweet just stands there, acting like he's untouchable, wondering why that loudmouth NPC is so desperate to bully him into being his mentor. Gran's chasing huge goals. He wants to flex on the Hero Corps students, shove them out of the festival, and honestly, that's pure GigaChat energy. Then the mood snaps, and suddenly we're deep in the lore of the Lusectus conference. while Tweet just sits back and soaks it in like an absolute legend. Grand won't shut up about his homeland, Valabar, how it got annexed and everybody's basically finished after the war. So now he's stuck between two kingdoms, forced to pick his future. It's a brutal nightmare when your own country is so worn out it can't even govern itself anymore. So everything feels like pure, crushing despair. Turns out Gran isn't some random soldier at all. The king actually puts his trust in him to check out their possible new home, even after Gran straight up admits he's got 0 brain cells. Bro's literally clutching a leaf and cracking up like, yeah, I'm not smart, and honestly, that's peak relatable for half the viewers watching right now. The king basically told him to kick back, do whatever he wanted, and honestly, that sounds like the ultimate dream job. But here's the twist. If Gran can't find happiness in this new kingdom, the king could slam the country into a brutal, darker path for everyone. That's a brutal amount of pressure to drop on a guy who's probably fighting for his life just to do basic math, and you can practically see the stress crushing him. He's desperate to jump into the wargame and prove to his king that he made the right call, finally showing some real growth instead of empty talk. He figures that if he knocks it out of the park, the king will finally stop worrying and agree to bring the kingdom of Teruria in for good. Tweet just straight up asks him like, is this really what you want? And for a second, everything gets deadly serious. Gran's got a surprisingly noble motive. He's trying to prove that the king sending him here wasn't a mistake. And the real reason he's all about this kingdom. It's safe enough to go pick up girls, pure man of culture, respect the grind. Tweet finally agrees to train him but snaps a warning. His fighting style is anything but normal. He tells Gran they should throw hands right away, just to see if he's actually worth the trouble, or if he's nothing but a walking simp. But Gran's buzzing with confidence. She's ready to roll, and she's telling Tweet, don't cry, I'm about to catch these hands. Gran storms in swinging like it's a shonen fight, shouting, take this. And he's ready to smash him with a brutal, heavy hit. But our MC toys with him like he's a cat with a ball of yarn, slipping that punch so effortlessly it's basically disrespect. Grant swings for a follow-up kick, but Tweed is already 10 steps ahead of him, somehow reading every move. Gran is pushing every limit, trading solid close quarters moves with Riz, but Tweed is just chilling, while Bro gets absolutely wrecked. Yeah, Gran goes full throttle, swears this is the only thing he's truly good at, and slams the MC with serious pressure. The Tweet straight up admits the pressure is brutal, but you can tell he's just sweet-talking the kid a little to keep his spirits from crashing. Then bam, Tweet lands a naive jab and a gut punch hit, and Bro gets tossed backwards straight into the lobby. As Gran chews on dirt, Tweet leans in and snaps that his strategizing is still garbage, just like always. Tweet drops pure wisdom on how to end a fight with one clean strike, and honestly, it's straight up cytomologic. He tells Gran the real secret is this: build a winning pattern and then just get good. Gran is finally putting his brain to work for once, plotting how to use fixation magic. He wonders if he'd be stronger with a real weapon, since he's a power type, but Tweet has completely different plans. Tweed leans in and says you can slap wild, game-breaking effects onto any magic-made weapon, like it's a full-on cheat code. He yells at Gran to quit swinging those bare fists like some barbarian and start thinking, because his head is about to forge a whole lineup of weapons. We cut back to the dorms. He's totally overwhelmed and his whole body starts screaming in pain, and it's definitely not the good kind. He realizes Tweet is basically a Spartan drill sergeant, an absolute veteran who's lived through real combat. Flashback time, boys. Young Gran stares into the future, wondering if he could have ever matched Tweet's strength if he hadn't bolted and run away. We watch him step in as a brand new recruit, raising his hand to join the army, convinced he's about to become the hero everyone needs. War's brutal reality is about to slam into him like a truck the moment he gets assigned to his very first post. The higher-ups shove him straight onto the northern front, basically a death sentence, and he's left completely stunned like, what the hell is going on? You can literally see the light drain from his eyes when it hits him. Those far-off battlefields aren't some fantasy. They're a real nightmare. On the battlefield, it's total slaughter, demonic beasts are everywhere, and Gran finally snaps the truth. His plot armor is gone. But chaos erupts everywhere. People are screaming and dropping dead, and he can't even make out friend from foe anymore. The soldiers are snapping, cursing the Empire and swearing they'll get revenge for how it shoved those beasts straight toward them. Gran just stands there frozen, staring in horror as a monstrous beast looms over him, about to wipe out his entire career in one savage moment. He's spiraling into a full-on mental breakdown, screaming at the universe, asking why everyone else drops so easily, while he's just coasted through a peaceful life. He snaps to the truth. This place is real hell, and the peace he knew was never more than a temporary illusion. A beast rips his arm to shreds, and he bursts into raw, panic screams, because deep down he finally understands he's really going to die here. He pleads for a potion, but his commander is a total jerk. He snaps, "Shut up," and orders him to keep fighting. Gran's disgust boils over at these ridiculous orders, but he's got no choice. He's thrown right back into the meat grinder. Then the news hits Orcus. A top-tier demon has appeared and slaughtered every single superior. Gran's resolve shatters the moment he sees the bandaged survivors, faces drained of hope, staring like their will is already gone. He bumps into another soldier, and the guy grins like he's seen it all, then tells him the truth. Being the new guy in this hellhole absolutely sucks. They peer into the demon's presence, and no matter how many there are, they get stomped, outmatched, and left gasping. Next, this demon is straight up on another tier, and that crushing aura has everyone trembling like their knees might give out. Leo, the dude Gran trusts most, locks eyes with him and flat out asks, "So, are we dying together?" Like dead serious end of the world, it's over vibes. They lunge in yelling like a war horn just blew. But you already know this won't end with the NPCs taking the hit. The demon begins charging a monstrous attack, so massive it looks like it's about to erase the whole map. Right as they're seconds from being wiped out, a monstrous beam of light blasts out of nowhere and yanks them back from death. Gran jolts awake to his comrades screaming his name, and his mind is racing. What the hell just happened? They tell him the demon's either dead or fully subdued, and he whips his head around like he just saw a ghost. They're saying a Terraria hero pulled it off, but the fact it went down with one single hole right in its head feels way too suspicious. Gran is boiling with envy over that kind of power, wishing he could tear through a demon on his own. He learns Ilio survived, but at the cost of losing a leg. What a brutal price to earn that win. The rest of the soldiers went full, kill them all, blasting the remaining demons and tearing their humanity right out of their chests. Gran just stands there staring at the flames, and it hits him. These demons aren't all built like the boss. He stumbles on a demon girl sobbing her heart out, begging for her life. And truth is, Gran can't stomach it, not when those tears hit like that. He finally cracks. He can't keep fighting if it means slaughtering creatures who are begging for their lives, so he labels himself a coward. He bolts off the battlefield, drowning in guilt, convinced he's the most selfish person on Earth for ditching his post. He's gasping and sprinting across the wasteland, desperately trying to outrun the guilt he created with every one of his choices. That's when he finally crosses paths with the king, an absolute gigachad with a majestic beard that screams power. The king tells him to calm down, swearing the kingdom's crushing burdens will ease soon, while the whole place is still burning to the ground. The king finally cracks and admits the kingdom's already dying, and now he's got one brutal choice to make if he wants to save his people. He hands Gran a potion and pleads with him not to abandon the country, and the compassion in his face is honestly unreal. From that day forward, the king kept calling him in again and again, giving him real respect. No tricks, no games. Grant realizes the king clocked every ounce of his guilt, and instead of judging him, handed him this mission to help him finally move on. In the present, Gran finally gets locked in for good. No more running. He's charging straight into his chosen battlefield with full-blown determination. Absolute cinema. Yo, what's up, my cultured brothers? Today we're jumping back into the life of our favorite overpowered agent trying to cosplay as a student. Because trouble always finds him, like simps chasing a Twitch streamer. We kick it off with our boy Tweet getting training from Sylphia Sensei, and Hugh. She's got that elite mommy energy down to the look. Our MC is trying to keep his "I was a child soldier" story on the down low, but he basically tells her he's got a special constitution, like, the man is built different. Right there she fires off a magic test, and the guy barely throws up a barrier that holds for just 5 seconds. She calls him a scrub, but we know the truth. He's clearly restraining that insane power. She's honestly blown away. She even says his durability is getting better. And I'm like, hey, let her grade my performance any day if you know what I mean. Twait's spinning lies about why he can't learn magic. Truth is, he used to be the kingdom's secret trash disposal guy, so his mana is basically burned out for anything but normal spells. He goes to Sylphia for help because he wants to play the part of a normal student for the festival. Bro, you're about as normal as a Ferrari in a school zone. She's closing in, studying every inch of his body like it's a masterpiece, and that stare in the art has me frozen. Yeah, I'm practically bricked up just watching. He clings to the lie like it's his lifeline, because the truth would shatter everything on the spot. So Chad leans in and keeps the lady hanging on his next move. He tells her he specializes in compression, and she immediately starts geeking out, calling it terrific. Because yeah, that's basically Japanese for this kid is a straight-up monster. Look at her spiraling out, she finally gets it. Our guy isn't just a student, he's a walking tactical nuke. She decides to train him with 2 moves. First one is the total noob shield built for NPCs. It's a D-rank barrier spell, usually trash tier magic, but the MC is about to turn it into pure, absolute cinema. He flings it out instantly, and she's left staring. Most people can't even nail the form, but Tweet slips into it like he was born with Riz, mana, and all. They're rambling about how elements wreck magic stability, and Tweet just smiles along like he's not already the strongest guy in the room. She steps right into his space, eyes narrowing at something weird, then goes, "Are you doing that without even realizing it?" And when she hears him, she can't help whispering, "Mommy's getting suspicious." Turns out our boy is crushing the barrier like it's nothing, shrinking it to half the size while cranking the density up tenfold. That's not a shield anymore, it's a wall made to get wrecked. He figures out he can crank it up just enough to shut down physical hits, like swinging a fist and slamming into a wall of solid light. That's not strategy, that's straight up a villain skill issue. She starts getting hit with flashbacks of a legendary hero mentor and our boy. They're straight up calling him the GOAT. Now she's about to unleash Method 2, and I'm straight up betting $10 that it's gonna be painfully broken if you can guess how bad it gets. That smile, she's 100% convinced she's the best girl in this entire manga, and honestly, you can feel it. We jump ahead 3 weeks, and behold this absolute clown of a Grand. He's out here grunting like he's trying to squeeze out a kidney stone just to cast a single spell. He calls in a massive hammer, and okay, Budget Thor, I see you. The sheer audacity to think this is cool. He calls it his sledgehammer game idea. This dude is a walking meme, I'm telling you. He tries to swing it, and the hammer whips right back, smacking him like a boomerang. Straight up NPC energy. And the worst part? His own magic is flinging him around like a ragdoll. He thinks he can one-shot anyone now. This delusion is spiraling out of control, way harder than I ever imagined. He fires off to Tweet, "Have you been testing stuff?" And then, oh, you're about to witness what a real Chad looks like. Gran wants to put his hammer to the test against the MC. And this, just a quick try, is one of those certified top 10 moments that screams disaster is about to hit. He barrels in full of rage. "Calm down, little bro, this is just practice." Tweet doesn't even blink. He slams out his compressed barrier tech and flicks Grand into the air with one tap, and Hebi Aish sounds like absolute chaos when he gets folded. Grand sprawls on the floor, stunned at what planet this is, and blurts out, "What did you do?" Because he pushed that hard he basically forgot how to breathe. Suddenly the student council rolls up. And whoa, who are these guys? Because every girl in this school is absolutely top tier. We got Myra and Hassan. Hassan's got that generic blonde, Chad look, but trust me, he's probably just a mid-tier simp wearing a disguise. And there she is, Sharia Nolan, the vice president, sweet smile, soft vibe, and the kind of calm that screams she could end your life before you even realize it. I'm down bad, boys. They're telling the boys to cut the unsanctioned fighting right now, and Grand's practically vibrating, totally rattled by that aura. Housen orders them to sign up for the mock battles, trying to look all intimidating, but Tweet just stands there staring like, "Okay, are you done talking?" But Grand starts talking politely, acting like some sweet little beta, while Tweet just chills, because he knows he could wipe this man's whole career in a single page. As the ladies drift away, the whispering starts, quick, sharp gossip, and you can practically hear it. They're clocking that our MC is commoner trash, not even close. They're gabbing about the gap between the hero course and the common course. Yeah, it's the same snooty classist vibe from those NPCs, but hey, at least they're adorable. Sharia's face tightens with worry over a girl named Fra, and honestly, it screams that more plot armor is about to drop any second. Hassan spots suspicious figures lurking around the academy, and then, boom, our secret agent finally gets some real work to do. Sharia is stuck in a never-ending mess of a huge school, sighing like it's crushing her. "Aw, poor thing, come on, let me help you tear through those troubles." Night drops and Tweet strides alone in the dark, obsessing over his brand-new compression riz. He spots a shadow on the roof the second it moves, so are they really trying to slip past like he won't notice? Picture a pro ghost hunter trying to sneak up on a ghost. He answers a call from his handler, Chris. She's got the intel on the intruders, and this is where everything goes down. Chris doesn't want to shatter his peaceful student life. Too late, because the MC blood is already racing through his veins. "If you're doing this to protect what I care about, then say it, Bart." He's officially locked into protector mode. Turns out he's got real feelings now, proper character growth, and it's got him itching to fight again. The Empire of Lucia is the enemy. They're scrambling to shut down the conference and seize power for themselves. Classic villain move. They're about to hide their attack behind the festival like it's nothing. Honestly, these guys have got some wild nerve. Tweet is dissecting the kingdom's security like a pro, and he's fully convinced the royal army is packed with jobbers, because none of them are lasting a second. He can't believe it. If the student council is really that strong, why are these intruders still scrambling around? Then, shots ring out. So he decides to play this smart like a student. No survivors, no evidence, right? He spots the squad of hooded goons, and they look like they're one step away from getting absolutely cooked. A tweet slides in like a cold shadow, then it hits. That sharp little up count and boom, your life insurance policy, running out. He starts handing out fades like they're buy one, get one. Watch his footwork, because he's not playing the same game anymore. A brutal kick to the chest sends one goon flying straight to the shadow realm, because he's not just skilled, he's your daddy. One of them lunges to snag the runner. So imagine the chaos of trying to escape the MC's peak comedy level. That dude leaps onto a wingboard like it's nothing, straight up thinks he's playing Fortnite. Then Tweet steps in to put his brand new move to the test. He rockets straight into the empty sky. Then the goon's left clueless, because he has zero clue he's about to watch a miracle unfold right in front of him. Ariel tweets straight up walking on air, using his compressed barriers like stepping stones. This is pure GigaChad energy. He drops down like a hammer from the gods. Gigua, the goon, and his little hoverboard get completely wrecked. I'm just a student, and the most disrespectful thing you can do is talk trash after you've literally hospitalized a man because, yeah, I love this guy. He's still trying to figure out who he can trust with cleanup when, boom, a massive explosion rips through the nearby building. Another one's bolting. Wait, this time it's different. This feels like something huge is about to explode. The MC barrels to the scene, and there, right in the blaze, stands a brand new challenger. Who is this brooding firebender, and what do they want? Who the hell are you? The new guy's furious, and he's got that real swagger like he's about to start something huge. So is this a legit boss battle or not? Guess we're stuck waiting for the next one to find out. Yo, what's up, my cultured brothers? Your boy's back with another banger, and our MC is out here living the dream while everyone else is just NPCs in his world. We kick it off with him standing over a pile of absolute losers who really thought they could step to him. Yeah, these guys are beyond cooked. Right when things start getting spicy, Valon, the red-haired Digachad, slips into the scene like he owns the chaos, staring at our MC like, "Who are you, and why the hell aren't you in the trash bin with the rest of these frauds?" Our MC, the absolute master of staying low-key, tries to brush it off like he's just some regular student who accidentally ran into these intruders. Meanwhile, he's clearly hiding his real power. And Valen clocks the whole commoner uniform act with the cold certainty of a man who smells something way off. Valen's having none of it. No way a lowly commoner could wipe these guys out that cleanly. Bros literally perched on a mountain of bodies, pretending this was just some casual midnight snack run. Valen decides it's time for a full-on vibe check and blasts a massive hit of dark energy straight into our boy's face. This is absolute cinema, boys. The animation is straight up fire. But our MC? He just casually slips out of that heat like it's nothing, like it's just a fly buzzing past. Valen's shocked in the best way, realizing our guy isn't some random simp. He's got real skill and real movement. Valen starts sizing him up, one sarcastic comment at a time, and swears he's got zero clue how to act like a real student. Just look at that smug grin. It screams that he's locked onto someone new to mess with. Our MC starts doing mental gymnastics, piecing apart how Valen pulls off C-rank magic like it's effortless. No strain, no casting tells, just pure dominance. Bro is basically a walking cheat code. While the MC is stuck in nerd mode, spiraling overthinking everything, Valen is out there causing chaos. He spots one of the intruders barely hanging onto life and snaps. That's getting fixed now. He tells the guy to just sleep while he keeps charging up Dark Rise in his hand. And honestly, this dude has zero chill, and I'm completely here for it. Valen's acting like the lead of some totally different series, calmly telling our guy that these intruders messed up bad, and thinking he's pulling off that mysterious, cool vibe, probably because he's hoping some waifu is out there watching from the bushes. Our MC tries to brag about his kills, but Valen shuts him down fast, tells him to kick rocks because now it's student council territory. Talk about a total beatdown, man. He blurts out his name, Valen Stealing, like he's some kind of celebrity, and honestly, we get it, bro, you're a total Chad, so where's our guy getting back to business? After that encounter, our MC decides to lay low. No scene, not yet. because he's gripping that card like he's one heartbeat away from summoning Exodia. He tracks down his contact, but he's not trying to stir up trouble. He just wants everything to stay low-key, because dumping the mess on the student council feels way easier than wrestling with paperwork. And then we watch her, Chris, stare down the assets on that mommy, rocking those glasses like she owns the room. That outfit is doing serious work. She starts grilling whether the student council is actually tough enough to handle foreign ops, and I'm sitting here like, okay, but where do I sign up for her class? She starts spilling lore about Valen, claiming he's a war vet from the legendary hero Demon War. So turns out he's not just some poser. He's been through real blood and fire action. Turns out every student from this academy who survived that war is on a whole other level. Chris is spilling every juicy detail, and he looks ridiculously stacked in every single panel. 3 legendary students stepped into the fight. One is the current prez, one is Valen, and the last one. That's where the story explodes into something wild. Turns out the third one got killed in action, or did he? You know how these stories play out. Unless we watch a funeral with our own eyes, nobody's truly gone, and even then it's a coin flip. MC shuts that whole problem down for now, because he's got bigger fish to fry, and he goes rogue to hunt the real threat. They finally crack it. The enemy's plan is to wreck the big festival and derail that kingdom annexation. And yeah, it's pure political chaos, but if it means even more fights, we're not complaining. Their master plan is to smash the festival's opening day and unleash pure chaos, because these villains literally don't have hobbies besides being unbearable. The MC realizes this isn't just scouting. They've slipped inside the warehouse, and it looks like they're wrecking the equipment like the ultimate pranksters. He slips in under the radar and starts rummaging through the gear like he's looking for a way out. And would you freaking believe it? He spots a tiny bomb stuffed right inside the gear. These guys aren't just messing around, they're straight up trying to blow up the festival. Talk about being down bad for pure destruction. MC suddenly clocks it. Someone inside is feeding them the answers. Is it a knight, a royal, or maybe a sneaky player from the student council? And yeah, the tension thickens fast like Chris's thighs. We cut to Sharia, yet another total waifu with that soft girl glow. She's calling out more suspicious figures, and honestly, I'm just sitting there like, yep, she's a 10 out of 10. She calls Valen a real troublemaker, same as we already figured. And then bam, we cut to the student council president, sitting there looking mysterious as hell, all pale and white-haired, and I'm telling you right now, he's either a total Chad who's playing chess or a full-on villain. We get a quick, majestic glimpse of the academy, like it's glowing in the calm, right before the storm crashes in. Mai's our pure-hearted, white-haired angel, slides up to our MC with worry all over her face, and trust me, when someone like her asks for his time, who wouldn't drop everything? And she blurts out that she stumbled on something weird during practice, acting all innocent as she describes possible terrorist weapons. She dug into the field and uncovered a magical tool buried there. At first she figured it was a trap planted by the other team, but nope, she was way too sharp for that. Her wisdom is like a spell in motion. Then the magic hits and she senses something's wrong, like this girl is a walking radar for plot twists. She swears the magic is coming straight from the north, ancient knowledge and raw history. And she's spitting out these insane lore drops like she's adorable and dangerous at the same time. MC clocks it immediately. This is magic from the Lucia Empire, and he's blown away by what she can do, realizing she's way more valuable than he expected. And yeah, this is exactly what power couple goals look like. He realizes her wisdom path isn't some sacred gift at all. It's a broken ability, because she can spot, analyze, and straight-up dismantle bombs, and that's why she's the MVP of this whole arc. She drops the bombshell. She's the second princess of Arcadia. And here comes our MC, grabbing royal power for the harem like he's collecting Pokémon. MC lays out the entire bomb situation to her, and her face lights up like he just nailed it on the first try. Look at that smile. She's totally falling for him. They lock it down and keep it confidential to stop a panic from exploding. While the MC out here quietly playing Silent Guardian, and everyone else is just relaxing like nothing's going on. Suddenly, Alicia and Gran burst into the party, demanding to join the fun. Alicia still looks flawless, and she's been eavesdropping like a pro, unleashing her rage ability the whole time. MC's stomach drops. This is way too dangerous, but he knows he can't stop them, and as he watches them, he just thinks, great, I really am the one who has to carry these guys, aren't I? Alicia barrels right into his personal space and tells him she can't ignore this, because it's got her classmates in the middle. So yeah, the tension hits like a truck, boys. Gran's got his back too, and the MC suddenly realizes he's not running solo anymore. He's building real friendships, and that's a game-changing power-up. He finally gives in and lets them help. When he sees that raw, unstoppable joy on their faces, it's enough to make even a grown man tear up. They're all blushing and grinning, savoring this sweet little moment, because right after, violence is about to detonate. They rush in and start tearing the bombs apart, but the MC's gut drops. There's way too much to dismantle if they're going to save the festival. Grant pitches the idea of telling the student council, but MC slams it down on the spot. He's got zero proof, and he's not trusting those guys yet. He orders the team to split up like a real leader, with Mize riding right beside him, while the other two double-check the Lion team's gear. This is tactical genius on another level. The whole squad is buzzing and itching to move, and even the MC's got that weird spark in his chest, like friendship magic is already kicking in. Mize grins like she just won the universe, whispering that they finally pulled it off, so pure it practically stings. Now they're all locked in and fighting right beside him, and the MC finally gets it. Having a team hits different, even if they're basically a bunch of justice-obsessed simps. He looks back on the Great War and admits he used to dodge everyone like they were trouble. Bro's finally growing a heart, and you can't help but love it. He declares he's a whole new person and bets everything on them. The NPCs erupt with "Leave it to us," and start screaming like they're already about to get themselves killed in the next 5 minutes. We cut to my sprinting back up to him in the middle of practice. Breathless, adorable, and somehow way more dangerous than it should be. They're talking about ripping the bomb apart at night, so not a single student gets hurt. Safety first, boys. Maze cracks her wisdom road again, and it feels like a full-on cheat code. Just look at the laser focus in her eyes. She strides up to the machine and starts working, and the detail on this thing is insane. But Mize is built different. She crushes the whole thing like a pro, and when MC praises her, she instantly panics in the cutest way. She talks, and my heart just melts. She's still wearing the bracelet they bought together, like it's her lifeline. She keeps it close as a memento. Tell me that isn't basically a confession, because I'm not seeing denial anywhere. MC still aches from everything she survived, but she refuses to dwell on the pain, because every single moment with him becomes something she cherishes with her whole heart. It's a moment I'll never forget, she beams, and MC can't believe it. He's officially the luckiest guy on the entire planet. Back at the training grounds, everything's roaring again. Valen's back, and before anyone can breathe, he's stirring up trouble like he always does. He's getting dragged into the festival games against his will, and it's clear he's miserable, like that one insanely talented kid who can't stand gym class. He tells himself he's just going to hit the sledgehammer game and get it over with, grumbling that the whole thing is pure shit, like he's already done caring. This black-haired girl is trying to snap him out of it, but Valen's just being pure chaos. He doesn't care about seniors or respect at all. The tension keeps cranking up, and even Mize can't ignore the fear brewing about how all this is about to blow up. Valen leans in and snaps at the girl to stop wasting time and get to the point. This, "I'm too cool for school," aura hits so hard the NPCs practically tremble. She tells him to play with one goal, win, and Valen just tosses her attack, acting like she's not even worth his time. He ditches the war game? Nah, he jumps in instead because Gladius is just too much of a grind and he's hunting for team slots like he's snatching players off a lobby screen. He barks at the current participants to haul themselves over there because he's seconds away from wrecking some poor students' entire week. He storms in calling them dipshits, then says the weakest one is getting replaced by him. And this dude is an absolute savage, swinging for the win while bullying everyone else out of the way. Yo, what's up, my cultured homies? Today we're diving back into the world of op main characters, straight-up menaces. Right off the bat, he swings in with an absolute challenge, calling everyone a dipshit like it's nothing, and that "get your asses over here" energy. I gotta respect it. He straight up tells the class the weakest one's getting replaced. No participation trophies, boys. Meanwhile, our MC tweet is just posted up in the back, totally chill like a background NPC, while Valen flexes his superiority. Myra tries to play the responsible mom of the group, but Valen is having none of it. Then a beta student blurts out, "Can we use the power of friendship and team up?" And Valen is seconds away from ending this guy's whole career. Look at that grin if your first thought is, "Can someone save me?" Then you're already done for. Valen's about to smash these simps and remind the whole academy who runs the place. And just like that, he levels a guy before anyone even has time to blink. No magic circles, no drawn-out chanting, just straight-up cooked energy. The MC clocks it immediately. He's using magic with zero setup, like, that's straight-up low-key broken. The speed is straight-up unreal. Everyone's gawking with their mouths hanging open like some weak little grunts, while Valen just stands there, perfectly still, radiating menace. He's basically baiting them, go on all at once, straight up delivering that "I'm not trapped with you, you're trapped with me" energy. The students finally toughen up and lunge to jump him, but Valen isn't playing their game. He's slipping, dodging, and weaving like Ultra Instinct is already turned on, while they move like everything's running in slow motion. Myra fires a wind cannon at him, but Valen just talks trash, too fucking naive, and barrels straight through like he's got that dog in him for real. He starts channeling raw magic into his fist, and even Myra snaps to attention. She realizes this is real danger. He's about to prove how a true man of culture takes care of business. He slams the rage skill. Boom, the ground cracks open like it's been punched from below, and the look on their faces says it all. They realize too late they're not the main characters in this story. He's mowing them down in seconds. One punch, one blast, and the cows are done for. Myro gets launched like a rocket, and Valen can't believe the nerve of smacking a lady like that. Turns out he's an equal opportunity hater too. He lunges right into the guy's space, snarls "too slow," then blasts him point blank with a flame cannon, pure absolute cinema. The students are totally stunned. He just launched a high-level spell straight from his palm like it was nothing. Meanwhile, our MC is scribbling mental notes, and everyone else is barely holding back tears. Valen's straight up laughing at them now, barking at the first years to take notes, and honestly, he's toxic, arrogant, and somehow still stealing the whole chapter's show. Tweet locks in on what Valen's doing, donning, basically strapping his magic on like a second skin. And it's so high level that these NPCs couldn't even scratch the surface. The MC immediately starts geeking out over how it all works, parallel activation mixed with compression, like the craziest combo ever. And yeah, Valen is basically a walking cheat code. He tells them Valon builds the magic from scratch, traps the charge in his hands, and then fires it off mid-fight, so he can battle without dropping a thing. It's a dangerous, advanced trick, the kind you absolutely don't want a student trying to copy. Just when it feels like the fight's over, another challenger storms in. Sigfaltion hurls a lightning spear straight onto Valen's head, and finally someone shows up who isn't simping for the floor. Or Valen's got that look in his eye again. Yeah, things are about to get dangerous, because you can practically see that rage prompt blaze across his face. He snatches the lightning spear with his bare hands and just crushes it like it's nothing. Power scaling is a total mess at this school, but honestly, I'm loving every second of it. But Valen doesn't brush Sieg off. He recognizes asterisk him straight up because Sieg's noble and packed with real promise, like the ultimate Chad sees a future Chad moment. Valen storms off like none of that trauma mattered, then drops the bomb that he's replacing the first guy who got eliminated. Absolute savage. Maze is over here fawning over Valen, praising him like he's unstoppable, and Tweet just keeps nodding. Because deep down, he knows Valen wasn't even going half serious during that whole beatdown. The MC realizes Valon could have cranked up to even higher-ranked magic anytime. Because this student is a whole boss fight in disguise, and now we're getting some real culture. Check out Alicia in that tracksuit. Respectfully, she's got the T at the end of thick, and Grant alongside her reports back. They found bombs. Yeah, things just went from fun to deadly serious. They're freaking out about the student numbers shrinking, and they've got to start tearing those bombs apart before the festival hits. And trust me, the story's getting way denser than these poor background characters ever will. Late at night, they're creeping around the school buildings like absolute pros, pulling off classic main characters mischief, straight up 2 a.m. level shady. Gran's got a bad feeling they look suspicious, because sneaking around in the dark always screams trouble, but they have to yank those bombs out before everything detonates. The Tweet locks in on the job right now. Those eyes say, "I've seen things," and he wants to rip apart what they discovered today immediately. Suddenly, Tweet perks up. Someone's coming, and the air turns deadly tense, boys. If they get caught right now, their social credit is getting wiped to zero. It's Myra. She suddenly pops her head in like, "Excuse me, what are you losers doing?" And since she's the student council vice breeze, getting caught by her is a full-on massive L. She can call everyone by name like a pro, so Tweet fires off a fast excuse, claiming their practice is done, just so they can slip out before she even thinks to find the bombs. Myra watches them walk off with a razor-sharp, suspicious stare. There's no way she's falling for their pitch. Mommy Myra, she's already onto them. The very next day, the entire squad gets yanked into a meeting with the student council, so Grant's sitting there like, "Why the hell are all 4 of us here?" Tweet is acting calm, but you can tell he's running 10 moves ahead. He's pretty sure this all traces back to their sneaky late-night adventure. Gran and Mai are dripping with sweat. Interrogation is not their game, and their poker faces are crumbling fast because they're literally one question away from folding. They slam into the massive double doors. Tweet leans in and warns them that if the council starts sniffing around, they'll have to stick to the truth, at least some of it. They burst in and straight up find the council already waiting, and the air feels like a weight on your chest, like stepping into the principal's office, except the principal could probably wipe you out with a single thought. There's the council, cultured ladies lounging in the back, and some hard-faced power guys up front, because this right here is the top of the top. And there's the president, showing up like he's stepped straight out of a shoujo manga, so handsome he screams, "I can't be evil." And yet he's smiling like he absolutely probably is. Twite and Myra lock eyes. "Nice to meet you." But we both know the real drama is already bubbling under the surface. The president jumps in, calling himself the ex-Stullite, and the tweets all, "Look at those delicate features." But somehow he still doesn't give off any scary vibes, which is exactly the kind of red flag that screams, a monster's hiding under this smile. MC can't shake the feeling that this guy isn't really on Valen's level. Valen is pure brute force, but this guy looks like he'd tear you apart and grin the whole time. All right, Ix wastes zero time. He's ready to fire off a few questions about those sketchy people the Academy has been seeing lately. Gran and Mize look absolutely saved, like the bombs are behind them, while those clueless NPCs are completely oblivious to what's about to hit. Look at them all acting tough and small, while Tweet just stands there stone still like a statue, because he's already picked exactly how he's going to play this. Tweet just drops the bomb out of nowhere. He claims he's been fighting people 2 nights ago and insists Valen should hear about it, and Ix is left staring in total shock. The president slaps his own face because Valen didn't report a single damn thing, so he barks for his subordinate to pull Valen up on the broadcast. And yeah, this is about to explode into a full-blown disaster. Valen smashed through the door, shaking with fury, because getting summoned like a dog makes his skin crawl. And that guy got zero respect for authority. Honestly, I'm obsessed. He spots Tweet and just fires off a yo, totally calm with the MC, but absolutely hating the president. And that tells you instantly who's the real Chad and who's the simp. Ix leans in and asks Valen if he fought someone 2 nights ago, trying to stay calm, but Valen's clearly on the verge of snapping, and his patience is running on fumes. Valen shrugs and admits it. Yeah, he was gonna report it, eventually. And honestly, that's what they all do when they feel like it, because the energy is absolutely off the charts. When they ask what happened to the intruders, Valen just shrugs and says he drove them off. No capture, no interrogation, just straight up kicking their asses and tossing them back out. The president is straight up spiraling into a full mental breakdown. Valen's, "I don't care. That whoa, deal with it" attitude is the ultimate weapon against some buttoned-up bureaucratic nerd like X. Myra erupts in screams at Valen, yelling for him to get off the student council. Then Valen fires back, "If you want to get rid of me, do it. I don't give a shit." Total gigachad energy. It settles everyone down, and boom, the intruders turn out to be operatives from another country, slamming the story straight from school drama to full-on international war. Myra's still screaming because Valen won't pick up. He's acting like, "I didn't hear it, so yeah, not my fault." Logic 100%. Valen then calls out how the MC squad, the Common Course kids, also jumps at the intruders with zero clue what's really going on, like he's just trying to dodge the blame onto everyone. He rips the whole plan apart, calling it stupid, and insists they either go straight to the school or just scrap the festival, because he's the only one here being real, while everyone else is busy playing politics. The president starts rambling that the festival brings peace and boosts the economy, straight up NPC filler, while Valen isn't buying a single word. We zoom in on the students, worried faces, and you can practically slice the tension in that room with a blade. They're scrambling to make the event as safe as humanly possible. Then Valen is about to unleash a truth bomb that's gonna sting. Check out this blonde beauty. She's on the council and trying to stay composed, but Valen is wrecking her every chance. Valen steps straight into X's space and spits, "Fucker!" sick of the president hoarding every important secret while playing the saint like it's all a show. Valen drops the knockout punch, calling him a piece of shit, and basically saying he'd even bury his own sister's death in silence. And yeah, that's some deep-seated trauma right there. The whole room goes dead silent, blonde girl S in full shock and even tweets like, "Whoa, that's too far." Ix swings his arm and says they can go, but the damage is done. The vibe is completely ruined. As they stomp out, Tweetsy's Valen hangs back, drowning in misery, because that clownish dipshit act, it's just a mask for a whole lot of pain. Tweet clocked it instantly. The president was basically forcing peace on everyone, even if it was built on straight-up lies, and that's the grim, dark side of the hero trope hitting hard. Alicia is freaking out, because nobody even bothered to ask about the bombs, and it's hilarious in the worst way that the council's busy tearing each other apart while literal explosives sit in their backyard. He's lost in thought, sure, the council hasn't clocked them as suspicious, but make no mistake, they're officially on the radar now. He tells the squad the real reason he wanted them silent, because the bomb mastermind might be lurking right here, in their own country, and then he points out the call is coming from inside the house. He's sure a student council member is secretly feeding the foreign operatives intel, because there's no way security just lets outsiders stroll in like they own the place, and trust is dead, especially when those pretty boys smile too sweet. Alicia snaps the conversation in a new direction because she's itching to hit the weapon shop, bombs or traitors be damned. She still needs her gear. Tway nods and agrees, because he's desperate for a new weapon too. He's been scraping by with basic gear, and now it's finally upgrade time. And we end on an absolute heater. Tweet's hunting for a new partner, and guess what it is? A god-tier sniper rifle. This man,'s about to start dropping fools with 360 no-scopes. Pure cinema. Yo homies, we're back with another banger recap. Watch Tweet try to live his best life while everyone around him plays 4D chess. Then he spirals deep in his feelings, stuck on this guy named Valon, wondering why anyone would fight world peace, and honestly, same. Bro's trudging through the streets like he's mid-life crisis at 17, spiraling over whether he's the only one actually trying to keep life chill. But yeah, he can't even brood in peace. His squad of NPCs clocks him lagging in 4K, and he's just standing there looking clueless while the girls are like, wait, did he really lose his last 2 brain cells? They're rushing to the shop, because apparently you can't be a fantasy hero unless you dump half your budget on brand new gear. They stride into this weapons shop, and the blonde guy is acting like he's never laid eyes on a sword in his life. Pure, I'm barely part of the story energy. Then we cut to Alicia, and Lord, have mercy. This girl's got culture oozing out of her as she says she's hunting for a C-rank tool for the festival, but come on, we all know you're really here for that hair and that fit. Tweet suddenly decides he needs a sniper wand. Why get up close and risk it when you can just obliterate the enemy from a whole other zip code? He has to grab a brand new toy, because his old organization weapon is way too damn hot to lug around while he's trying to act like just another normal student. Alicia, pure mommy mode, activated, drags him straight to the sniper section, and if she's steering, I'm following without a second thought. Then boom, they crash into Sieg, this white-haired kid who looks like he just saw a ghost, or like his search history got dragged into the spotlight. Next, this man's sweating bullets, looking like a total beta next to our MC's stone-cold face. Sieg tries to look like he's under threat, but Tweet just stands there totally blank, like there's nothing behind those eyes. Bro straight up forgot this guy even existed. Like, how do you duel someone and then totally blank them out? That audacity is straight up legendary GigaChad energy. Sieg is straight up falling apart in real time. He trained his heart out just to beat Tweet, and Tweet hits him with, wait, who are you again? Sieg breaks down in tears, yelling that Tweet told him to stay away after their last fight, and the girls just stare at him like he's some helpless lost puppy. Tweet finally snaps back and goes, wait, you mean THAT? Bro, the disrespect is straight up peak cinema. Everyone starts feeling sorry for Sieg, because being erased by your rival hits harder than death. Tweet tries to play it like a real friend and tells him he's changed, but honestly, that's just smooth, high-level glazing. Sieg takes it like a gut punch and spirals into a savage inner monologue about his own weakness. He actually drops a real apology to the squad, an insane W for a former bully that makes you respect him for once. He admits he's been grinding his strength non-stop just to earn a rematch with Tweet, and yeah, that's pretty down bad, but I guess we'll roll with it. He's trying to play humble, but it's obvious he still thinks he's the star of his own anime. Alicia tells Sieg he should help choose the weapon because he's a wand expert, and Sieg instantly pounces on the chance, showing off what he knows like it's nothing. Sieg once again struts in like he owns the place, claiming he'll choose the perfect one, pure NPC behavior. He asks what Tweet wants, and our boy doesn't miss a beat. He's dead set on that sniper smoke. Sieg yanks out the Divine Hawk, and wow, this thing looks like it crawled straight out of Call of Duty, not some fantasy manga. It's got that tight, high-compression vibe that Tweet is always chasing. Tweet starts clocking that the kingdom reeks of trouble, and suddenly he's hunting for that gun for self-defense, which basically means he's about to drop in and start bodying fools. He can feel trouble brewing in the kingdom, and he's not about to watch from the sidelines. He wants to grab the spatula first. Sieg clocks that Tweet has that noble intuition thing going on, basically his plot armor, dressed up in fancy words. They rush downstairs to try the brand new toy, and the hype hits like a freight train. Down in the basement, we spot Alicia again, geared up like a fighter, looking ruthless, as she swings her blade and tests every inch of it. She locks eyes on Tweet and dares him to a 1v1. She's dying to test what that sniper can do, or she's just hunting for an excuse to get close to him. The rules are dead simple. You land the first hit, you win, no second chances, and it turns into a high-stakes game of tag where the weapons are pure magic. Yeah, Alicia tells him she might really slice him, playing the total dummy mommy act, and Tweet's response is basically just, bet. There's a savage competitive blaze burning in her eyes, like she's built to be a top-tier waifu. They kick off the match with a big show, because he's the loudest guy in the room. The second the match kicks off, Tweet lunges straight for the headshot. No pause, no second thoughts. But Alicia is straight up a monster. She slices the magical bullet in half like it's nothing, pure samurai movie energy. Absolute cinema. Tweet yanks her sword closer and realizes it's no ordinary blade at all. It's a broken magical tool called frigid iron. She's darting forward like she never gets tired, crushing the gap as Tweet scrambles to reload. He blasts again, and she swats every single shot aside like she's speedrunning the entire tutorial. She steps into his face and Tweet's eyes go wide. He's absolutely cooked. Then she presses the blade to his throat and declares she's got the win. Mommy, sorry, mommy. The rest of the squad is totally rattled by how brutal that practice match turned out to be. Alicia grins and admits her new sword is way stronger than she ever expected, and she's been drilling parries against bullets nonstop, all just to impress him. Then her expression snaps back to full seriousness, like something heavy just clicked in her mind. She pushes for a rematch. Sure, Tweet's been pulling punches. She wants the real deal, no cap. Tweet realizes he can't keep his power level hidden from her anymore, because she's way too observant to miss a thing. But he steps up to the challenge, and you can feel it because things are about to go off the rails. They reset the distance, and the air turns heavy, brimming with tension. Round 2 kicks off, and Tweet starts raining shots like he's got an aimbot glued to his hands. Alicia weaves through the rain of projectiles, and somehow looks downright majestic the whole time. She thinks she's finally cracked his rhythm, then she slams him with a full-speed dash to force the finish. She shrieks that he can't silence her with mere numbers. Tweet fires one last shot, and the look on his face screams like he's already won. Alicia lunges for a parry, exactly like the others. But hold up, this bullet hits different. It's got that brutal weight, and it just blasts straight through her guard. Bam, she gets slammed by the impact like a truck, and just like that, the match is over. Tweet stands there like the ultimate Chad, while Alicia lies flat on her back. She's flushed pink and panting hard, staring at him like, what the hell did you just do? He drops a big-brain gamer tweet, saying he tweaked the bullet's weight mid-fight. Those first shots barely hit, but the last one, a heavy-duty banger. Alicia fumes because she got outplayed in their battle of wits, but you can tell she's still blown away by how experienced he is. Tweet finally realizes his brand-new gun is straight-up top tier, even if it doesn't quite hit as hard as his old one. The squad rolls out, and Tweet's got a brand-new partner at his side, ready to slam the brakes on chaos and protect the peace. Just look at him polishing his own gun like it's nothing. All right, catch you in the next one. Surface, yo, what's up, my cultured kings? Back with another banger where the plot's thick and the jokes are thicker. First up, our boy Tweet's kicking back for some tea with the local mommy, Chris, and she's straight up grilling him like, so, are you really playing nice with your classmates? What? Hold up, look at this woman. The artist nailed it with that skirt, no question. The Tweet's trying to track cash flow, but I'm out here tracking those curves. Anyway, the whole kingdom is on high alert because of some huge festival and a major conference. Every time this happens, you just know certain NPCs are about to get wrecked. Tweet's convinced the academy's safe, though, because they've got everything to lose if things go south. Chris is basically glowing like a full-course snack while she spills the real tea. This academy's blowing up like crazy because of the hero effect. And she's dead serious, logic maxing, insisting there's zero reason for them to sabotage their own momentum. Our MC just stands there, staring into the void. Because when the academy and the army are off the table, the whole situation gets terrifyingly complicated, and that I'm surrounded by idiots look is screaming on his face. Looks like they both have a pretty solid hunch about who the real snakes are. I'll even pay you $10 if you can spot the traitor. But trust me, it's always the one person you'd never think to blame. That tweet's going full philosopher, claiming the biggest wars always start from something tiny. And bro's basically foreshadowing the absolute cinema that's about to hit. He links up with his squad, Gran and Mize, and tells them to take it from here because he's out. Mize looks cute like always, but that sweet little face is hiding some seriously wild power. Mize out here absolutely crushing it. She's disarming bombs like a total pro, while Gran just stands there looking like the world's laziest sidekick, begging for head pats, and yeah, I get it. Suddenly, Tweet picks up goons lurking in the shadows, and Bro's spider sense starts buzzing, because these uninvited guests are about to get their vibe checked fast. 3 of them are watching, and the girls are already ready to throw down. Alicia steps up, promises she'll lend her strength, and you can bet she's got that main heroine aura that just screams she'll back her up. Alyssa doesn't wait for some perfect plan. She just bull rushes in like a total Chad, spots 3 hooded NPCs, and orders them, straight up, to sit down and get humble. The villain starts ranting, "Don't blame me for this trash," acting like he's some kind of hero. Then he's about to get absolutely folded by a girl who looks way better in a skirt than he does in armor. "That's my line," she declares, standing there like a full-on queen, no jokes. I'm not admitting I'm down bad, but the way she grips that sword has me feeling way too much. She snaps in a sharp, clean slash and sends those losers stumbling back. Because the moment you try to gank a wifey with plot armor, you get cooked. Tweet just zips in behind them like a total edgelord, then smirks and tells them their expiration date is here. Nothing personal, kid, just pure "you're done" energy. He just drops a bullet spell straight in the guy's face, and boom, it's game over. No chanting, no cringe, just pure, ruthless efficiency from our boy. He socks the next guy so hard he's out until next week. Boom, 2 down, and somehow it's record time. Tweet's out here proving to every NPC that he's the real protagonist. My lunges in with alchemy, webbing the last guy, Lawfly, in a trap. Don't be fooled by that cute face, because if she wants you, she'll freeze you into a statue. Grand yanks out a giant sledgehammer and starts swinging like it's his personal game of whack-a-mole, bold enough to show up to a magic battle with a hammer and still steal the spotlight. Gran looks absolutely triggered right now, muttering about fixation like he can't believe it, and his eyes are screaming that someone just ruined his favorite manga. He hammers it down with the force of 1,000 suns, and it smashes into that guy's ribs. There's no way he's getting up for the sequel. The enemy is still scrambling to move, and Gran's seconds from going full demon mode, until Tweet has to jump in, and Gran catches a murder charge on camera. That Tweet slams the brakes right at the last second, but Gran is fuming, spitting imperial scum like it's poison, while Bro's got so much trauma blazing in him that he was literally seconds away from turning that guy into paste. MC blasts him with a cold, savage question, "Were you gonna kill him?" And the tension is so thick you could slice it with a butter knife. Tweet snaps back to himself and blurts out an apology for drifting off, and the girls stare at him like he's totally unhinged. Honestly, they're not exactly wrong. They decide to dump the intruders straight into the student council's hands, and Tweet's dying to see what the president does, because she wants to find out if he's a real gigachad or just a total fraud. He storms into the office and spots the president with Myra, the resident librarian waifu, and she looks totally swamped by the insane mountain of books, like she's one bad day away from flipping her brain into panic mode. He tells them the intruders are taken care of, then orders them to handle the cleanup, and Myra's staring in pure shock, like, wow, Tweet finally pulled off something useful for once. The president starts grilling how Tweet keeps catching these intruders, and sure, he's suspicious, but Tweet's busy being a walking mystery to even notice. Tweet slings that "I just happen to be nearby" excuse, and it's the biggest lie anime has ever seen. The president even apologizes for the security mess, but come on, you can practically feel the plot brewing. MC slips away, plotting his next move, but Alicia is right behind him, wearing that "I know exactly what you're doing" smirk that somehow makes her even more dangerously attractive. She's basically saying, "I've started reading his moves," and the crazy part is, she's the only one who can actually keep up with Riz. Look at that hair flip. She's fully convinced she's the best girl, and she's not wrong. She spots him shadowing the student council president, snaps on the spot and calls him out, and there's Tweet just frozen there, like a cat caught in the act, while he's already got something up his sleeve. He tells them, if the student council's sus, they'll try to free the prisoners in secret, so we're tailing them because that's pure big brain move. They track the council members as they stride toward the warehouse, and Alicia's locked in, while Tweet just hangs back in the shadows, vibing like the ninja menace he is. Turns out they're not just skipping the academy. They're bailing on it completely, and honestly, this gets weirder every second, like the plot is thickening faster than I can even finish my morning coffee. Alicia can't shake the fear that if the council is guilty, they'll slam the brakes on the handover to the knights, and Tweet's already itching to throw down the second things get spicy. They tail them straight into the Royal Guard HQ, and it actually looks like a clean, legit handover. Tweet's already bracing for the worst case, but we all know that's exactly when the real chaos explodes. Alicia fires up some hearing enhancement magic and slips into eavesdropping like a pro. At this point, she's basically a walking wiretap. Right out of nowhere, Commander Schlen and Thalia burst onto the scene, Thalia blazing in full plate armor, and I can't lie, I'm absolutely weak for the kind of woman who can kick my ass. The commander is staring at them like he's seen it all, and Tweet is acting way too calm, because you can tell he's 1 second away from bolting the moment this turns into a boss fight. Hold up, the commander doesn't just recognize Alicia, he straight up calls her Alicia Dono. And it turns out he's her father's old friend, so this reunion hits you with pure wholesome warmth. He's gushing about just how much she's grown since those little kid days, and of course it's always the battle-scarred vets, the ones with the hardest faces, who secretly have the biggest soft spot for the hero's daughter. Thalia Pendiantine introduces herself as a junior knight. And seriously, look at that blue hair and that armor, it screams straight-up high-tier waifu material. They're breaking down how the different knight squads are teaming up to keep the capital locked down. Because right now it's one massive, no-nonsense guard fest in the streets. The commander grills them about the academy's security, and you can feel that something S-off vibe hanging in the air, pure battle-tested Chad intuition. He drops the bombshell. The student council keeps insisting, everything's fine. But the guard count is way lower than last year. Someone's definitely fudging the numbers, and it's not exactly a bake sale. Tweet finally snaps out of the act and admits, yeah, he's scared too, and now he's fishing for answers without coming off like a full-on stalker. The commander nods at his honesty, then warns that suspicious reports have been pouring in lately. Like everyone around here knows something. S-off, except the student council. Alicia suddenly realizes she can't sit back anymore, so she steps up and pushes for more guards, owning that responsibility like the hero she is. Tweet tries to brush it off like they were just strolling during the festival chaos. Classic, our boy wants you to look away like it's nothing. The commander starts showering Alicia with praise, claiming she's the only one who can inherit her father's legendary swordsmanship. And as she blushes hard, it's honestly downright adorable. He launches into a furious monologue about how the Great War wiped out everyone's chance to learn that style. And then, bam, Alicia becomes the absolute last hope to keep her family's legacy alive. He's sure she'll master it one day if she keeps grinding, pure peak shonen motivation, and I'm already getting fired up just reading this. Alicia swears she'll give everything to live up to every single expectation, and look at that fire blazing in her eyes. Yeah, that's my future queen right there. The commander wants to send an escort since it's getting late, but Tweet's like, nah, I'm good. Because bro would rather guard his private walk with the waifu than let anyone interfere. Then Tweet slides in with the ultimate riz, telling her he's hyped for her future too. Alicia is so down bad she's basically melting, blushing like crazy. She's completely flustered, stuck on what he even meant by that. Yet Tweet's already getting a bad vibe, like the force is screaming that something's seriously wrong. The commander roars that they've been hit, and as darkness crawls over the kingdom, that's your cue to call it. Wrap on this chapter. Absolute cinema. Yo, what's up, my cultured kings? It's your boy back with another absolute banger recap. Today we're diving headfirst into top-tier academy drama where the waifus are stacked, and the plot hits harder than a brick to the forehead. It kicks off with the student council acting way too suspicious, like they're hiding dark secrets behind those smiles. So if the president isn't secretly a villain, I'll literally eat my hat. We kick things off with our MC's tweet, and boom. Alicia, looking like an absolute snack, gets hit with the news that the city's getting cooked by an attack, and a knight barrels in like he just ran a marathon to warn them things are spiraling fast, with the kind of panic written all over his face. The knight orders our duo to march back to the dorms and dodge trouble, but you know Alicia won't live that NPC life. She's already itching to throw hands, all main character energy, zero chill. She leans in and tells the old man she's got 100% confidence in her skills, and bro, the look in her eyes has me completely finished. This isn't just pretty face energy, she's ready to haul the whole squad on her back. Schlendono, this old veteran, actually listens to her, and realizes she's not some random student at all. Then he flips the green light, clearly low-key impressed by the grit in her resolve. Another night rolls in, and Thalia's spiraling because dragging kids into a deathmatch is a PR disaster on any resume. But hey, she's rocking that armor like a dream, so I'm not exactly mad about the extra screen time. Schlendono basically tells her to shut up, because Alicia is a complete badass who inherited a legendary sword, and he's quick to point out that our boy Tweet is definitely not your average beta male, even if he looks like he hasn't slept in 3 days. Turns out Tweet actually nailed a commander during training, and that's pure cinema. Those old guy eyes locked on him, and you could tell he's hiding Riz, like this kid might be the real gigachad of the whole crew. That Tweet punches him with the "I won't be a burden" line, and I swear I'm secretly praying he'll actually say it, because the next moment he's packing his gear like he's about to clear a dungeon solo. And just like that, the squad rockets out, full throttle anime-level speed, charging straight for the attack site as lightning tears through the air. The whole street is in chaos. NPCs sprint like it's the end, yelling for help non-stop, and you're out here scanning the area like a pro. But then you realize this fight isn't even close to over because someone's still out there wrecking everything. Right then, Tweet freezes cold, like something in the shadows is staring him down, so he halts mid-step and blurts, "Who's there?" While the crowd hangs on every second for the next insane reveal. Look at those eyes, man. Our MC is locked in and itching to absolutely demolish whoever's watching, with that 1,000-yard stare that only the truly broken can pull off. Alicia clocks him lagging behind and asks if he's okay, but he brushes it off like it's all in her head. Yeah, he's straight up gaslighting her so she won't worry. Either that or he's playing the tactical Chad game. He tells himself the attack site comes first, but that mysterious person keeps creeping into his thoughts anyway. He's heading out, yet something feels seriously wrong in the air. And yep, we spot this mystery guy posted on the roof like the ultimate edge lord. And when Tweet actually clocks him, he's genuinely shocked. So that tells us our MC's detection skills are absurdly on point. This mystery guy is asterisk glazing that Tweet like crazy, pointing out that even Alicia's top knights never clocked him. So yeah, he's basically screaming that our MC is built different. He admits he's worried and begs Tweet not to think badly of him. Like seriously, that's the sketchiest thing any roof camper could ever say, and trust me, this guy is trouble waiting to explode later. The crew finally bursts onto the scene, and every single jaw drops, because just by the bubbles, you can tell they've walked straight into a literal graveyard. The knights patrolling the area got totally wiped out. Now they're crumpled on the ground like helpless jobbers, and this enemy means business, because they're handing out L's like candy and not playing around for a second. That one knight was hanging on by a thread when he finally spills the truth. During patrol, they jumped him. Now he's coughing up blood, looking absolutely wrecked, and honestly, that poor guy never stood a chance. He lets them know the whole fight hinged on just one enemy, a red-cloaked menace, straight out of the classic villain handbook, and somehow one guy dropped 5 knights all by himself. The power scaling here is absolutely brutal. After crushing the patrol, the enemy headed south, but Schlendono's still giving the survivor mad respect for hanging on, because that old man is the real deal. They waste zero time, sprint after him, charging south to nail that red-cloaked menace, and as Tweet and Alicia run shoulder to shoulder, it's like watching a full-on power couple lock in. Suddenly, a massive explosion slams the nearby buildings, and Thalia immediately points it out. Like Michael Bay just crashed the party, and everything's detonating at once. They spot a hooded figure planted on a roof, staring down at them like they're nothing but bugs, and Tweet's sure the build screams, "Man," even if that hood makes it impossible to pin down who. Schlendono plays hero and barks for a surrender, but the hooded guy just goes stone silent like a real gigachat. Because when you're seconds away from dropping a fireball on someone's head, words don't matter. The villain starts cranking up dark magic in his palm, and the animation looks razor-sharp. Meanwhile, he's barely even sweating while the knights draw their swords. Suddenly, 6 giant dark orbs slam into place around him like he's the final boss himself. Boys, this is absolute cinema. The budget just went nuclear for this fight. The orbs start streaking forward like homing missiles, and the knights get blindsided in an instant. Just look at Delia's face. She can already see that "you died" screen coming. Enemy attacks are blasting from every direction, and the group can barely breathe while they fight to stay alive. Then they start to panic, because the firepower is so massive it doesn't feel like one guy. Thalia whips in, takes the hit, and a burst of blood sprays across the air. Our thick knight mommy is injured, and now there's no letting up. Tweet spots the knights getting crushed and shoves Alicia forward to take the vanguard spot. Then he finally steps up and leads the team like the alpha he's always been. Alicia flashes him that smug, confident smirk and goes, "Roger that." And that smile? Man, it's worth a fortune. She's about to kick the gloves off, go full waifu, and wipe the floor with that cloaked loser. She barrels forward like a real goddess of war. While that cloaked guy casually hurls even more magic her way, she snaps aside, dodges, and weaves like she's shredding through a brutal Souls-like boss fight. She unleashes her rage skill, rockets her speed sky-high, and launches upward with an absolutely insane jump. Watch those boots stomp the air like she's chewing through gravity to go even higher. Alicia slams down with a brutal overhead swing, but the villain darts out of the way at the last second, barely scraping by. Still, Alicia doesn't stop, yelling that she'll never let him escape. The hooded guy whips a massive orb to full power right in her face, and Thalia yells a warning. Like, seriously, this is the disaster is about to happen panel, no joke. Then bam, close-up on Tweet's face, and he just barks, too slow. Oh man, the hype is real, and our boy is about to prove he's the MC right in front of everyone. Tweet rockets a perfectly timed shot, snatching the magic orb right from the guy's hand. Straight up aimbot energy. And just like that, the boss's big move gets totally shut down. That shot blasts out a shockwave that ripples through the city streets. And Tweed isn't just a swordsman. He's a true marksman, dead set on taking people apart with that tool of his. He looks ice cold in this panel, just locked on the barrel, face flat, not a hint of emotion, like the quiet kid everyone underestimates and somehow still dares you to mess with him. Alicia spots the opening and goes straight for the kill, while Schlendono is right there hyping her up. This tag team chaos is exactly why we showed up. The hooded guy gets shoved into a defensive stance, but he still blasts magic right from point-blank range, like a slippery eel, refusing to stay down and face the. He snaps his spell off so fast even Tweed's caught off guard. Then a brutal blast of dark energy erupts and slams everyone back. And yeah, this casting speed screams, hack. The explosion throws up a massive wall of smoke, and Alicia can't stop herself from panicking. Where did he vanish to? It's that old-school villain move. A smoke bomb to cover the chaos, then a quick getaway while everyone's blinded. Tweet whips around to fire again, but the enemy slams down a multi-layer barrier, like a five-fold shield, just to stop one blasted bullet from our guy. Right as the hooded guy leans in, we finally get a last glimpse of his face. He's staring straight back at Tweet, and the air feels electric, like these two have history they never fully explained. The villain finally slips away, and the knights stumble through the dust, coughing and seething. They lost their target, and the whole vibe turns bitter fast. Tweet brags that this guy just threw down a five-fold barrier, meaning he's elite-tier magic through and through, while Alyssa's face twists with worry, and Tweet, calm as ever, starts dissecting the enemy's tactics like a seasoned pro. The crew huddles back together, checks every single person is still standing, and realizes they just went toe-to-toe with a foreign operative, someone brutally powerful, basically a top-tier infiltrator. Schlendono is convinced the target isn't random at all. It's the dignitaries rolling in for the festival. Because with all the bigwigs flooding the city, it's basically a neon sign begging for political assassinations. He apologizes because the knights have to lock in on the VIPs, so Academy security is going to stretch thin like paper, and Tweet realizes this is the enemy's perfect chance to hit again. The knights ride out to regroup, leaving Tweet and Alicia alone, and Alicia clocks something's off fast because Tweet's been unnervingly quiet and she's just too sharp not to ask. Tweet's gut screams that the knight's theory is wrong, and as he replays what that hooded guy said, the timing of the attack suddenly looks impossible, because it doesn't line up with a plan aimed just at the dignitaries. He slips into a spiral of deep thought about Lucia's master plan and whether the Empire is about to annex the kingdom, because this kid is playing 4D chess while everyone else is still stuck on checkers. He calls out the student council for being the ones who insisted the Academy security was fine, and that's a massive red flag, because the more this goes on, the clearer it looks like the student council is secretly in on the whole plot. The security's been stretched to breaking, and innocent people are getting swept into the crossfire like it's inevitable. Tweet's staring at the ruined city, and you can see his patience snapping. He decides he can't just sit back and do nothing anymore. Then the MC locks eyes with that deadly serious look, and you already know heads are about to roll. We flash back to the Academy, sun blazing, but the air still feels heavy, like everyone's holding their breath, because this is just a cover for the storm that's about to hit. Tweet strides up to his squad and yanks the operation to a stop for today. While Alicia and the other girls stare in total confusion, he's already cleared the warehouse and even checked it for bombs. He figures the enemy is already panicking and rewriting everything after getting checked twice, because our guy is outsmarting the villains before they can even lift a finger. The girls clock him as shady and slacking off toward the library, but we know the truth. He's heading out on a solo mission, no backup, no mercy. Just look at them. They're not worried. They just want more time with their favorite Chad. As he strides down the hallway, he spots the student council president, still spotless, still suspicious. And that guy screams, "Final boss," like the whole place is waiting for him. The president leaned in with a creepy little smile and demanded to know if he picked up anything useful last night. And this guy's riz is pure danger, trying to mess with our boy's head. Tweet doesn't even blink. She calls him out for lurking in the shadows, and he refuses to fall for the president's tricks, going straight for the jugular. The president just keeps that smug grin plastered on his face and says he wants to talk. Right here, right now. And this showdown between two absolute monsters ends on a brutal cliffhanger. So what's his real move, and is the red-cloaked guy who we think he is? Come back next time to find out, and don't forget to like and subscribe for more cultured content. A year ago, it kicks off with a flashback. Absolute peak waifu energy strolling down the hallway. And yeah, you can already tell the culture is on full power here. Look at this short-haired queen. She's chatting with Valen and Ajax about launching a shared course at Builders Academy. And I'm telling you, I'm already fully hooked. She's got that I can fix the whole world smile. And with a face like that, I'd let her set the course for anything she wants. She's hunting for a spot where regular folks can train and learn, no pressure to become heroes. Because compared to the usual shonen grind, that idea sounds like straight-up vacation. Mommy, sorry, Mommy. She's the student council president, and she's basically bossing these two into joining her squad with that top-tier riz. Valen is acting like a total beta right now, whining that it's too much effort, while a literal goddess stands right in front of him. Bro's out here whining that the hero in the war arc is a total headache, and right on cue a top-tier wife rolls in asking for a favor. Yeah, he's absolutely cooked. But Frau isn't messing around. She snaps into full seriousness and begs them to lend her their strength, because this is for the future. She leans into the horizon like she's starring in some high-budget masterpiece, and the light hits her at just the perfect angle. Her dream is simple. Let everyone in this country live in peace, and right now you can see Valen finally get hit by the pure audacity of her charm. Look at that stare. He's officially down bad for his president, and honestly, I can't even blame him. Fast forward to right now. These slick, fancy shoes stride into the room as we slam back into the main story. Tweet strides into the room to meet the current president, who's suddenly playing perfect host with that fake NPC-level politeness. But our boy Tweet is built different. He already clocked that this guy was the one shadowing him during the attack last night. He's crunching every move in his head, praying the president hasn't clocked that he and Alicia have been stalking the knights right to their headquarters. The president leans in and asks if he found anything useful, and Tweed just keeps his cool. No hints, no slips, not a single drop of his secret sauce leaks out. The president cuts the small talk instantly and barrels straight into the point, and you can feel the tension snapping higher by the second. Suddenly, the air in the room turns gut-wrenchingly heavy. Then the president unleashes this brutal, world-crushing killing intent out of nowhere, and it's pure peak cinema. Are you my enemy? Because the president just snapped from polite student to an absolute gigachad in one single panel. This tweet feels like his heart, about to snap in half. Look at this guy's aura, it's straight up unreal, and you can feel the fear coming. But Tweet doesn't blink for a second, because his training was way more brutal than this little light show. Tweet slaps him back with a blunt, probably not. Then straight up warns him, if he's cooking up anything sketchy, they're about to go nuclear on him. The president instantly folds, realizing Tweet isn't just some random simp. He's a certified threat. He even apologizes for threatening him, totally stunned that Tweet didn't flinch or break a sweat even under that brutal pressure test. Now they're finally getting into the academy, and laying bare the brutal rift tearing the hero course apart from the common course. He brings up Twait's duel with Noble Sig like he's been replaying every second of Twait's best moments on loop. Tweet still remembers that fight because this school's divide is real, and it's the kind of truth that screams, fix this. But the president points out that a bunch of students are starting to doubt the rift, and they're demanding change. A single student tweaking their stance can set off a ripple effect, and one tweet just proved how the whole academy can get pulled into it. He brings up Maze, and the way she ditched her royal status just to chase what she actually loves is pure absolute queen energy. And then there's Gran, fully locked in on peace, because he's seen the horrors of war up close firsthand. Tweet is convinced that, Within a few years, these Common Core students will become the nation's shining symbols of peace. The president actually lights up. Just for a second he looks all soft, right after that insane burst of power. Plot twist of the century. Turns out the president was the one who actually set the common course, not the so-called higher-ups. He lets it slip that he fought in the great hero Demon War beside two other students, absolute legends. One was Valen and the other was his older sister, Frau, the same girl we saw in that flashback. Turns out the common course was Frau's final request, right before she passed away. Tweet finally clocks who he is, the man who buried his sister's death as a secret, and rage crashes through his thoughts as he calls him nothing but trash for hiding the truth. The president finally feels like he's paying his sister back for everything, turning her dream into reality, even if it's only a small step. But the mystery won't quit. Why does Valen still fight tooth and nail against what Frau wanted with all her heart? The president tells Tweet to go ask the guy directly. Talk about dodging the question the most classic way possible. He quizzes Tweet about what game he's running for the festival, and Tweet blurts out, "A physical race," because he's here to win, not show off his real power. Tweet storms out of the room, staring at his own power like, "I'm not here to just catch bodies in this war. I'm going to use this strength to bring peace." He's got his own assignment now, and the sky's staring down like it knows the chaos that's about to hit next. Then, right as all that chaos brews, we cut to a glasses-wearing beauty hunched over her desk, like she's one breath away from unleashing a master plan. She's telling him tonight's the night it all ends. Just look at those eyes. You can feel that Domami energy bubbling right under the surface. She's reading the latest reports on everything happening, and the moment she gets the green light, she's moving exactly as planned. And check out that pose. She's basically claiming she gets to choose the future, and honestly, I'm not even about to argue with her. Cut to the shadows. Hooded NPCs are whispering about how to disarm bombs, but cut that boring talk. I want real action. Boom, right when the tweet pops up like a jump scare, it smacks one of the goons so hard he can't even blink before he's down. He's shaking with pure terror, and when he gets body slammed into the next dimension, he finally recognizes Tweet from the reports. Tweet unleashes his fixation skill and slips around like a full-on ghost, because these guys aren't just sparring, they're straight up taking on a raid boss. One goon tries to scream for backup like a complete coward, but Tweet is already right on top of him. Tweet whips around and spots the whole squad rolling in. Too bad for them, because they're nothing but fodder for our boy. He's stuck on the thought, were they watching him the whole time? But at this point, it doesn't even matter when you're this cracked. The lead goon leans in and demands, "You really a student?" And Tweet answers with nothing but that icy, dead-eyed stare like, "Buddy, you're already finished." That Tweet basically yells, "Don't get it twisted, there are tons of students way stronger than you." And honestly, that's the biggest cap I've ever seen. Night drops over the city, and the cobblestones look ready to drink blood. Alicia and Maze are sprinting in circles hunting for Twite, and somehow Maze still looks adorable even while she's gasping for breath. Gran is right there with them, and everyone's on edge, because Tweet ditched team practice like a full-blown rogue. Maze can't shake the feeling that Tweet's out there alone, acting like it's just him against the world. And yeah, she's right, because he's a full-on lone wolf. They kick off the conversation about that brutal, noisy attack on the Knights that tore through town last night. Alicia drops the real bombshell. She and Tweet weren't just watching, they were right there with the Knights. Grant's face, priceless. She reveals that Tweet clocked a detail about the attacker nobody else even saw. They're racing to connect the attacker to those bombs, fully aware that Tweet is the kind of guy who hoards every crucial detail and never gives it up. Alicia's getting absolutely fired up. Tweet won't let them help with the mission's crucial parts. She's tearing into his lone hero complex, and Mize just stands there, eyes full of worry, praying he'll be okay. They decide to storm the academy and find him. Right now, before this whole mess spirals even further out of control. Gran skids to a halt for a split second, feeling something fishy in the air, while the girls keep sprinting ahead. They spot a lone figure posted by the gate, and their hearts race, sure it's one of the Empire's operatives gearing up for a brutal showdown. But the closer they get, the more they're like, wait, that's someone we know, and there's no way she's an NPC. It's Myra, just standing there like a final boss, while Mai stares in disbelief at her because she's blocking the way. Myra slams in front of him and declares he can't pass. Absolute cinema, and now the real question hits. What is she hiding, and who is she really fighting for? Yo homies were sliding straight into that smoke where Tweet's dodging a knife like it's nothing. Just pure Tuesday cardio. And that hooded NPC thought he'd catch him off guard, but now he's getting cooked. Look at this MC, man. He's blasting with light beam finger power while that poor loser scrambles to keep up. It's a straight-up skill gap. He's playing a whole different game. Boop, right in the face. This guy really thought he was the main character until Tweet jumped in and reminded him who actually owns the plot armor. Bro's staring at him like he's a dirty, forgotten trash bag. Then this hooded nobody actually dares to look shocked when he gets completely destroyed. He's got the finger gun out, and he isn't even sweating. Meanwhile, if I were him, I'd be panicking so hard I'd rewrite my whole life story and beg for a fast, painless exit. Your strategy won't land. No kidding. You're trying to outplay a man with maxed out riz and zero chill, and your so-called plan was cooked the moment it left your mouth. That ninja boy thinks grabbing the high ground makes him the next Obi-Wan. But in a manga like this, side characters who talk big always learn the hard way, right before the lights go out. Yo, homies, check out the short-haired baddie guarding the gate, because Myra-san is serving full-course trouble and setting rules in one glare. So yeah, don't test her, got it? She's spilling the tea about a duel set to go down right on campus. And I'd bet my last $10 these NPCs have zero clue their guy is about to have his internal organs rearranged. Not a chance you're not getting in. Mommy, sorry, mommy. She's got that dummy mommy authority and I'm completely down bad for it. The blonde girl is fully shaken. Because if I were standing at the front gate, missing that absolute cinema show blasting out in the backyard, I'd be shook too. So they're risking everything just to earn a spot in the magical games, basically high-stakes gambling for a bunch of students. But not our guy. He's built different. The girls finally click that Myra is tangled up in all of this. Plot twist, hit us again. Because every single person in this academy is hiding something, and the drama's turning up hot. Gran finally kicks his brain into gear and figures out what's really going on. Took long enough, Beta. I was starting to think you were just decoration. Back to the main event. Hooded boy is still standing, but that cloak can't hide how shaky he's getting, like he can already feel the moment he's about to be erased. Tweet snaps at him to drop the cap and show his face already. Because come on, we all know who it is, and this mystery routine is wearing thin. That name reveal we were craving finally hit, and guess what? He's been a snake in the grass the whole time, and Tweet just yanked the cover off the truth. Dude, yeah, that's exactly what happens when you try to run from a guy who's basically a human cheat code. Here it comes, the huge reveal. Brace yourself, because you're about to see the face of the man whose whole career is about to get wiped out by a simple finger gun. All right, I'll give it to him. Valon's got that gigachad aura, but I'm the villain, so let's see how long it lasts, because he's about to get folded like a lawn chair in a hurricane. Tweet starts spilling how he caught him, and turns out those wingboards were basically the ultimate snitch, because you can't rock high-tech gear and still expect to stay low-key, fam. Valen's acting cool as he asks Tweet how it all snaps back to him, and that bro is coping so hard right now, it's honestly painful to watch. He starts dragging up the former student council from the Great War, and boom, everything thickens fast, like that perfect layer of toppings on your favorite wafers. Because you're basically the one everyone expects to do it. Ouch. Imagine being so infamous that everyone just labels you the traitor on sight. He's laughing it off like a total psycho. Straight-up classic villain energy right before they hit you with that. This isn't even my final form, move, and absolutely smash the whole set. So yeah, Valen's done hiding behind that hood. He's fully unleashed his inner edgelord now, and the villain energy is straight-up immaculate. So he slaughtered his own operatives just to pull the wool over everyone's eyes. Cold, filthy deception, and the sheer nerve of this guy is absolutely unreal. He totally forgot to report the battle, and I forgot I'm supposed to act like a polite YouTuber. So yeah, Valen, we see right through you. They're asking what the end goal is, but I'm not here for strategy. I'm here for the chaos. So what's this guy even aiming at besides being a total menace? Look, I don't even need to spell it out. He's straight up a snake, but at least he's a reliable one, and he skips the whole villain monologue routine. Talking about the former president's death. Oh, we're diving straight into pure tragedy. No more yapping, just explosions. For once, Tweet is totally stunned. If he's making that face like his bank account just got wiped, then this has to be some serious deep lore stuff. Valen snaps into full rage mode, and he's about to pull some dangerously spicy flames. Once that fire starts swirling, you know chaos is about to explode. Absolute cinema, look at that fire vortex. If he doesn't have insane plot armor or fire resistance, he's getting roasted like a crisp in seconds. Tweet just stands there, locked onto that fire like it's a cozy campfire built for s'mores. And honestly, the guts on this man are straight-up legendary. Meanwhile, at the gate, the NPCs finally snap to it. Tweet is the one taking down Valon. And yeah, Talk about showing up late, party crew. They're freaking out because Valen's fighting style is straight-up dangerous. Yo, you better worry about what Tweet's about to do to his medical bill. Myra's acting real sus with these orders from the president. Something's definitely off, and for once it's not just the comments section. They're finally snapping into place, realizing the mastermind might be sitting right inside their own circle, because it's always the last person you suspect, or the most obvious dude staring you in the face. Wait, could he be hiding on the student council? You're a couple chapters behind, but trust me, you'll catch up soon. Then everything clicks. Valen is the one who tried to cancel the festival and mess with the peace, straight-up hater of fun. Gran just clocked Valen's twisted idea, forcing peace like it's a weapon. And Bro's fully bought into it, acting like he's the main character in some grim, dark tragedy. Gran wants to help. Dude, you're a side character. Stop trying to step in, or you'll just end up in the way of the main character's glorious spotlight. The girls are grilling him like, why are you so stuck on this? And honestly, it feels like he's chasing justice like a simp, or he just wants to get right up close and watch the flames spark. Wait, are we still stuck on his hometown again? Come on, this is way too much talking and not enough explosions. Hustle up, Gran. Gran wants Valon's tail. No cozy heart-to-heart, this is a no-holds-barred deathmatch, so let them clash. Myra's actually betting everything on Tweet to come back safe and sound, and she already knows who the real Chad in this whole thing is. Calling Valen a rabid dog is top-tier roasting. Myra's got ice-cold taste, because she clocks a loser the second she sees one. She can't believe the others aren't freaking out, then it hits her. They've already seen Myra turn into a full-on beast. Catch up. Look at that smile. Don't you dare relax. You should be scared for the other guy. Chills hit you like real, literal chills. That's how you hype a main character. Tweet stalks through the raging flames like a predator hunting in the dark, while Valen has no clue he's already been checked, then mated. Valen hurls the big one, get out of my sight. Those were his famous last words right before he got sent straight into the next dimension. This is it, the exact moment we've been chasing, and the animation playing in my head is going absolutely wild right now. He straight up cut the fire in half, like with a sword. You've got to be absolutely unhinged to slash an explosion itself. That's pure cinema. Bro is speedrunning the page so hard the panels can barely keep up. This is peak fiction, and I'm eating up every single frame. The fire just disappears in a blinding burst of light, and up on the roof, Valen stands there looking like the biggest idiot alive, like he got his lunch knocked out of him. My flames got snipped off. Yeah, your ego got cut right down too, buddy. Welcome to the real world of fighting back. Sorry, oh my god, the disrespect is unreal. He's literally apologizing for being too strong for this guy to handle, and the coldness? Straight up ice. Stare at Valen's face, pure realization hits like a truck. He isn't even the mid-boss here, he's just the warm-up. Chad, I'm stronger than you, absolute energy. And with just 4 words, I wiped out this man's whole bloodline. The Tweet rips out the real blade, boom, it's go time. Because next month can't hit fast enough, Valen's about to get his whole life wiped and reset. Yo, what's up my cultured kings? Today we're back with straight-up cinema, because our MC is out here straight-up disrespecting the laws of magic. It starts with Tweet proving he's got that dog in him, slicing through fire like it's butter, then just standing there while the villain's losing his mind, pure audacity. This red-haired clown, Valon, is totally done for. He just gapes at his severed flames like his girlfriend dropped the bomb that she's just stopping by at 2 a.m. Our MC locks eyes with him, cold, dead stare energy like, I've seen better flames on a cheap grill, and the Riz, bro, it's off the charts. Meanwhile, while everyone's focused on the academy, the NPCs are in the middle of a full-on mid-off, right as a massive explosion erupts and rocks the place. We're staring at Mize and the rest of the crew, and when she grips that sword, you can practically feel the danger. She's giving full-on, I can fix him energy, but let's be real, she's absolutely down bad for our boy. Gran gets the boot, get out and hit the hills, and honestly, that's probably smart, because right now he's got 0 plot armor to save him. Now he's bolting like a total coward, sobbing about how he owes them, while the real men are seconds away from throwing hands. Back to the main event. Tweet is dodging fireballs like he's speedrunning Tauhu on lunatic mode. And Valen, over there, cackling like a mid-level villain, smugly convinced he's pulling off something important. But our MC is a total gigachad. He's locked in with some serious fixation. So he moves to snuff the fire, and that's when Valen realizes he's been playing checkers while Tweet's running 4D chess. Tweet yanks a dagger out of nowhere and almost threads Valen for good, while dropping a name for a technique called dawning. Valen starts yapping that dawn lets you cast magic anywhere, and with that, You become way harder to read, like you're drowning her in mixed signals. A tweet is basically a skill issue, bro. If you can't land a hit on me, all that magic you're flexing is just costume. That snap instantly flips Valen into a full meltdown. He starts screaming he's being patronized while unleashing a roaring storm of black fireballs. He unleashes them all at once, and boom, an explosion erupts so brutal it turns any other MC into nothing but scorched ash. But plot twist, our boy Tweet is still standing there, barely even sweating because he can read the magic course like a total pro. Valen's eyes start to glaze as he finally admits it. He's never seen a human this skilled in his entire life. All right, now we're diving into the villain rant, and Valen's scrambling to justify being a terrorist. He's calling it out. This country has zero fear, and he wants to smash that illusion with a wake-up call. He starts spilling bombshell lore about the Great War, claiming 3 academy students were basically kids turned into soldiers. Valen's one of them, and yeah, he's carrying some brutal trauma the public has absolutely no idea about. He lays it out plain. This academy is a hero-forged factory, cranking out fighters for a war everyone expects to turn into a total bloodbath. Grand's posted in the background, totally NPC-coded, while the real heavy hitters are up front dropping game-changing talk. Valen called the war straight-up literal hell. He was mowing people down, and he barely made it out before death came to pack him up. Then the episode rips into a flashback to Frau San at a grave repeat. She's basically the group's mom, at least before she got erased. But Valen snaps that it's unforgivable. While they're busy throwing a festival, they've already forgotten the blood that soaked the ground. Tweet actually nods like, yeah, that's a fair point. But he's not about to let this dude light the whole city on fire. Valen keeps roaring that the leaders are just kicking back, while the students are the ones left to pay the price. He insists the world's still shaking and spies are lurking everywhere. And honestly, it just sounds like the government's got a major skill issue. He clenches his fist and swears he'll light a fear so fierce it burns straight into everyone's soul. Grant tries to reason with the situation, but he's arguing with a man who's already completely snapped. Grant blasts him for trashing the town and dragging innocents into it. Straight-up beta behavior in a shonen manga. Valen's done with the talk. He snaps, and BLASDS Gran clear into next Tuesday. A tweet snaps the unconscious Gran right on the jaw, straight up calling him a weakling. Brutal, yeah, but it's dead on. And the moment it lands, he gets cooked instantly. The MC admits he wanted to solve this the peaceful way. But now the gloves are off and things are about to go nuclear. Valen's buzzing with excitement because he finally gets the fight he's been begging for. And just like that, he starts breaking it down. Dawning isn't only for attacks. It's how you wrap your whole body in magic. He starts winding up some insane advanced magic, and the sparks start flying everywhere. He taps into the lightning attribute, and boom, he's got the whole vibe, like a budget Rakudo just hit the stage. Tweet clenched, realizing this is the moment the real battle finally ignites. Valen lets out a blood-curdling scream, and the lightning-charged speed boost is straight up unreal. He darts around so fast that the MC's eyes can barely keep up. In the blink of an eye, he teleports behind Tweet, and for one terrifying second, it looks like our boy might finally be in real trouble. Valen swings for a strike, praising the MC's lightning reflexes. Then he smirks because he's only just getting started. Tweet clocked it, Valen stacking lightning on every single attack, boosting speed and power with each strike. He's slamming out high-speed strikes left and right, but Tweet keeps slipping every one of them. His defense is just too clean and predictable. Valen whips through the sky like a rabid hornet, desperately hunting for the tiniest opening. Tweet blocks yet another hit, and then Valen snaps his grip into place, flinging fire from both hands. He blasts flames straight into the MC's face, like he's dying to prove he's got the strangest, wildest personality around. Mixing elements, huh? I see you, Valen. This is straight-up high-level RIS energy. Tweet's staring at those flames like they're moving in slow motion, but he's got it. One clean hit, and it's lights out for him with a crispy finish. He spots an opening and hammers a massive kick straight into Valen's chest. Next, Valen gets blasted clean out of the fight, choking on spit and praying his dignity wasn't left behind. He's straight up losing it, so who the hell is this Tweet guy anyway? That tweet basically warns him to watch his step, straight up colder than my ex's heart. But Valen's not finished. He hits dual deployment and slams overlapping fire and lightning at the exact same time. This is absolute cinema, boys. He's standing there like a final boss, grinning like he's about to wipe the MC from the server. He rockets ahead, and this time the speed is straight up terrifying. Tweet is getting left in the dust because Valen is moving faster and hitting harder than ever. Valen lunges in for the finish, roaring that if Tweet so much as pauses for a heartbeat, it's over. Now that's a cliffhanger. Tell me, does our boy get taken out, or does he still have one more savage trick left? Yo, my cultured kings. Today we're diving into a story where the MC is so cooked he's inventing ways to not accidentally wipe out everyone he meets. It starts with Valon, this red-haired edgelord who struts around like the main character because he just steamrolled a bunch of NPCs, thinking he's a full-on gigachat, until the student council president finally steps in to grab him by the leash. Frossen looks absolutely top tier in that uniform, and she's trying to drag this broody loser into the common course, while Valen sulks like a busted tsundere. But we both know he's starving for that attention, and I'll give you $10 he realizes how fast she's the one yanking his strings. Suddenly, a gigantic explosion tears through the area, and the local NPCs instantly lose it. This wasn't some little firecracker. It was a massive blast that probably just fried someone's whole afternoon. Mize and her squad come sprinting toward the smoke, and honestly, I'm only here for the plot. Yeah, the character designs too, because they're charging straight into the danger zone like these stories always do. The Wafis don't back down, they just run headfirst into trouble. At last, we're face to face with Tweet himself, right in the middle of a blasted crater, while the ground is torn to pieces and Valen stands there like his whole career is about to crumble in an instant. Valen's out here talking reckless, calling our MC a simp just for dodging instead of swinging back, while he's busy stroking his own ego, and Tweet's not wasting a second, he's locked in. Then he raises a finger and tells him to brace himself because that finger gun riz. It's straight up unhinged. Valen spots a tiny light and swears it's just some basic bullet spell. He's got that "I'm him" smirk on his face. Little does he know he's about to eat the most disrespectful hit in the whole series. It wasn't a bullet, it was a vicious shockwave. Tweet is laying into this guy with E-ranked magic, straight up bullying him, and Valen's just standing there like, what the hell hit him? It's pure cinema watching a top-tier student get absolutely humbled by a commoner. MC's in the middle of the fight, lecturing him like it's a lesson on how to dodge better. Absolute disrespect. And Valen gets slammed and bounced around like a ragdoll while Tweet looks like he's barely breaking a sweat. Valen finally clocks it. This isn't luck. It's a Great War veteran unleashing insane, compressed magic. MC's finger is blazing like a tactical nuke, and Valen's stomach drops as he realizes he might be straight up cooked. The edgelord sprints in for a point-blank strike, convinced he's spotted a weakness. Then Tweet blasts him back with another burst like it's nothing, like he isn't even trying. And the wild part, he's running a T-nick made to T-kill people, which makes this whole beatdown the ultimate roast. But Valen's snapping. He realizes they're treating him like some kid, not a threat, and he's begging the MC to stop pulling punches and take him seriously, while Tweet just keeps acting like a babysitter. We get a lightning flashback to Sylphus, and he blurts, "Mommy, I'm sorry," because she's the one who taught him how to manage Higgs' wild eccentricity, so he won't go around detonating everyone he bumps into. Valen's screaming at the MC to finish the job, just like he did with the other operatives, and he's sick of being treated like some beta nobody, begging to finally witness the real muscle of a war hero. All right, the MC finally scraps the fake act. He's done playing nice. He swears this is the one moment he won't hold back and look at the aura pouring off him. It's pure him energy. He starts compressing space itself, bending the air until it ripples like a mirage. This is top-tier magic, the kind that would make most wizards go wide-eyed with envy. The distortion crashes into shape like a blade. This is the reject blade, and it looks absolutely insane. It's not even a real sword, it's just raw, compressed. Move out of my way, energy forged into one glowing weapon. This sword doesn't just slice. It blasts magic right out of the equation, and Valen's magical armor is about to be as useless as a screen door on a submarine. Tweet whips in like a literal ghost and tears straight through Valon's defenses, and the moment his magic shows up out of nowhere, Valon's just stuck there with that "I messed up" meme face. MC drops the bomb. He smashed 200 barriers into a single blade. Try imagining the brutal grind it takes to pull that off. And meanwhile, Valen's just standing there, looking like a straight-up NPC next to this absolute Chad. Valen bursts into laughter because the power gap is so hilariously absurd, and honestly, he's glad. He finally found someone in this dull academy who can actually throw hands, so he's got real respect for the Riz now. But he's not finished. He charges for one final heart-and-soul attack, trying to wipe out the MC before he's forced down, and that wild look in his eyes screams that he's totally ready to stare at the respawn screen. MC just shrugs and keeps his cool. Then Valen bursts in screaming like it's shaking the whole kingdom over. tossing everything he's got into one last, crushing strike. Tweet doesn't even blink as he lines up to wipe this man's whole career off the map. His sword is in hand, and the moment is dead on. Point blank, one last burst slams straight into Valen's chest, and just like that, he's done for while the chapter drops you on a wild, massive cliffhanger. Drop a like and subscribe for more cultured recaps, bros. Yo boys, we're back with a straight-up banger, dropping right into the aftermath, and this camp is looking sketchy as hell right now. Our boy Tweet is freezing up with that Ike's weighing on his mind, probably plotting a dozen ways to fold the next guy who dares to test him. And would you look at that? Valen just crawled out of the wreckage like he got hit by a truck and lived to tell the tale. Tweet is acting like he's calm, but the talk slides to frow, and the atmosphere goes foul the instant the conversation hits. Valen's out here acting like it's all sunshine and rainbows. Then Tweet's face basically screams that this guy's hiding a whole world of pain. He kept clinging to the hope she'd come back. Then the plot armor in this series finally snapped, and his favorite person got left exposed. Suddenly, everything snaps to a new scene, and Valon flips out, full blast screaming, furious that nobody ever told him the truth. He's completely cooked, and Sharia's stuck in the back, quietly watching his mental breakdown unfold in real time. Tears are exploding down their faces because the reality check just crashed in like a freight train. Frau's gone, boys. Valen's out here yelling that she died in action, and the nerve of the universe to do him like that. Honestly, it's mind-blowing. He's finished with the usual grind and the whole peace thing, because what's the point of any of it if your waifu is already gone? Tweed scrambles to explain the vision, but Valen is already gone, refusing to even hear logic. He's still grieving the person who taught him about peace, but for this shattered man, it's already way too late, too little too late. But hey, talk's done. Tweet decides it's time to step in physically because Valen's moving like a total beta. He rips into a full charge burst, and the raw power blasting off him is pure, absolute cinema. He spots the opening and slams the game over before Valen can even blink those crusty eyes. A Tweet slides in close, and you already know exactly what time it is. Yep, it's dirt nap time. He slams Valen into the ground, so hard I swear the tectonic plates might have shifted, and just like that, he gets brutally humbled. Valen lies back staring at the stars, and it hits him at last. He's not the hero of his own story. Tweet looms over him like a total gigachad, grinning and asking if he's finally awake after that reality-shaking slap. Valen can't deny it. Tweet is strong like, maybe even stronger than the trauma he's been dragging around. They click instantly, swapping stories about the stuff they keep losing. Like, that bro energy is practically radiating off them. Valen tells them he only wanted to show up on time, which is honestly kinda heartbreaking. But yeah, he's still got that simp energy locked in for the old days. He was basically trying to keep everyone on edge so they'd hurt the way he did. But bro, that's not protecting. That's just hating. Twitter drops a tweet right in his face, telling him he doesn't get a single thing, and yeah, the disrespect is absolutely delicious. Grant finally steps in, jumps into the roasting, and tells Valen, "You said it word for word, you took the words right out of my mouth." Grant just dropped the ultimate truth bomb. Valen's power is so crushing he can't even fathom what weakness feels like. He spills his own war stories and makes it crystal clear. It wasn't all glory and badass power-ups like people imagine. He straight up admits he ran because he was weak. And honestly, that kind of raw honesty feels like fresh air in a world packed with non-stop tryhards. He tells Valen to quit pretending everyone can just fight forever like some mindless NPC. Pushing that danger onto everyone is gonna smash the people who actually need a break. You can't shove your worldview down everyone's throat just because you can bench press a mountain-sized Valon. Tweet chimes in, telling you that even the most boring, ordinary life is worth fighting for, your life on the line. Valen still won't budge, but you can practically see the gears grinding in his head. He stares at that memory of someone smiling, and you can literally feel the ice around his heart start to crack and melt. He says he'll think it over, but we both know what that really means. He got clocked, and now he's too embarrassed to admit he needs to stay quiet. The rest of the squad bursts in, and they're staring at the giant crater in the middle of the schoolyard like, what the hell happened here? Valen's back to his usual grumpy streak, snapping at the newcomers, irritating bastards, and honestly, it's so classic it hurts. The chaos is finally dying down, and right now the Academy looks safe from the Lucia operatives. But the real question is, just how much did the President know about this whole disaster? We cut to the President and Sharia, and she's looking as fierce as ever, pressing him hard over his methods. The president just grins like he's playing chess with 500 IQ, acting like he barely even explained himself while tweeting anyway. Sharia isn't buying this. Letting a rabid dog like Valon loose on a freshman feels like a terrible idea. But the president already knew Valen wouldn't hear a word from anyone else. He had to drag him into a talk that would knock him down a peg. He needed someone outside the system to meet his gaze, read him like a code, and tell him, straight up, that he was bugging. The president can't help but grin at Tweet, stunned by how many tricks this kid has up his sleeve. He knows Tweet clears out his enemies before they even realize he's in the room. He's left staring like, why would someone who's fallen that far even waste their time joining the regular course? Sharia has to rush off to handle security, but the president is already plotting like he's 10 moves ahead. He clocks that there are still stray operatives skulking around the academy, like little rats that refuse to run. He zeroes in on their locations with those all-seeing eyes, and trust me, something spooky is about to explode. He lifts a single finger with a smug grin, like he's seconds away from dropping the bead of the century. He slams down multiple magic circles, and the hooded NPCs lurking in the bushes get absolutely wrecked. Beams of light rain from the sky and erased every scrap of trash. Right there, without the president so much as stepping off his balcony. He just grins and says, that's all of them. And right there, yeah, the swagger is unreal. He asks Sharia to help him gather up the leftover food, and she's like, okidoki, as if she didn't just watch a massacre unfold. 2 weeks slip by and the whole vibe flips overnight. Because it's festival time, baby, party popper. The Magical Games Festival is about to explode into action at the Builders Academy. Everyone's buzzing, the crowds are massive, and even the security report is looking spotless. Tweet finally catches up with Chris, and man, those glasses make him look like a straight-up mommy. No lie. She tells him he's been relieved of duty, and even though she's trying to be firm, you can tell she's already aching to have him around. He just tweeted that he'll still be leaning on her down the line, and she's totally blindsided. He bolts the second it lands, before she even has time to think. So now she's just frozen there, acting like a total simp. Then this tiny ball of pure energy rockets in, begging to join missions with our boy. Chris starts bawling like a total baby because she doesn't want to lose her older sister. Seriously, get it together, girl. Alicia and my roll up looking absolutely top tier, and the second tweet turns his way. They're instantly down bad for his attention. They tell him Grand's got seats saved, and they'd better sprint before the ceremony kicks off. Turns out the real hero is about to show up, and the entire crowd is buzzing like crazy. The tweet suddenly gets all gloomy for a split second, wondering if the hero's really that strong, because deep down, it knows he could still take him. But these girls won't let him sink into his feelings. They grab his arms and start a full-on tug-of-war. Alicia tells him he has nothing to be scared of, while Mize hangs back, glaring like she's one breath away from declaring war. Mize shouting, I won't lose. And you know she isn't talking about the festival games at all, she's talking about Tweet's heart. They shove him straight into the crowd, and yeah, standing right in the middle of a waifu war is brutal, but somebody has to be the target. Tweet looks back on his years with the organization and realizes he's never truly known what normal life feels like. Like he watches the crowd go wild for the hero and the princess, and then it clicks in his head why people would risk everything for a love like this. He finally gets it. Peace doesn't look the same in everyone's eyes, and honestly, that difference is what makes it okay. He's just gonna keep living it up day to day with his harem. Okay, his friends. The festival's blazing full force, the sun's pounding the sky, and our boy is finally racking up wins like life can't touch him.